They don't cry. Big girls, they don't cry. Do, 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 do. Big girls don't cry. Big girls don't cry. Big girls, they don't cry. Yeah, 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 they don't cry. Hello, everybody. Welcome. She's back. Guess who's back? Sarah P's back. Sarah P's back. Sarah P's been on holidays. She's been on holidays for the last 2 days, and Josie's been holding down the fort. But we got Sarah back. Hello, Sarah P. Welcome back. As always, please thumbs up, like it, subscribe to it, and hit the notification bell. I just know. Yeah, hang on. Um, Yesterday we were one away from 2,500 subscribers. The subscribers. Now we're two away from 2,500 subscribers. Which one of you have unsubscribed? Can't believe it. People unsubscribing. Damn you. We will get there one day though. For information, here she is. Here we are. The website. Also, petition. Also, remember, I got all the links in the description box as well. And donate as well to Peel Fund. Happy days. We've got everything. The merch site. Sarah P is on the ball here. Here she is now. Watch it. We're whinging in the morning. Not at all a holiday. Well, she took 2 days away from stream. She's been feeling a bit lazy lately, so she took 2 days away. Um, nah, they all know the truth. I told them, "Hello, Josie. Hello, Queen of uh Discord as well. You two unsubscribers people all the time. Yeah, maybe they do. I was literally one away from 2,500 subscribers, and now I'm two away. No one's subscribed for like 2, 3 days now. I don't know what's going on. They're only unfollowing me. Thank God, son. No, you did a terrific job, Josie. You were awesome. You were awesome. Josie, the love is there. Hello, everyone. Hello, Marge. Hello, Marge. And hi, Sarah P and Josie. Right, as well. So I was going to do a bit of an unboxing. Just got a delivery. Yeah, got two gifts. I know what they are, but well, I think I know what they are. I'm sure Josie did great. She was number one mod. Number one mod now. Sarah's rumping it now, going, "Number one mods, what?" There's no number one mods. I just got two awesome mods, that's all. Why won't this break? Josie rock. She did rock. 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 She did rock. She's awesome. Okay. Okay, it's been worn before. I can sniff it. Sniff test. Bengals. McPherson. That's true. It's still got the tags on it. It's still like, am I wrong? Right? I get all these. I just rip them. I don't know why people keep these. I just rip them off. I don't care if there's tags on it, as long as it's decent. No, that smells. It doesn't smell fresh, but it smells like if it's been worn, it's only been worn once, if at all. Right, and the other one, I think the other one's the same now. Um, Hang on. Oh yeah, thanks, Josie. Hey, Sarah P, this is something Josie started doing. She's amazing. So whenever Josie's not here, we'll have to get you on it as well, and me. Um, that because now I can pin it straight to the top. One pack, two pack. Sniff test. Oh yeah, this is new. This has never been worn. Never been worn. No, never been worn. This is factory. Yeah, this is factory. This is brand new. It's even got the tag at the top. Borough. So there we are. Two Bengals. Two Bengals. Borough. I love Borough. I love Borough. Right. Do you want to know how much I paid for them? Let's have a look, see how much I paid for them. Hello, Jumpy. Just looking at because I know you women are nosy as fuck. So let's see how much I paid for them. Thank you, Marge. Thank you for being excited, Marge. No one else is excited, yeah? Jesus, it's only Marge that's excited. I thought women love shopping. Right, I paid for the McPherson one. I paid £25. So with delivery and everything, that was $35 roughly. Well, $35 for the McPherson one. 27, give or take $40 for the Borough one. $40, give or take. It's a £27.20 UK. So it's with delivery, call it $40 for Borough. Brand new. Brand new. I think that's I've done well there, I think. So about $75 for two, basically two brand new Bengal shirts. I've done well. See, I always thrift. Thrift, secondhand stores. People just are stupid. They just chuck stuff. Sarah P's put big shoes to fill. She's got a big mouth anyway to fill. I know that much. Marge, lovely. Marge. Hi everyone. Sorry, Mister. Do not worry, Jumpy. On the road. Happy days. Don't worry about it. That's all good. See, all Marge supports me. Like, look at her. Like, I like Marge. Hey, Jumpy. Glad you made it today. Sylvia. Hiya, Sil. Hello. How are you, Rizzo? Hi, Riz. Hi, Sarpi. Thanks. Me too. Happy days. Right. Also, before we start the stream, we'll give the stream another couple of minutes. I got a new wheel. Let me show the new wheel. I'm not showing anyone this wheel yet. Let me show you the wheel. The new wheel for the end of the stream. I'll go through it quickly with you now. What it looks like, and I've changed a lot of stuff as well. You watched opening statements. Oh, geez, you're probably there for, for hours then. Present screen. So this is what we're spinning at the end of the stream, right? New wheel. Everything's on the wheel. There's only going to be one wheel from now on. So 49ers jersey next stream, end stream, Vikings jersey next stream, 12-hour stream, wear a Cowboys jersey next stream, end stream, free membership, Jets jerseys next stream, Eagles jersey next stream, drink a pint of milk, end stream, wear a crown, topless next stream, drink a beer, Bengals jersey next stream, number one. So shave my hair, number one. Cut, reset. So reset means we go back to full again. Start from start. Dress up stream. Right, I got this in. Mods stream. I've not asked them. I've not. Sarah and Josie don't have a clue. But mod stream, we'll get him on stream once. We'll get him at some point. We'll get him on stream. We'll do it on members only one. Will be nice. So Sarah P and Erin Hack are doing a stream together with me on a Sunday, and then we'll get Josie and Sarah P to do one. Um, so we do that. Hang on, I got Josie saying something here, but hang on. Let me just reset end stream free membership, Colts jersey next stream, free membership, eat cold beans, a tin of cold beans, free membership, shot of whiskey, hot pepper, 24-hour stream. That's a bit better, isn't it? Um, on speed, yeah, Judge is very slow. Hey, Sylvia. Yeah, trouble is I can't get a design. Like, I live in a small village, Josie. I like, nearest town to me that could do it is probably an hour away, and I don't know anyone that could do a design for me, do you know what I mean? That's why I'm like, I shave it, and do you know, I don't do number 1, but, but I don't mind doing number 1. It will look a bit stupid for a couple of weeks, but, you know, otherwise, yeah, you can't. Hey, hello, Unicorn. Welcome back, Unicorn. Hey, Unicorn, I got a pasty for dinner tonight. So everyone's gonna be like, "What?" Corned beef. Well, it's a flat pasty, so it's a bit different. Hi, Sarah P. Hey, Unicorn. Hey, Marge. So that is the new wheel, and I got two of the busty besties now are on Discord as members. So Kayla and Josie now on Discord. If you're a member, if you paid up member, then join Discord. We can send you a link. Right, let's get to the trial then, shall we? Day 6. Oh, chickpea pasty. No, but I've had like a korma pasty and stuff like that. So I imagine it's the same. Doing no, I've not had this chickpea one. This was more like a corned beef one. I think. Well, actually, it might not be. I didn't buy it. I presume it is. I should say. Right. Let me get Josie's text from here. Here we go. In the message. Right. So there's that. Present this. And Sarah P, you need to talk to Erin as well. See which Sunday you're gonna come on do your NFL shizzle. Share screen. Let's find this bad boy then. Back a little bit. So here we are. We are ready. Are we steady? Let's go. We're into it. Thank you everyone for being here. I'll just do a quick plug because I'll do it now and maybe at the end. Remember, if you want to join this channel, if you want access to our members only content, then all you need to do is um I'll get to you in a second. Sorry, I'll get to you in a second. All you have to do is press join. I think it's like $5, $6 something like that a month. You get free membership only content and you get access to our Discord channel, which Josie's now got to head up because I haven't got a clue about it. But yeah, feel free to support if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine. There's still plenty of content that goes out to you guys. But I got to promote myself because this is my full-time job now. And yeah, so please join if you feel like it. I'd love to build this little community we got. So right, here we go. Just address this quickly. The wheel wasn't supposed to start until Monday. I don't think that was well, it started Sunday because Lady Law was on my back going, "You started, you just started." And I was like, "You watch this," I said. Bang. Straight on. Sarah P. Erin hack. I was like mortified. Because I was like, but it stands because the reason it stands is because whatever it was landed on, I would have done it. So that's why it stands. So we will have that on a Sunday. I look forward to it. I think it's a bit of fun. Not many people watch me on Sunday, so I think it's a bit of fun. Anyway, Sarah P, lovely to have you on. That chopsy mouth of yours, I can take the piss out of you live. Happy days. Right, are we ready? Are we steady? Let's go, go, go. And as I do that, we're not. Why the wheel is rigged? Well, out the way now. It's not on the second wheel. The new wheel is not on there. So except there's one for mods only. So yeah, please join the Alternate Corner community. It's a honestly, guys, it's a great community. You're a part of it now anyway. But if you want to see me succeed and the chance succeed, then please consider if you can afford it, please consider joining. If you can't afford it, totally fine. Still do content anyway, basic content. So that's enough of me begging. I hate begging people. Um, but that's that and PayPal basically pays my wages. It pays my bills. Right. Hello, Nana. It's not hot in Kentucky, is it? I always think Kentucky, I think of Josh Allen, the edge rusher from Jaguars, and I think of the women's basketball in Kentucky, and obviously what's his name, Will, whatever his name is now, QB with Titans. He eats mayonnaise with his tea and coffee. Puts mayonnaise in with it. Dirty, dirty boy. How do you put mayonnaise instead of milk? Like, also, it's bad enough that you Americans put cream in your coffee. That's bad enough. Milk it, guys.
All right, ready to go?
Yes, Judge, there is a preliminary matter that both the state and myself want to request. At our last trial, we had asked that witnesses be excluded from the courtroom and from talking about testimony amongst one another. That we had assumed that that order would be the rule of the case and would have transferred into this trial. There have been times where there have been witnesses that have, I guess, popped in or something of that nature. And so the parties would be requesting that the court enter that order again.
All right. Is that agreed?
That is agreed, Judge. We just wanted, because there hasn't been a formal order this time, we feel that an order would assist so that witnesses are understanding they should not do things like watch the live feed, et cetera.
To
Cream. It has to be milk, Nisha.
okay. Anybody who was here as a witness and the attorneys.
Right. Well, this is more important than judge. It has to be milk, guys. It can't. You cannot. Whenever I come to America, I always forget. So I'm there. Oh, I'll have breakfast, whatever, coffee, and they're like, "Yeah, where's the milk?" Oh, there's. They look at me weird. Where I go and grab milk from when the cereal thing is. I'm like, they look at me. I'm like, guys, this is normal. We don't put crappy cream in coffee. What you? Oh, has to be milk. Has to be milk. Oh, so it's cooled down a little bit. Cool down a little bit. I need a lid. I do. I spill everything. Honestly, guys, I'm the worst. I could have put my mug on the floor and I'll kick it over. It doesn't. I'm the worst. Honestly, that's why I try to make sure I got loads of like mats and stuff over the tables because I know I'm gonna spill again soon. People think I'm weird for only putting milk. You're not weird, Nana. You're sensible, Nana. You're sensible. Well, we've not hit anywhere near that, Sylvia. So yeah, either. So you're in the same boat. Hi, Nana. Hi, Nisha. That's lovely. Lovely welcomes. Right. So those that don't know, uh, this is Sarah P. Sarah P has been on holiday for the last couple of days. Um, she didn't want to be with us, so but she's back now. So you've now got two of our full-time mods here. Well, full-time, but I've only got two mods, Josie and Sarah P, and they're both here now. So you've met them all. That's both of them. They're both hard work, but they work hard. So with all jokes aside, they're both great. Best of the best I got. Um, I'm jealous of all of you. I know, I know. I couldn't live in that weather. Hi, Lou. Hey, Emily. It's all good. Enjoy your work call. We're getting high winds and rain from the hurricane coming through. Can imagine. No worries, I've seen a bit. Hello, Lou. Busty Bestie, one half of Welcome Discord as well, Kayla. Thank you for joining Discord. I'd rather have it black than have cream in it. That's for sure. Sylvia. Hi, Marge. Everyone's here. I'm just trying to catch up with this before we get it going. Um, hey. Busty Bestie. Love it. Lou. Sarah P. Hopefully you've all joined Lou. There's obviously we promote everything Zachariah and Rosie does a good job, but we also support very heavily Lou as well. Please subscribe to Lou's channel if you have not done so. Also, please subscribe to Lady Law's channel. She's not started yet, but is going to start very, very soon. She's awesome as well. Um, so Lou, please subscribe to her channel. We're very supportive of Lou, and we're also very supportive of Lady Law, who is sometimes here as well with me, but she's great as well. A full set of busty besties a year. That's nice, isn't it? Hey, Kayla. Right, let's get going. I could go through chat all day with you
So
guys.
be obliged to advise those who later arrive as witnesses, we're not here now, that they are not permitted to be present in the courtroom during the giving of testimony.
Thanks, Sarah. Please subscribe to Lady
And
Law as
that will
well.
continue even after they testify until the trial has been concluded. And that would also include not listening to or watching any
I
electronic.
don't remember the names.
Television or radio or internet or telephone or anything else. And as I say, the attorneys will be obliged to notify the potential witnesses, and also you may not, even after testifying, you may not discuss your testimony with anyone who has received a subpoena in the case or has been notified to be ready to testify. No discussion at all about your testimony until after the case is concluded.
Did have in the prior order, 4 people were specifically allowed to sit in, even though there had been exclusion order. And so I just wanted to be sure the court is remembering that and aware of that. And those are Celia Patterson, who's the individual who was testifying when we left yesterday, as well as Sadie Beecham, and then Kayla Petty and Christy Radatz Ortiz. All 4 of those individuals were exceptions last time, and they have watched large portions of the trial.
All right. Any comment?
No comment.
Okay.
Hello, Trudy Pip.
Otherwise, ready to start?
Yes.
I don't know what that means. Gravely runs the court. But hello, Trudy Pip as well. It's lovely to see UK people here.
My wife has a medical appointment at, I think it's 3:15. I'll verify that. Maybe 3:45. Thursday. And I will be gone for about 1 hour. Any question? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'm slow. I can't do more than what I'm reading. I can't listen. My finger got ahead of my brain. Good to see. That sounds dodgy. That does therapy. Do you finger slip? Oops.
We'll probably break a little later for lunch on Thursday.
This is
probably
quickly
take a
because my.
short-
Oh, thank you, Sylvia. You engage with us, and people are nasty here. God, if I. Thank you. No, there's nobody nasty here. I mean, Lou is sometimes nasty to me, but I'm joking. Lou, don't start. I'm joking. No, everyone here is lovely. We're just a small channel. That's why it's a small community. We try our best. Um, yeah. But thank you for that kind comment, Sylvia. Really appreciate that. That's why we're trying to build here, you know. And we tend to, if there's any people kicking off, we tend to kick them out because we don't. We expect people to disagree, but we expect people to disagree respectfully. Everyone can have a different opinion, and if you're open-minded, then That's half the battle. Unfortunately, we have lost some people that don't have an open mind sometimes, which is a shame. It's a shame. Also, we don't talk politics either. Jesus, I've lost viewers because of politics. We don't. No politics. But yeah, thank you, Sylvia, for that kind comment of yours. There's still lots of awesome, and I encourage everyone, there's lots of awesome streams out there that are more educational than this one. I listen to Vices a lot, for stuff and Lawyer and stuff.
Good morning,
So we're all
everyone.
different. We're not
Mr.
lawyers. We don't give advice.
Please.
Oops. Thank you, Unicorn.
So we were on cross-examination of Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, no politics. We just don't do it.
Right. You're still under oath, ma'am.
Good morning, Ashley. I know she does, Lou. I know. And just people that don't, Lou's doing. Oops, let me pause it for a second. Lou is doing a video on Sadie as well, analysis. And if you don't know, go to her channel. She's done one already about Dr. G. So if you're not subscribed to her channel, we just posted a link. Please go to her channel and support her. I love supporting my members. And if you remember this channel, that means I support you. And Lou has been a very loyal member of this channel. I remember when Lou first joined here, she's a little bit shy. She ain't shy, she's gobby as hell. And I love it. Love it. So please support her.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson. Good
Yeah.
morning.
Yes, Sylvia. Cool. You fit in right in then.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. These
I only saw a
pictures,
little
was
bit of him
that
today.
something that you provided to the district attorney's office?
Aiden's nice as well.
Yes, these were also provided to news outlets.
Ah, okay.
Yes, early on.
And you said, though, that you provided this to the district attorney's office.
That is correct.
In your direct examination, you were talking about how when you arrived on the scene on March 28th, 2020, that you had taken a video audio recording of your walkthrough.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I believe the date's wrong. I think she said March 28th, and that's not listed in the testimony.
Sorry, May 28th?
That is correct. When I was given access to my son's apartment on the 27th, I went in on the 28th. I went into his apartment and sat on his couch to gather my thoughts of what I was.
Judge, I'm going to ask that this be struck. It's non-responsive to my question.
Objection is overruled. Go ahead.
Oh,
To gather my thoughts as to what I was looking at, everything. And it took me a good while I was sitting when I got up and I started to do my walkthrough. I did record and did an audio video recording of my son's apartment.
Did you provide that
I'll get a
video
link
audio
now.
recording to the state?
I did not.
And when you provided the other exhibit to the state, you did that. How many times did you meet with the state to discuss this case?
You're using lawyerese, the state.
Sure. When I refer to the state, do you know that to mean district attorneys?
I do.
Okay. So when you provided that picture, who did you provide that picture to?
I don't recall.
Now, how many times did you meet with someone from the district attorney's office to discuss this case?
The initial meeting back in December, and here recently, maybe about 2 weeks ago.
And when you met with them about 2 weeks ago, who did you meet with?
I'll correct myself. It wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was about a week ago. And I met with um, DA Gravely, ADA Jessica, and Heather, the victim witness advocate.
And did you discuss what your testimony would be?
Not really, not entirely.
When you say not entirely, what do you mean by that?
What I mean about that is expectations of what I asked the questions, what what am I speaking to? And they said, they really couldn't answer my question. They said that, the questions would come out at trial, but just to be prepared to speak about my son and his truck and the picture that Mueller just showed us.
Thank you for providing that little bit of background information. Now I want to take you back to around May 19th, 2020, and I'm sorry to have to do this again. On May 19th, 2020, you had said that you spoke with Eileen Knoll.
That is incorrect.
Who was it again that called you?
Kayla Petty.
Kayla Petty. And Michael Campbell, do you know an individual by that name?
He's a very good friend of my son's.
And did he call you on May 19th, 2020 before Kayla Petty?
No,
So you did not talk to Mr. Campbell on May 19th, 2020?
not that I recall speaking with anyone other than Kayla Petty.
On May, you probably might not remember this, but on May 26, 2020, do you remember speaking with Detective Martin Howard?
I spoke with a few detectives, but I don't remember exact date or who they were other than a Detective Correa.
And do you, though, remember talking to a detective about dental records pertaining to your son?
I do.
And do you remember telling that officer who his dentist was?
I did.
And had you been aware of your son's dental records? Did you ever know about, let's say, him having cavities and needing fillings?
Yes, I took him to his appointments with the doctor.
Okay, and to your knowledge, did Mr. Gutierrez have any fillings in his teeth?
Yes, he had fillings.
And if you remember, and if you know, and you might not, there's two types of fillings. There's like the metal one, and then there's the composite fillings, which are meant to look like teeth. Do you know which kind he had?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Do you remember speaking with detectives about, oh, strike that. During your direct examination, you spoke to the state about, you kept saying, your son's father. When you were talking in that capacity during direct, were you referring to your husband, Mr. Patterson?
That is correct. Rosario, my Pocho's dad, was never in the picture. So when I say his dad, I'm referring to his stepdad, my husband, Eugene, who has been more of a father than his father was ever.
And do you remember telling detectives that your son's biological father had not been involved in his life since he was around 2 years old?
That is correct. When we separated and the judge asked him if he wanted visitation rights, he said he did not. He has never been in my son's life since my son was 2 years old.
And that you didn't have any information about where your son's biological father was, where he was living, what he was doing. You didn't have any of that information.
That is correct. That is something that weighed really heavy on my son, not having that father who wanted him. That's
Yeah.
why he wanted to be the best father that he could be.
I know, I
I'm
don't like
gonna
it either.
hand
Too
you,
personal.
State's Exhibit 37.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, you went over these a little bit, but these are the Chase Bank records for the joint account with you and your son, right?
That is correct.
And so I want to draw your attention. It's
Yeah, that's wrong.
page, it says 3 of 6. It's of the April 23rd, 2020 through May 22nd statement. It's kind of in the middle of the packet. Do you have it? Okay. So page 3 of 6.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. In these records, do you notice anywhere where your son had made an ATM withdrawal?
I see the one
It's
on the
like
14th, the one on the 15th.
Okay, and
it's
then
like
you
is that your daughter in the picture then when she was younger? Is that you and your daughter? Unicorn.
didn't, that was not you, correct?
That is correct.
And the one on the 14th, how much did your son, according to these records, withdraw?
It indicates 700.
And then on the 15th,
An additional 300.
so a total of $1,000.
That is correct.
And naturally, this was what we see in Exhibit 37. This was your bank account too, so you'd be able to access all of these documents, correct?
As he was mine, yes.
And in your reviewing all of these pages, is it a fair and accurate depiction of your bank statements?
It is.
Judge, I would ask to move in State's Exhibit 37.
Is there objection?
No.
The entirety or just the reference
I
stuff
think
dates?
Just the one I referred to, I didn't really question Ms. Patterson on everything else. I don't mind about the entirety going in, but if the court has concern about that, then I would ask it be that specific page that I had been questioning the witness on.
Any objection?
I would just ask the whole exhibit go into evidence as opposed to parsing it out. There had been testimony on direct about some of the other pages, so I would just ask the
All
whole
right,
exhibit.
it'll be received.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how I feel, you know. She's obviously a victim as well, but I don't know.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, that was it.
State call.
Hmm. That's interesting. Is that it? Okay. I hate that they could let her call him Pacho. I feel for her. She's saying, Kenosha PD, find my son. Why is she questioning that? This is what I mean. This, as a mother, should be this question marks. Do you know what I mean? Apparently, I'm not allowed to change it. It's pure nostalgia, apparently. She shared my account till she was 12. I won't let her have her own. She's not realised I've discothetically. She can have my Discord account if she wants it. But I presume that is her a few years ago in that picture with you, or is that her with another girl or something? When the witnesses on the stand, like, cock their heads. I know. Well, I've not seen Amber Heard, so I still like Amber Heard, but it is weird. You know, you're looking and you're going, so yeah, thanks, Luke. Cool. That's it. Oh, you need a new picture, you both. Yeah, I thought so. She took him to the appointment. Talk about infantilizing him. Yes. I mean, apparently she did everything for him. I don't know how I feel about her. Obviously, I feel sorry for her, but there's something I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Something I don't. I don't remember the first time around. I don't remember this. I must have missed a lot because I don't remember half these things. And how is Sadie allowed in there?
There's an issue about, that we've raised pre-trial about Mr. Gravely being a witness, to the interview. That he's gonna have to remove
We're,
himself from the case.
the reason I always shoo you out of here is because it takes longer to unhook and hook her back up. And so it's easier for you to go out. So I apologize that I'm gonna ask you to go out again.
I agree.
I'm gonna,
I don't remember this testimony.
go where you want.
I must have seen it. I don't remember it.
I'm hoping it won't be too long, but I'm not gonna chance and make promises I don't know if I can keep. So, but please bear with us. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any calendar trial. Please don't discuss the case in any respect. And hopefully soon.
Oh, we'll wait for Josie or Sarah P to update it. Then I can pin the witness up at the top. Love it. We're so professional when Josie and Sarah P are here. Oops, wrong one. Hang on.
They're right. They have the option. They can go on.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting then. I'm looking forward to this. Ah, okay. Hang on. Me too, Ashley. I want to be pounded on the prison door demanding. Yes. If you're testifying in a case, you should not be allowed to sit in the courtroom for other testimony until after you have testified. Don't, of course. Yes. No, it's a varied, but they should agree beforehand. CD should never. But to be fair, she'd be straight on. She's a dishonest person, so she'd be on the laptop watching it anyway, and denying that she ever watched it. But still, she shouldn't be in the courtroom, even though she'd still be watching the bitch. Oops. It's just me as a call for him. So he stood up. So that's why he was low. I have now put up to maximum 600 speaker. Okay. Fine. I'll forgive you, Josie. Fine. Thank you. I think that's the usual rule, but yeah. Sarah P definitely. So I forgot. No, it's all good. That's all good. I agree. Yeah. Me and one of the Busty Babes are on the. Oh, Busty Babes. Busty Besties on the same page. Because she was a victim. Bugger off. Victim what? She only went on 4 dates with him.
In the library, or they can go upstairs.
I just saw.
Yeah, it might just be. Hang on, it's not you. Hang on, it's not you. Wait a second, because they're not speaking to the mics. You see, this should be back to normal now.
Thank you. Judge, March 16th of last year, we went to trial in this case, you recall.
I do.
Sit
And
down.
I don't think I'll forget so.
None of us will, Judge. So you recall the whole incident with his opening statement, and he talks about having evidence, he's going to offer evidence about this Neridia Macias and an interview that he had, him and his assistant, had with her at the crime scene, which completely changed the time frame of the defense's whole defense. And so when we confronted him about it, you asked him, well, who was there? Well, his response was, and I'm looking at docket 73, which is the transcript of the jury trial. He said that there was members of the district attorney's office there. And then he was pressed further, and he said multiple people were there. And then I asked you to ask him who specifically was there, and he had finally admitted it was just him and his assistant, and that's all. And you ruled, well, you didn't ultimately rule, but you said, well, that makes you a witness. You took a statement. His defense was that he was not going to, create a report for every single witness that comes forward or everybody that he talks to in trial preparation. But he took a statement from this witness. He is a witness now. He's on our witness list. We have subpoenaed him. He's known this for almost a year. He should have taken himself off the case, but he didn't. So now we're at the point, and I believe your ruling was that we were going to wait and see if this witness actually testifies. We're going to see, how all that unfolded. Well, now it's unfolding, and it's right in front of us right now. And they wanted to call this witness, who they met with at the crime scene, and it's the whole issue about we went to the wrong building, and we used Google Maps, and all of this stuff. All right? So since he is on our witness list, he is subpoenaed, he's well on notice of this for over a year, I'm going to ask you to remove him from this case. He is now a witness. He needs to be out of the room. He's sequestered. And then the state can call this witness. And then during our case, we'll call him as witness. That's my request.
Well, Judge, I want to indicate what a stunt I believe this is. So first of all, the court had a pre-trial hearing about this where we argued this, and the court at that pre-trial ruling permitted the state to remain in the case and indicated that it was not going to remove the district attorney from the case. So we have actually had a ruling on this within the last several weeks. Then counsel, when this witness is called, brings it up and actually says in front of the jury as the description, so the jury gets a chance to hear it, that I should be removed from the case, that the DA should be removed from the case. Then they make an argument that is an identical argument to the argument made to you in that pre-trial ruling several weeks ago. There's no change at all in the argument. They indicated to you at that time that they had subpoenaed me, which is also a stunt, that they have placed me on their witness list, which is also a stunt. What the court recalls is the following. The court will recall that in that fateful day where this case was previously held for trial, I was asked a question mid-discussion, and by the way, I am the one who brought up to the defense after hearing their opening statement. I am the one who went to the defense and said, I guess that you should be aware that there was this additional supplemental information that we received. So this was something I told them after I heard their opening statement. I privately approached them and told them that. When we were asked about the details of that, the statute does not require that be disclosed. The statute specifically requires written and recorded statements. This is not a written statement. It is not a it's not a recorded statement. We had a meeting with Ms. Macias at the DA's office. That had present other members of the DA's office, including our victim witness persons who usually accompany us in those interviews. That's where we talked substantive information to her. Ms. Macias was leaving, and we indicated to her as she was going to drive out that we would go to the same location so she could show us where she had parked over at the apartment building. When that happened, we discovered at that point that she had gone to the wrong building, and so that's how we found that information. We did not know that information until then. We asked her no follow-up questions that I recall. I don't recall any actual interview with her that took place there. We simply explained to her when we saw that, okay, now we understand this is the wrong building. And so that was all that happened. We didn't ask her how this occurred or any of those things. Present at that discussion, where we talked to her, was myself and Ms. Krizarek. For some reason, Ms. Krizarek is not on their witness list. I'll tell you that in terms of anybody who has a memory of that interaction, Ms. Krizarek is somebody who has a memory of that. I barely remember that interaction. In fact, I think that's very clear in the discussion that counsel just provided the court. When I was asked who was there, my thought process was that certainly victim witness was there. When I turned to Ms. Krizarek and asked who was there, she is the one who said to me, it was just you and I. I didn't have an independent memory of that.
I can't tell them who they can name as their witness.
I understood. I understand. I'm not saying you can. I'm simply indicating that the way that was then remedied, the court allowed us to talk about whether there would be a mistrial in this case or not. The defense asked for a mistrial. The court was assured by all the parties that this would be a mistrial that would be done without affording any misconduct to any of the parties involved in this case. And so we agreed to a mistrial rather than asking that the court continue at that time. So this was a mistrial that both sides agreed to afford the defense an opportunity to have that information, particularly with whatever issue the court might have in terms of us being a witness. What we then did was remedy it by having Detective Correa, who's sitting with us here, go with another detective, not with anybody from the DA's office, to the location and have Ms. Macias actually explain, without the DA's office being present, where she parked, where she was vis-a-vis that apartment building. So there is a recorded statement of that done on body cam, and that is done so that the defense can see nobody from the DA's office is involved in the collection of that information. It's obviously post that original meeting, but this has taken place. So again, I don't know what we're discussing that was not discussed a couple of weeks ago before this court.
Well, what we're discussing is the only stunt here is Mr. Gravely misrepresenting to this court what actually happened. The fact is that he went out and met with this witness months before trial, didn't tell us anything about it, and then made it a prominent part of his opening, is the point. That wasn't like a little thing. It was a very prominent, and you even said that, it was a very prominent part of their opening. And then he was completely evading his responsibility about this being a statement. He says it's not a statement. You even corrected him, and I'll point directly to docket 73 at page 31 to 32. That's a whole discussion about the court asking Mr. Gravely, who was down there? Multiple people were down there, he says. I want to clarify for the record. And you said, it was not my impression that Mr. Gravely was physically present, and he finally admitted that he was there. And so this whole thing about how we're going to remedy this by sending Detective Carrera out to do that, that's not the remedy, okay? The remedy is to have him leave this case and have them, if they want to call this witness, have them then call the witness, and then we'll call Mr. Gravely after we cross-examine her about her interactions with him, and then we'll get him on the record about what his interactions with her was. And we don't even know, as we sit here today, how many other witnesses went through the same exact process with the district attorney's office.
I'm going to talk about things I don't know about.
Okay.
That you were not glad to hear.
Why are we litigating the same thing we litigated 2 weeks ago, other than that we're on national TV? Other than that, what is the possible reason for this to be brought up now when the court made a ruling a couple weeks ago, Judge?
The judge did not make a ruling, Judge.
Just a minute. If I know me, usually this type of thing, I would not have made a definitive ruling. I would have said, as the situation stands now, and I would have pushed it off to see, and in fact, my sentiment is right now, I think I'm probably going to push it off to see if we need to, if I do have to make a definitive decision, or if it's one of those many things that we encounter in life that are problems that may just go away.
Your actual ruling was, Judge, that you were going to wait and see, as you typically do, you delay a final decision. You tell us like what you're thinking. But in this case, you said, well, let's see if she shows up. Well, she's here.
And now I'll make the next move and say, it's like a chess game. I'll say, let's hear what she has to say. And maybe the problem will evaporate. Maybe it'll diminish. Maybe I'll decide it's really not a problem at all. Or maybe I'll have to take some action. If I do take some, first I'm going to take one action right now. You can't examine her. Ms. Kazarick can examine her. No.
Judge, I'd like the court to take a look at the minutes from the.
I don't know what if you're going to quote what I said at the last time, you don't need to. I'm saying you're not going to examine her. Without doubt, we're in a perilous area. And we've got 7 days into this trial. Well, actually 9 or 10 when we count the last time. So this is a perilous area. I don't want to get any closer to the edge than I have to. And Ms. Grizerick is a very competent lawyer whose assignment to this court, I think I enjoyed for 4 or 5 years. And I'm quite confident that she'll be able to handle this issue. And I'm not saying you're off the case. I'm saying she will handle the examination. And then I will await further developments before making a decision on the rest.
You know, regardless of what the court's role is in this, Mr. Gravely has an independent obligation as a licensed attorney in the state of Wisconsin to recuse himself from the case because by definition, he's a witness. And by the ethical rules say you cannot be a witness and a lawyer in the same case.
Show me that rule. You can't argue the case to the jury was when I last looked at the rule, it was you cannot argue your own credibility. That was the basic rule. And that's actually why even though I'm going past that, why I stated Mr. Gravely can't examine the witness. But take a look at it and point it out to me.
Can I ask if the attorneys involved here who have an obligation to report ethical violations have reported?
No, you can't because they're not here to be examined on this issue, and also if I can tell you, it happens very, very rarely. But when I've had serious ethical violations happen here, usually I handle them with a rebuke, occasionally with a mild censure, but I have on occasion reported people. I commented at the time of the initial trial that while I thought Mr. Gravely had made a mistake, I did not think it was purposeful misconduct, and nothing I've heard since has changed my mind about that. And so I'm not going to report it.
So I just want to be clear because this record is now is here. It's my belief that what the court said at the prior hearing was that you did not find that there were sufficient facts in the motion or in the argument to remove a sitting elected district attorney from a case of this type. I asked the court to review the report provided by Detective Correa, who indicated what was said, and the court, I believe, indicated that there was no reason to believe that there was a prior inconsistent statement that would make anybody a witness at this point. So that because a purported witness is now available as to the circumstances of this, that that was what I understood the court to do. So clearly, I've been in front of the court a long time. I heard the court make a ruling, and we proceeded accordingly because, of course, we were a couple weeks from trial or a week from trial. I'm not sure exactly what the date was, but we had a special hearing on this. And the court ruled. I am, in fact, quite surprised that this has been brought up again, based on what I heard the court say that time. Not because attorneys can't bring things up again, I suppose, but we heard the court make a ruling. I thought it was guidance to us on the state being able to proceed without any fetters on it. The court is making a slightly different ruling today, and I don't know.
You know what? I am not going to have the reporter go looking for the transcript or the notes, and then have it go from there, and then everybody wants a transcript and so on and so forth. I think what I said was clear.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure I had a chance to respond, but I did understand
I
the
think
court's
it was
guidance.
clear, what I'm saying today.
So,
And I don't know that, I would be very surprised if it's inconsistent with what I said last time, especially when I'm quite sure, as I almost invariably do, I gave you a sentiment as to what I was thinking, but specifically probably told you it was not a final ruling. What did you want to say?
so Supreme Court Rule 20.3.3, the ABA comment 2 makes it clear that that officers of the court, to avoid conduct that undermines the integrity of the adjudicative process, when you're a witness, that the prosecutor cannot simultaneously prosecute a case and be a witness in that case. And you can also take a look at United States versus Schwartzbaum, 527 F. 2nd 249, which is a Second Circuit case in 1975. But also the Wisconsin Supreme Court addressed this in State versus Jorgensen, 2008, Wisconsin 60 at paragraph 38. Testimony from a prosecutor is difficult enough to overcome, but it is impossible for a defendant to test or counter a prosecutor's, quote, testimony, end quote, when the defendant is denied his right to confront the prosecutor as a witness. So that is directly on point with this situation. And I think that the attempts to muddy the water about the history of this by Mr. Gravely is just more testament that that he needs to be examined about his interview with this witness.
Well, I want to take a look.
Okay, let's stop that for a second. Hi, Bunny. Hi, Sean. Yes, I got two Bengal shirts delivered literally just before the stream started. I'm trying to get a collection going. And everyone's, "Hey Sean, hey, pnawn da Emma, gobeithio bod ti'n iawn, gobeithio bod ti'n cael diwrnod neis." So pnawn da is good afternoon in Welsh. And I think good afternoon is for me and anyone in the eastern side of America. Obviously for Sarah and Josie, definitely it's still morning there, so still bore da for them. But for most of us, I think it's afternoon now, just. Um, Lovely. Hey, Sean, Emma, everyone's just so nice here. See his face. Ugh. Twisted Bunny, her face. Yeah, I know. If when you have me on stream, I'll have to tell you a funny story about the time first went to say, yeah, I'll have you on stream. You were requested we'll have you on a members one first, and then we'll take it from there. But definitely have you not next week, the week after.
Look at that. What is the?
Let's do this week, the week after. Sorry.
Rule 20.3.3. And all of these sites are in our filing where we asked for him to be disqualified, which is document 77 of the record, in pages 13 and 14.
Well, first of all, there's no reason for me at this point to believe that there is going to be any inconsistency.
Where are you,
in
Sylvia?
the
Where are you?
testimony of the witness and Mr. Gravely's account of it. And I understand we don't give him, having given an account, although you could have asked the court for authorization for a deposition or something, but I don't want to get into that discussion.
Canada, 4 hours. Okay, okay. Yeah, I thought you were Canada as well. Okay, I didn't understand Canada was 4 hours. I thought you were 5 hours, same as behind us as US.
20 point, 20 point, 303?
That's what we've got down here, but I'll look it up with you.
Right. Also, I got a question for the chat as well. Let me prepare the question.
I'm not finding it.
I'll pause for a second. Right. So, oh, no, I won't pause it. I'll just mute it for a second.
The blue
Oh,
state
damn.
what I'm saying. This whole analysis on
Yeah, I went to the wrong one. I pressed the wrong one. What an idiot. What a idiot.
But if then the next
303?
Oh.
That's what we've got down here, but I'll look it up with you. It's not point, it's colon 3.7, lawyer as a witness.
3.7.
A lawyer should not act as advocate at a trial in which the lawyer is likely to be a necessary witness unless the testimony relates to an uncontested issue, testimony relates to the nature and value of legal services rendered, or disqualification of the lawyer would work substantial hardship on the client. A lawyer may act as an advocate in a trial in which another lawyer in the lawyer's firm is likely to be called as a witness unless precluded.
Oh, come on. There's a break coming up now, so that's why I'm a bit like,
Well, 3B, 3 sub B. A lawyer may act as advocate in a trial in which another lawyer in the lawyer's firm is likely to be called as a witness unless precluded from doing so by 20:1.7 or 0.9.
MW. Who's MW?
And then under comments, number 2, the tribunal has proper objection when the trier of fact may be confused or misled by a lawyer serving as both advocate and witness. The opposing party has proper objection where the combination of roles may prejudice that party's right in the litigation.
I remember that one.
I've already stated over
I
Mr.
remember that one. Thank you.
Gravely's objection that I'm not going to permit him to examine this
He should
witness.
also not be
this
allowed in the
witness.
room at the time during the examination.
You could probably talk me into that. But what in the rules precludes Ms. Grzerek from handling the examination of the witness?
No, I think she can.
Now, I did refer to what was also an ancient rule. I know it's, I define it as ancient because I was taught it in law school. And it was that the lawyer can't argue his own credibility. I'll forewarn you parties now that if credibility is an issue, and it may not be, in fact, maybe Mr. Gravely won't even see the witness stand. But if credibility is an issue, then I probably won't permit him to argue the case either. But that, to me, it seems like the outer limits, if we get to that point.
Credibility of who?
Well,
Credibility of who is an issue?
well, that's a good question. I guess I'd have to be, if your credibility comes into issue, or if there's an inconsistency of any kind between your recollection of events and that of the witness here, that I think you're probably going to be precluded from arguing anything about the case. But let's push it on.
So,
Just a question, so I can orient myself. I was obviously also present during the interview of Ms. Macias that day.
But you're not on the witness list.
Right, but if then the next tactic or stunt becomes, well, now, say Mr. Gravely eventually has to take the stand, which shouldn't happen because it's not an inconsistent statement, but let's play hypotheticals. So then Mr. Gravely takes the stand. He's already made it pretty clear that his memory is not necessarily sterling, which is why at the previous hearing, he did lean over to me and ask me who was present. So at that point, hypothetically, he takes the stand and doesn't have clear recollections because that's the status of the world given what he does for a living. Then are they then opening the door to then trying to call me to the stand as well? Because I would have the better recollection.
Is this legal jeopardy?
No, but it's the next logical jump in.
I don't want to get into the next logical jumps.
You make me step up now.
I've said what I have to say at this point, and that's where we're at.
Judge, first of all, none of this is a stunt.
I don't want to get into it.
Defense didn't create
The
any of
jury's
this.
in the back room.
Okay. The point is that the issue here is that this witness, this critical witness, significantly changed her story from all the reports we had before that February trial from last year. And so, and those two prosecutors were the only two people with her when she did that.
And I said last time, I thought that was a mistake.
Yes.
And I granted a mistrial because I thought it was a mistake.
And contrary to Mr. Gravely's representation, while the defense agreed to a mistrial, we were forced into it because of that exact flow of events created by him. So I just wanted that to be clear, that this is not something that the defense cooked up. This is a stunt.
I don't want to hear any more. There have been jibes periodically throughout the trial, and I've had as much as I want to hear. I want to get this case
true
put to the jury and a true and just verdict reached. Okay? Any question about what the rule is now?
I understand the court's ruling, Judge. Could I just have 5 minutes to reorient myself with the exact exhibits since this was anticipated to be Mr. Gravely's witness? Thank you.
And you were ordering him to be out of the room during this examination.
Again, I'm to object, Judge. As the court knows, I'm acting as a steward of the evidence and the discussions in this case. I intend to make an argument in this case at the end. For me to not be able to watch this key witness is not appropriate. It's no different than Detective Correa, who is a case officer and will testify in this case.
I will permit you to watch the video of the testimony before argument, if you are going to be arguing.
Okay,
and I'll even let you listen to the audio.
Yeah, I'm going to ask that the court not have the jury have the specter of me not be present. The court has not found that I engaged in any misconduct.
I am going to give a brief instruction to the jury that our attorney rules have provisions about lawyers on the case testifying, and for that reason, I've asked you to step outside the room. I'm not going to say anything assessing any fault or any misconduct or mistake or anything else. Just to explain to you them why you are not in the room.
Enough.
Okay,
All right, so 5 or so minutes.
with the emphasis on the 5. Okay. Would you tell the jury it'll be about 5 more minutes? Thank you.
Are they still arguing? What's going on? Okay, I'll just play it. This is just appalling. Yeah, well, I think someone said it at the time. Push it all off to the jury. It was crucial. She was Archie's apartment the night he went missing and saw nothing. That means she did not see Zach. Gravely met her with her, and her story changed. She was next door instead. Yeah, I remember this, but I don't remember the full story. So thanks, Josie. We listened to this very carefully. And that's why yeah, 4 times while there. It just sounds too dodge, you know. I don't remember the exact testimony, but I do remember there was a lot of issues with it. Gravely, not gravely, Schroeder. Yeah, he should have dealt with this a lot better than he did. That's not appropriate what he did there now. Um, Josie has completed the whole thing from the first one and then that. Why do you have different testimony and then versus no GBS run by the police? More and more you look at this case, the more this trial, the more and more dodgy you get. Like in the moment, I remember I was just like, this might be normal or something. You don't get the gist of it. Looking at it with a second pair of eyes, and also thanks to you as chat as well, pointing these stuff out, it just highlights how more corrupt, and how actually gravely dodged, not gravely, frigging Schroeder dodged a lot of questions and a lot of decisions. This right here should be mistrial. Actually, I agree. This right here should be a mistrial right now. This is what I don't get. But maybe it was a mistrial on the first one. That's why they're not pushing for it again, and that's why he's obviously been out the room and stuff. But I, d- after the first mistrial, wouldn't you just get the ADA to just run the whole show? Why? He's put himself in a position where he's now making a mockery of it. Yes, I know the answer. I don't remember this part. I remember it, but I didn't remember how bad it was. Yeah, I know. It sounds amazing. I mean, here, but this, I understand why it was a mistrial the first time now. I've never seen it the first time, but I understand now why it's a mistrial. We're back in the same position, and still no resolution. He's made basically a tick box resolution by making him out, taking him out the room, but that's not enough. I don't know what she said originally. I don't know what she said and how much has been changed and stuff. But going by what people are saying, right, quickly before they come back, um, right, I might stream this through the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. I know a lot of people aren't available, right? So I'm gonna be at 4 o'clock both days. Sorry, 4 o'clock UK time, 11 o'clock ET, 10 o'clock Central. And I know some of you aren't available, but I'm just thinking of doing it straight through this weekend. and next weekend. Or is it this weekend? Hang on. Day 6 today. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so that means I can finish it next Friday then. Next Friday, we're done with the trial, which I'm not rushing it, but I do need to, um, finish at some point. And I'm actually enjoying it in a sense, not enjoying it, but it's still fresh every day. So I'm thinking of doing it both days. Now, the only reason I might not do it is if you guys say to me, yeah, no, we're not available. So I got a poll here that says stream through the weekend, yes or no. Be honest, if you're not can't make it whatsoever, that's fine. If I understand like Sarah can't make it, I know that Sarah can't make it. Um, okay, Sarah said no. Okay, hang on. Oh man, not the weekend. I've already missed 2 days, just my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I'm fine with you not being here, Sarah, unless obviously you want to watch it and stuff. Um, I'm just. Or is there anything else we can do? I'm just conscious of the time for you guys as well to knock it forward all the time. We can miss weekend. Right. Okay. Let's mix bag here. Mixed bag. 4 yes, 2 no so far. Look, I think because our number 2 mod has said no, and now Kayla, who is the busty bestie, can't commit. I think, I want people to be here. My bad. I shouldn't have made a poll. I shouldn't have made this poll. Let's scrap the poll. Let's scrap the poll. Right. We'll just do it during the week instead. We'll just do it during the week. Because in fairness, I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm conscious that we got another trial coming up. That's the only reason. On the 11th. Yeah, I've just done it. We won't do the weekend. We won't do it. We won't do it. It just means we finish then on where I can get the calendar. So it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We finish on the 12th. Um, Tuesday, the 12th of September. Okay. There's another trial, which is fine, 11th, but I don't think it starts till the 12th. And if you are regular, you'll know the Alejandro that went to Mistral. That started on the 11th, but I believe they picked the jury on the 12th. I'm not sure how it worked, but we'll watch that. We'll watch that on repeat then. What happens to Rock? Yeah, we'll miss the weekend. I'll still probably do something on the weekend. Solomon has talked about Zach being denied his rights. Yeah, it's said on a TikTok somewhere. Right? I looked at whoever's doing the TikToks, by the way, fantastic work. I need to share them more. I need to actually do more on TikTok myself, but I do enjoy them. Yeah, he was denied a speedy trial. Yeah, they're back now. Actually, my mother's birthday on Saturday, so actually I'll just save myself. But it will be okay because I will stream at 4. We go around for brunch. So I'm gonna have American breakfast. Gonna have a few pancakes, streaky bacon, crispy bacon, fried eggs, and maple syrup.
All right, Ms. Krazarek?
State calls are ready. Macias to the stand.
Finally, she's on the stand. So this one's the one going to see Rosalio. We'll find out now anyway.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Ma'am, could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Nereida Macias, Nereida Macias, Macias.
And are you currently employed?
Yes,
And how are you employed?
I work for the circuit court as a clerical specialist.
And in what city?
Milwaukee.
And back in May of 2020, did you on a dating app meet Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Correct.
And what dating app was it, if you recall?
Facebook.
And do you recall generally the date that you first connected with Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
The date, May 12th.
And did you begin to exchange messages with him starting approximately May 12th?
Correct.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you exchange messages with Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct.
And in general, in the early days of May 12th through the next couple days, what generally type of things were you talking back and forth about?
Religion, spiritual stuff like self-help information, books about his mother, his kids, his job.
Were you getting to know each other?
Correct, yes.
And up until May 17th of 2020, had you met Mr. Gutierrez at all?
No,
In fact, have you ever met Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
no.
You indicated that you and Mr. Gutierrez Jr. talked about family and different things like that?
Yes.
What's important to you in life?
Objection relevance.
Seems marginally relevant,
I would agree.
very marginally. So if it's short, I'll,
Very brief, Judge.
okay.
So ultimately, did you and Mr. Gutierrez Jr. make a plan for May 17th?
Yes,
And did you do that over the phone via text messages?
yes.
Now, prior to May 17th of 2020, did you know where Mr. Gutierrez lived?
No.
I'm going to direct your attention to the television screen. And this is on State's Exhibit 1, number 344.
I'll move myself. Hold on.
Ms. Macias, do you recognize this phone number up here at the top?
Yes, that's mine.
Okay. And would that be a nickname for you as well as your last name?
Nettie, yes.
And do you recall asking this question of Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And what is that question that is up there?
What town do you live at?
And he then responds with Kenosha. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And he then gives you a little bit further information I live right by UW Parkside.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, were you developing a plan for you to come down and meet him?
That day, yes.
And do you recall if there were suggestions about different things that you guys could do, you know, given the status of the world back in May of 2020?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Well, let's move on to your next message. Does it read, "What's open" from you?
Yes.
And then you ask, "Around by you?" And he responds, "All the Kenosha bars are open." Is that accurate?
Yes.
And do you recall your response being, "We are not going to a bar"?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because going to the bar, obviously you're going to drink. I'm not going to drink and drive, only because of where I work at.
And ultimately, what did you guys decide would the plan be on May 17th that evening?
The plan was to pick them up and go out. I don't know, just drive around and get to know each other.
And so as part of that plan, did he text you his address?
Yes.
And direct your attention back to the screen. This is now page number 151 of State's Exhibit 1, number 344. And would the address that he texted you on May 17th at 6:58 p.m. be 3709 15th Street, Apartment 1B? Is that what he texted you?
Yes.
Now, once you had that address in your phone, what did you do to look up where he lived?
I looked it up on Google Maps to see where exactly he lived. It did, in the beginning, kind of scared me because I wasn't sure it was a good idea to go or not. But his personality really caught my attention. So I went for it and drove out there. Here.
And
She wants to get laid. Young kid, it's worth the risk. Let's get laid. Do not do what she did, ladies. I want to see
showing you
Sadie's
that
face
same
over this.
exhibit again. This is specifically page 149.
Looks like
So at approximately 6:56 p.m., he tells you, "No worries, take your time. I still have to drop off Ava, and she lives 45 minutes away." Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you respond with an okay?
Yes.
Then is it you that sends him a message saying 8:30 or 9
Yes.
with some question marks?
Yes.
And he responds 9 will be safer?
Correct.
And you say okay?
Uh-huh.
And then we get into where he gave you his apartment address.
Yes.
it's just too dodgy, and she should know working in the court how dodgy all this is. So I don't
And then did he give
disagree
you
with
the
you
full
there.
address at approximately 8:15 p.m. on the 17th, including Kenosha, Wisconsin, 53144?
Yes.
Well, maybe shows how easy it is. She seems like a normal
At
person,
some
but
point,
it's
does he
like,
tell you that according to his GPS, he'll be home at 9:01 PM?
Yes.
mm, they've only known each other for like 4 or 5 days.
Direct your attention back to the screen. And as your conversation continues at approximately 8:25 PM, does he tell you, see you soon?
Yes.
You say back K. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes.
Then he asks if you want him to pick you up anything to drink, Corona, Bacardi, or Jameson.
Correct.
And you indicate you'll settle for a beer. And you indicate you'll settle for a beer.
Didn't she say that she doesn't want to meet in a bar because she doesn't want to drink and drive? But now she wants to drink beer. I mean, that's a little bit of a leap. You don't want. Why can't you have one beer in the bar then? You don't want to drink in the bar, but you're happy to drink in his house. That's weird. I don't get that. You don't want to drink and drive, but then you still gonna drink a beer. Hmm. If you're drinking beer in his house, that means you're staying over. Now that's something. Would women do that? Would they like drink a sip of beer? Be like, oh no, I can't drink and drive. I have to stay now. Is that something she would? I don't know. I'm asking. That's something I would do, but would women do that? I
Does he then indicate to you other drink options?
Yes.
And is your response water is perfect?
Yes.
And then I don't want to get a DUI. And he then texts you, I understand.
Yes.
So after receiving that last message, do you then proceed down to Mr.
Yeah.
Gutierrez's residence to meet him for the first time?
Correct. Yes.
And
I think she wanted it.
what map program were you using, if you recall?
Google.
And so did you put in the address he had given you of 3709 15th Street 1B into that map program?
Yes.
Hello, Kong.
And then were you texting him updates about your progress?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you once again up there. We left off with him saying, I understand at 8:27 PM. And then at 9:37 PM, is that you indicating you're 5 minutes away?
Yes.
And then at 9:43 PM, indicating I'm here.
Correct.
And then at 9:44 PM, asking where do I park?
Yes.
And at 9:52 PM, are you okay?
Yes.
And at 10:05 PM, I'm worried about you, are you okay? And then at 10:18 PM, indicating I left. And I'm gonna scroll back up to the top of page 158. After Mr. Gutierrez has sent you, I understand, and it says delivered. When looking at your messages, what is the status of each message that you send after that, if you can tell?
It says unread.
And that's on each of these are unread?
Yeah, it says unread.
Unread. Unread. Oh my. Unread.
So after 8:25 PM, when he texts you, I understand,
Read.
do you hear anything further from Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
No.
To this day, have you ever heard anything further from Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Now I'm going to show you a map of the Wood Creek apartment buildings. Now, when you came down to meet with Mr. Gutierrez, can you, with a pointer, Judge, can I get the pointer from you?
Oops.
Ms. Macias, if you could take this pointer, and can you go up on this map and
And
explain
read.
to
I mean, I
me
can't
this
stand that.
apartment complex, where you went, and then what building you parked?
Oh, is that where the unread comes back? Oh, all right. That's annoying. That was annoying. I didn't get that. Sorry, I'm slow. I didn't get that. That was annoying. Unread. No, unread. Unread. I get it now. Jesus, I didn't get it. Oh, I got you girls now. Jesus. In light of the weather.
I'm sorry, I pulled in through the driveway and I parked right here.
And is that where your GPS took you to that building?
Correct, this building.
And when you first pulled in and parked right there, what did you do next in front of that building?
I waited a few minutes because I was nervous. I really wanted to get to know him. So I figured the door is like right here.
Yes, you are.
So I pulled in a little closer by some dumpsters and I waited there for a couple minutes more.
And do you recall what the weather was like that night?
It was like drizzling. It was kind of like rainy.
Okay. And obviously you got there at sometime around 9:30, 9:45 p.m. Was it dark out?
Yes.
And so besides parking in those locations you've talked about in front of that apartment, what else did you do, if anything?
Since I wanted to see when he came out, I parked across. I saw a guy that moved out his vehicle, so I parked right in front of the door so I can see when he comes out and I can just kind of flash my lights. But he never came out.
And ultimately you then left the area and went back home?
I waited there a few minutes, but he never.
So a guy pulled out. What guy? I don't know many guys that pull out. Oi, oi. No. What car was it? Is she going to ask these questions? Musical parking spots. Go. Yes. So I think. What do you know? The unread. She kept saying unread. You can't unread something when you read it. Unread. Yeah, exactly. You got it, Ashley. You got it.
Never came out. So when I pulled out, I ended up parking right here. And I kept texting him, "Are you okay?" I don't know if he was in the shower or married. I did not know, so I left.
You can grab a seat, thank you. Now, prior to that night, have you ever been to what is commonly here called the Wood Creek Apartments before?
Never.
Were you familiar with this area of Kenosha?
I know.
No.
I know, Sean.
No.
Jack will be proud, though.
After giving that statement to law enforcement about your interactions with Mr. Gutierrez that night, do you recall having a further meeting with Detective Correa in March of 2022?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting, as you best recall it?
To talk about what exactly happened at the location.
And what type of questions did Detective Correa ask you that you can recall?
Where my GPS guided me to exactly, and how long was I waiting between pulling out my vehicle.
And did he ask you essentially a lot of the same questions I've asked you today?
Yes.
Now, back in 2020, when officers first spoke with you,
Mhm.
did they have you come down to the scene and talk them through anything?
No.
So how did they where did they interview you the first time?
At the Kenosha police station. I actually came from Milwaukee. because I saw it on Facebook. Since I was not friends with Rosalia on Facebook, I was kind of curious. How come I didn't hear from him Sunday, May 17, 18, 19? I didn't hear from him. So I looked on Facebook and it said, have you heard any information from Rosalia Gutierrez? Please report to police. So I drove down personally to speak with Kenosha Police because I was concerned. And then I spoke with the detective and I explained to him what happened, or is everything okay? And he asked me some questions.
And when you first spoke to Detective Correa, he didn't take you to the scene to walk him through anything?
No.
But the second time you spoke with Detective Correa, you actually went to the scene to walk him through exactly where you parked and what you had done?
Objection, leading.
During your second interaction with Detective Correa, did you actually physically go to the scene? In terms of where you parked?
Yes.
Did he share with you that the building you actually were in front of was not 3709?
Objection, leading, and hearsay.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like it. But women do, though, don't they? Stalk you on Facebook and social media and stuff.
The building you pointed to up there, that's where your GPS took you that night?
Correct. Yes.
Now, I know that you had testified a little bit earlier that you had only been speaking with Mr. Gutierrez Jr. for approximately a little less than a week. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did anyone in your life know anything about him?
No.
Had you been talking to him about him to family and friends or anything like that?
No.
Was there anyone in your life at that point that would be jealous if you were talking to someone on Facebook dating apps?
No.
I think it's just because she's off in touch with him, and he'd been missing from the 17th, and police
Last
wanted.
question. So since
So-
8:25 p.m. on May 17th, when Mr. Gutierrez Jr. texted you back, I understand, have you heard from him at all?
No, not at all.
Yeah, this pizza, there's more to. I do think we get an explanation about the pizza, though.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
You think she's going?
No, ma'am, you have to, sorry, they get a chance.
Oh.
And I'm just gonna grab the
You work at a court? Bloody hell.
cord.
Caesar, that's right. Yeah, it makes sense now. It makes sense now. But who was the car that moved as well? There's just too much now. Just too much dodgy dealings with this. Oh, I can see, imagine what her face looks like.
His address, that you put it in to Google Maps. Do you remember that
Yes.
testimony?
Yes.
You're standing by that testimony?
Yes.
You sent Mr. Gutierrez a screenshot of you putting his address in, correct?
Yes.
I don't remember any of this. I don't remember the testimony. Jesus. I gotta put it down. Is the audio alright for you guys? It's not max for me. I can't cope with it. Let me know if you need me to go any higher again. It's at 360 now, so 600%.
Judge, sorry, there just seems to be some connective issue.
Yeah, maybe. But also,
Well, it's weird because it flickers on.
obviously, when I was looking at it, I probably started around here, so I didn't know the ins and outs of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So everything's more believable at this point.
So I pulled up, oh my gosh. Do we have another one?
Maybe no, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Either dumb or plain dumb. Okay. I don't. Yeah, I'm a. You gotta give me grace. I am a man. That's my line always. I'm a man. I don't remember stuff. If if she was attractive, I probably remember her. I shouldn't say that. If I mean, no, I've dug myself a hole there. I shouldn't have said that. That was wrong of me. I was trying to make a joke and I slipped up. Apologies. What a douchebag I am. Wait till you hear my just comment just now because you're on a 20-second delay. Oh, I feel like a rotten ass now. I shouldn't say that. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind saying about Sadie. Do you know what I mean? But did she see or hear Van driven by me yet? Good question. Thanks, Ashley. Try and save me here, yeah? To be fair, she was playing dumb unless I think about. Well, she did say unread, unread, and also she works in a court and she forgot she was getting crossed. She's about to leave. She works in a court. Sadie. Yeah, so you weren't his girlfriend, Sadie. You weren't exclusive. What's she laughing at? I think she is. I don't think she's very. Yeah, I don't. I mean, if you're gonna meet a guy after 4 days and say you're not gonna drink and drive, but then say you want beer in his house, I think, did she have a Bible and guy? Great video. Where's Joe? I don't have a Joe here.
Please don't talk about the case during the break. But 10 to 15 minutes.
You can come up and stand.
Oh, yes, I should know that. Lawcon introduced themselves to me on Discord, so I should know. Sorry. It gets 20 minutes worse. Starts questioning her. She has no clue about anything. Oh, jeez. Lawcon. A good video, Joe. I don't know what they're on about, but I'm sure it's a wonderful video. Look at the chair there. That's a huge chair. Right, let's skip this then. We'll watch a bit of this, and I'll get my pasty then. Okay, and I got a custard slice as well. Unicorn and Emma, you probably like a custard slice, yeah? Like watching Mock Trial by High Guess. Watch a bit of this, and then. Oh, how long is she on the stand for? Let's have a look. Oh, bloody hell, she's on for a long time. Lunch break is in an hour and 20 minutes. I ain't waiting an hour 20 minutes for my. I'll have it here. Cool, cool. Fine. I need to look at these stuff. I've not seen it. I've not seen it, but the videos I see about Zach and stuff are really good. So I need to see it. Oh, I think I've seen it.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Muller.
I think I've seen it.
Okay, I pulled up State's Exhibit 344, page 153. Ms. Macias, this is the text message that you sent to Mr. Gutierrez with the screenshot of your maps, correct?
Yes.
And you had an iPhone, correct? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 237. This is the screenshot that was in that text message, correct?
Yes.
And in this, it's your address to 3709 15th Street. And it's saying that it's going to take a total of 37 minutes. Sorry, if you could just say yes or no.
Yes,
for
my
Madam
apologies.
Reporter.
Yes.
And
She
this
works at a court.
screenshot is actually from Apple Maps, correct?
That's Apple Maps?
So you
Yes.
didn't use Gmail, you used Apple Maps.
I used Gmail and Apple Maps. I don't know if it was the second time when I went out there to meet with the detectives, so it must have been. So I must have used Apple Maps to meet up with him, but I must have used Google Maps to go see the detectives to meet up with them for the scene.
Okay, so when you
So I must.
went on May 17th, 2020, you used Apple Maps,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no.
And it would take you 37 minutes according to Apple Maps.
Yes.
He doesn't know. Look at Sadie going, you
I'd ask
mother
that Defense Exhibit 237 be moved into evidence.
effer.
Any objection? No. Proceed.
You think she's in an apartment? Oh, okay. Interesting.
Correct, thank you. It was on, it's just taking. So, in your text messages, you and Mr. Gutierrez had agreed to meet at 9 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you sent that screenshot that said 37 minutes. And do you remember texting Mr. Gutierrez at 8:24 p.m. that you were going to start leaving your house?
At 8:24.
Correct.
It's around 8, but I can't remember the times. I need to see the times. Sorry.
Pull up what's marked as Defense Exhibit 236.
Yes, I love it. It just goes to prove why she sat next to the family. Like, Rosario didn't care about her. He's meeting the woman. You want to get freaky with it? Freaky, freaky, freaky with it? He does. But at the end of the day, he was gonna slip the D into her, and Sadie, ooh, Sadie was gone. Slip the D inside the vag. Slip the D inside the vag. Slip the D inside the vag. Look at her. My pussy's better than your pussy is what she's fucking thinking. No, it's not, Sadie. I still don't understand
Okay,
what's
so
going
the
on.
message in the blue is your message.
I know.
Yes.
If my family, if my niece told me, obviously if they're older, that she just met a guy and she went to his house in 4 days, I would have grabbed her by her hair, put her in the car. You're never going back there again. You're never coming home. What
Okay.
are you doing?
And you send a text that says, okay, no worries, I love driving, it'll give me time to jam more.
Thanks,
and
Josie.
Start leaving my house. That was at
Yes.
8:24,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Your plan was to meet at 9, correct?
Correct.
So 37 minutes from 8:24 would be around 9 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, in your text messages and in your
Caca face. That's it. Cacky face. Caca face.
direct testimony, you said that you're there, I'm here, at 9:43 p.m., correct?
She does look mean. Oh, let me just take stuff off.
And prior to that, you didn't text Mr. Gutierrez that you were running 40 minutes behind, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't call him and tell him you were running behind, correct?
No, I did not.
And he didn't call you asking you where you were, correct?
No.
And he didn't text you asking where you were.
That's a good question, though.
Is there an answer?
No.
Could we have the witness speak directly into the microphone? We can't hear her at all over here.
When I
Is
said,
it on?
is there an answer, are you answering no, there was?
Oh, I was
not
saying-
an answer, or no, that was the answer?
No, that was the answer.
No was the answer.
Yes.
The first question. And speak into the mic, please.
So you also testified about how it was your plan to drive around, to meet up, come and you drive around.
True.
Yes, to get to know each other. I was too afraid to go to his house. I didn't want to go in there. I just wanted to basically get to know him and just get to know him a little better.
But you didn't text about that plan, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't talk to him that day about that plan, correct?
We did earlier when we were actually talking, when I was working.
On the phone.
Correct.
So what was the plan then for when you got there? At 9 p.m., what was the plan?
Don't know. We just wanted to get to know each other once I got there and see what was the plan. Either go to a bar, to a restaurant.
Well, I'm
What?
asking more about the specific details of your plan.
Well done,
You said
Sylvia.
that you were waiting outside
for him to come out? Did you talk about that he would come out to meet you?
I think his plan was maybe for me to come in, but I would not go in there. My plan was just to sit outside, maybe in the car, and just get to know each other.
So his plan was for you to come in, but your plan was for him to come out.
Correct.
So what plan did you make that you solidified of what would happen when you arrived there at 9 p.m.?
What plan did I make? I'm sorry, could you repeat that question
You
again?
just testified, previously you testified that the plan was he was going to come out and you guys were going to go for a ride together. Just now you testified that he wanted the plan according to him was that you were going to come inside.
I'm thinking maybe he wanted me to come in. I don't know what was he thinking, but I can tell you that my plan was for him to come out. I don't know if he was.
Okay, so that was just your plan. That
Right.
wasn't something that you guys discussed and agreed
No,
on.
not at all.
Okay, so you didn't discuss that when you had the phone call with him earlier then?
We just planned to just meet up with each other. That was the plan.
At 9 p.m.?
Yes. It could have been earlier, but he had to drop off his kids, and I respect that.
But didn't they have a conversation about her drinking beer? And she's like, no, water's good or something. Yeah, she said yes to beer. So she was planning on going in the house. Unless he's going to bring milk and... What?
So May 20th, 2022, you upon yourself.
I love it. I fucking love it. This is my kind of humor. The plan was for Archie to come inside. Absolutely love that, Kayla. That's what we need here. This is my kind of humor. Love it. Love it. Open it. Kayla, days. I love that, Kayla. Thank you so much. You just made my day. Just made my day with that.
Just show up at Kenosha Police Department at 7 a.m. in the morning.
Correct.
No one had reached out to you to come provide
No.
things. You went on your own accord.
Yes.
And do you remember that when you went to meet up at Kenosha Police Department that you had materials that you were going to give to the detective you spoke to?
Yes, my phone of the conversations I had with him and the conversations I had prior, which was the Facebook meets or Facebook dating app.
And those were screenshots, correct?
That day, no.
You didn't give any screenshots to the detective on May 20th, 2022?
Not that day, because they were going to meet with me again.
Okay, do you remember, strike that. I'm going to show you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 235.
I was wondering where Unicorn had gone. I was like, where's she gone? It's gone quiet. And you're not quiet, Unicorn. Emma's gone as well. She's gone quiet. I hope Emma's not doing her reads to text again, because that was hilarious last night, listening to some of her chat.
Show you what's been
Stella
marked
last
again
night.
as Defense Exhibit 235.
It is weird, you're right. Oh, let me go off the screen.
This is an email that you had sent to Detective Pereira on May 20th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And at around 8:26 a.m.
Correct.
And the subject is forward last text messages I had with Zario, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But his name is, that was a misspelling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in there you wrote, I'm forwarding over the extra information you asked for as an attachment to this email.
Yes.
And the attachments were screenshots.
Yes.
Right?
Now I
Nothing
remember.
better.
Yes, those I sent those
Pizza
out.
and sex. Nothing better.
I remember those. Yes.
Okay, so this is a forwarded email.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you email yourself these screenshots prior?
Forwarding. Yes, I did. I kept those for my copy purposes. That's why.
So at what time though? Did you provide that email that you had forwarded to law enforcement?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the relevance of that. She testified she provided these screenshots as been identified. What does it matter if she forwarded them to herself first?
I sent them
We need
to
gravely.
him because that's what he
I'm not
asked for.
asking about you sending them to him. Sorry, not asking if you sent them to him. Good.
Okay, I sent them to him because he asked me for them. But I don't know if I sent them to myself or did I resend them to him because he must have said, I did not get them. I can go back and look at my email. I'm more than happy to do that.
So let's go.
Maybe you should have done that before going there today.
So this screenshot that you sent, and it's terrible quality. I'll try to zoom in. It might be that I have to hand you the actual exhibit. I'm going to hand you the actual exhibit just so you can see the text.
Emily's disgusting.
But this is one where it starts about what are your plans tonight, and then basically would you be interested in meeting up?
No.
Is that an accurate depiction of what that text string is?
Yes.
Okay. And this screenshot was taken at 8:03 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So this screenshot then you had taken the day before?
What date is that?
So you emailed these as a forwarded email to Detective Carrera on May 20th, 2022.
Yes.
This is a screenshot that says the time that this screenshot was taken was at 8:03 a.m. You'd agree that's the time that's up on the top, correct?
On May 19th?
I'm asking you, what date did you take this screenshot?
I don't remember.
Did you take any screenshots when you were meeting with Detective Carrera?
Oh, I don't remember. No. I sent those the moment he asked me for them, but I don't remember the dates when I sent them.
Okay, so when I'm asking, you don't remember then when you took the screenshot?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to ask and answer. That's been asked 2 or 3 different ways at this point. She's indicated she does not remember when the screenshots were taken.
Her answer was that she doesn't remember when she sent them. She hasn't answered as to when she took them.
Did she say that she hadn't taken them?
Yes.
Or that she received them from someone else?
No, that she had taken them.
Well, how would it be a forward then?
Well, her testimony, Judge, was that she didn't remember when she had forwarded the email, but my understanding was that she had sent them to herself. She said she had sent herself her own copy. So, do you remember what date you took this screenshot on?
No, I don't.
I'm going to go to another screenshot that you sent. I might need to hand this to you if you can't read it. But this was a screenshot that was taken at 7:10 a.m., correct?
Yes. The time is on top.
Sorry?
The time is on top.
So at 7:10, were you already at Kenosha Police Department?
I'm just trying to figure out what date that I did send them, but I was over there around the time, 8 o'clock in the morning.
So if you were there around 8 a.m., we know it takes 37 minutes to get to your house or get to Kenosha around. Did you take this screenshot early that morning or the day previous?
I think previous.
So then it would have been May 19th at 7:10 a.m.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. I would have to go back and look at my phone again. I would
Okay.
have to reopen my
Well,
phone.
that's fine. We'll just go to a different one. This was another attachment you sent with the timestamps, correct?
Yes.
The time on that's 2:44 p.m., correct?
2:44.
At the top, the time that you took the screenshot.
Yes.
Because, I think this is common knowledge, but maybe perhaps not. When you take a screenshot on your phone, it's going to depict your whole,
Right.
whatever's on your phone, right?
Right.
So your understanding is that if that time showed up, that would have been the time that the screenshot was taken on your cell phone.
Yes.
Okay. So you're with Detective Carrera in the early morning hours on May 20th, 2020. You'd agree that it would be physically impossible for you to have screenshot this text on that specific date, correct?
I'm going to object to physically impossible. I think it's a mischaracterization, and she said she was there in the early morning hours, which opens up the possibility of a lot of time that day. So I think it's a mischaracterization of what's been testified to.
I can rephrase and go through it a little in more detail. I'll go back to the time you sent the email. You sent the email at 8:26 a.m. on May 20th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
Right, we'll get back to that. I want to give you some education first, right? So, for those that don't know, right, or never seen one before, this is a pasty. Half a pasty here, right? So pastry with a bit of meat, like corned meat, corned beef, bit of veg in there. Some say it looks like, you know, vagina. Whoop, whoop. You can spread it and stuff. Then the next bit is custard slice. So those are my pasties, custard slice. So bit of pastry, custard, cold custard in the middle, and icing at the top. See it? So that's pasties, pussies, and then something sweet to finish off, the white stuff to finish it off, yeah? Vagina and bread, yes. Basically, so it's nice. You can literally, if you stick your fingers in it, nice and soft, you can spread it, you can do anything you want with it. It's lovely jubbly. And then the pastries then, you can even stick it in the pastries as well. Lovely jubbly. Anyway, sorry about that. I just wanted to show it to you Americans. A very large, but well, yes, but you probably get a fist in there. An overused vagina, shall we say? Overused. Sorry, let's get back to it then. Overused. Right. It can, Jack. Jack Moss, can. Bread, piss, custard. No cherry bakewells. No. Right. Let's get it on here. Thank you, Sylvia. We just like a bit of a laugh. That's all. A lot of people know it's a laugh.
This screenshot is taken at 2:44 p.m., correct?
I'll go off screen
Yes.
tweet this.
So it would have
Yes.
had to have been taken on May 19th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
So knowing that now, does that help refresh your memory as to what date you took the other screenshots on.
Correct.
So this would have been taken at 7:10 a.m. on Monday, May 19th.
Yes.
And the other screenshots, the ones from 8:04 p.m. or 8:04 a.m. were also taken on May 19th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, these screenshots that you sent Detective Carrera, they're not an entirety of the string of messages that you had with Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
The string of, you mean like the conversation I had with Gutierrez?
Yes.
That's the only thing I had.
So I'm going to give you Exhibit 235, and I want you to show me which attachment shows the text message that says that you're about to leave your house at 8:24 p.m.
You said at 8:40 or 8:20?
At 8:20, the one that I read to you earlier.
It's not here.
Sorry, can you say that louder?
It's not in this, it's not on the sheets.
So the attachments that you sent didn't include that message, correct?
The attachment, what that I sent to the
To
the
detective.
I sent him everything.
But you just said that you looked through this
I looked through
exhibit
that one, it's not on
and
there.
it's not in there, correct?
Yes.
And asked to move Defense Exhibit 235 into evidence.
Objection?
I would ask that he subject to cross or redirect against something.
I would ask that
Can
something
it be
of,
subject to redirect on it before it's officially moved into evidence?
well, I'm going to see that subject to your recross.
Why didn't you just hand Detective Correa your phone to be able to look at the text messages?
I did.
And did you allow him to complete a Cellbrite download or a download of your cell phone?
He had mentioned there was going to be 2 officers coming to my home to speak with me. And those 2 officers, I offered my phone, and they said, we just want to see the text messages. And then they sent it to themselves.
The detectives took your phone and sent themselves the messages?
Yes.
Okay.
Or
And
officers, I don't know if they're officers or detectives, but they reviewed my phone.
but they never took your phone completely to
No.
run any tests on it?
No.
Now, you said that you went to Kenosha Police Department the morning of May 20th, 2020, because you had seen a Facebook post,
Correct.
but you weren't friends with Mr. Gutierrez on Facebook.
Correct.
So what Facebook post did you see?
Since I didn't hear from him the 3 days that I was just kind of like, what's going on? I was like, maybe he's married or, he's not interested or what. But I saw on Facebook, it said in public, if you hear anything from Rosario Gutierrez, please contact Kenosha Police. So I'm thinking like, oh my God, what happened? So right away, I took the day off and I came here to Kenosha Police Station, and I spoke with the detective, and I explained to him, not explained, but I asked him,
Is there something that I'm missing? Is this guy, you know, what's going on? And he started to ask me information, like, how do you know Rosalio? You know, how did you meet him? And I explained to him, like, I don't know too much about him. I just know a little bit of what we talked about. I gave him the whole conversation of what I had with Rosalio last.
So, but back to the Facebook post. Who posted it?
I don't know.
Did you show detectives the Facebook post that you had seen?
No, I just seen it on Facebook and I just never.
At what time did you see it on Facebook?
Let's see. I seen it at nighttime, so it was like, must have been like a Wednesday night. The 20th was a Thursday, right? Is that correct? It was the night before. I know it was the night before, and it was a nighttime. And I said, "Oh, geez, I gotta go over there and see what's going on."
You got to go over there.
Like come to Kenosha and find out, like, is everything okay? Because I don't know. Like, I had the conversation last, and me working at the time period for the district attorney office, you know, my job is important. I'm a mother. You know, I don't know. I just thought the best thing to do was to give the officer my phone.
Okay, so May 20th was a Wednesday. I want to go back to the Facebook post. So May 19th was a Tuesday. So you're saying you saw that Facebook post the evening hours of May 19th, 2020?
Yes.
So not in the morning?
Not in the morning.
So not around 7 or 8 a.m.?
I know it was like a day or two days after. Yeah, it must have been 2 days after, because I was so concerned, like, he never got back to me. I kept messaging him.
Okay, I want to go, sorry, I'm just asking about this Facebook post. So I'm going to keep it to that.
Yes.
So it wasn't around 2 p.m. mid-afternoon either. It's later than that. You see this post.
Correct.
So I want to go back now to May 17th, 2020. You thought you used Google Maps on that day, but now after seeing your screenshot, you know you used Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020.
Correct.
And when you spoke with officers, I believe it was on the 22nd, you spoke to someone other than Detective Correa, correct?
Yes.
And you had told those officers that you were outside of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment building, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you could see the numbers on the apartment building, right?
Yes. No, it was kind of dark. I'm just following by what the maps was telling me, so it was kind of dark.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 58. Does this look like the front of the apartment building that you were waiting at?
I'm going to object. Wood Creek Apartments, they're essentially all identical. So in terms of being able to, if she asked about the address specifically, if you saw that, I think that's appropriate. But all of the apartment complexes are identical. So whether she's in front of this one or one that looks identical would have to be determined by the address, not necessarily.
You're testifying right now. You can cover this on your redirect. Although the point may be a good one, and so.
She was there, Judge.
Understand?
They all look the same. They really do look the same. The same door, the color of the door, from what I'm seeing right now.
The taped door looks?
No. Just the color of the door.
Okay, but there's numbers on top of the door, correct? Can you read the numbers that are?
It says here 3709.
Okay, thank you. So Apple Maps could have taken you to the correct address, right?
Tanner, I'm gonna object. She testified to where it took her. Whether or not it could have taken her to the right address, I think is irrelevant. She's testified under oath where it took her.
Judge, on direct, the state said, oh, you took Google Maps and Google Maps took you here. We now have that she took Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020. Completely different maps. So
No.
I'm able to go into this.
Well, I just want to make sure this defendant who is giving the testimony, and not the attorneys, talking about things that haven't actually been produced in testimony. So, again, I'll repeat, you can cover on request.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes,
With
please.
respect to the questions by the attorneys, occasionally lawyers, and we're all guilty of it, will form questions in such a way that assumes facts and asks the witness to affirm them. And sometimes the witness takes a different course and doesn't directly respond to that. Keep in mind that if the witness does not affirm what the question presupposes, then it's not reflective of the witness's answer. Any question about that? Okay.
So it's possible that on May 17th, 2020, you were taken to 3709 15th Street.
You're telling.
You're asking, she was taken?
Sure,
Directed, is that what you mean?
Sure, I'll rephrase. It's possible that Apple Maps would have taken you to 3709, that building, on May 17th, 2020.
But it didn't guide me there. It guided me a whole different building. That's what I'm realizing.
But you said okay, so later in March of, what was that, 2022, correct?
Yes.
2 years later, you used Google Maps to return to the Wood Creek apartment complex.
Correct.
And when you used Google Maps, it took you to the building you pointed out during direct.
Correct.
But they all look the same.
Yes.
So it's possible that when you used Apple Maps directed you to the other building. The actual building.
The actual building. It never sent me to an actual building.
But, okay, so March of 2022, you actually had gone back to that location before March 2022, correct?
With the DA and the detectives.
No, I want to talk about, the time that you went to the scene only with the district attorneys.
Well, with the people from the district attorney's office, is that what you mean?
People from the district attorney's office. You remember that meeting?
Yes.
And who were the people of the district attorney's office that you met with?
The district attorney, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. I'm so sorry.
Ms. Kazarian?
I'm sorry, how do you say your name?
Jessica.
Yes, Jessica. And it's another gentleman. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name.
Can you describe what he looked like?
He's a very tall gentleman.
I'll stipulate it's DA Mike Gravely.
The district attorney?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And how did that meeting come about?
He called me that day and he's like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm at the building where it's."
Sorry.
I'm gonna.
What if
She asked a question, she's answering the question. I believe it should be fully answered before we move on to the next question.
I'm gonna withdraw that question and rephrase it.
Well, you can't interrupt the witness. Did you understand the question?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Can you ask me that question again, or
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
So prior to you meeting with District Attorney Mike Gravely and Jessica Fitzgerald, how did you know to go to that location?
How do I know to get to that location? Because the DA gave me the address and said, I will meet you to that location so you can explain more detail where you parked. I said, okay.
So did you call the district attorney or did the district attorney call you?
They called me.
And do you remember the district attorney telling you that there's something off with the timeline?
Just the map. It was kind of like the Google Maps, and we were just kind of figuring out the map. Why did my phone directed me again to the same location where it sent me the first time?
And Attorney Gravely had asked you to do that, correct?
I'm going to object to ask her to do what?
Asked you to do that? Question was asked you to do that?
It's vague.
That's what, it was a follow-up to her answer just now about comparing the map to your phones to Google Maps. Attorney Gravely asked you to do that, correct?
Just to kind of review my phone. And I showed him my phone. This is where my phone directed me to that other building.
But
to that other building, but you said the buildings look like exactly the same. She's confusing me.
he didn't ask you to pull up it on Apple Maps, correct?
No, not that I remember. No.
And that was approximately 2 years after you had been to Wood Creek Apartments in May of 2020, right?
No, that was like a year ago, 2 years ago. Like a year ago. No, it was a year ago after I met up with him. It was a year ago.
So back now to the Apple Maps, is it possible that where you were when you met with the district attorney is different than where you were on May 17th, 2020?
No, it was the same location.
How do you know it was the same location?
Because he called me and said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I'm right here where I was waiting for Rosario." He said, "This is not the building. The building's over here." And I said, "Well, you can see for yourself." And I showed it to him.
But you previously testified that all the buildings looked exactly the same.
Yes.
Yes, they all look the same.
So how do you know you were at a different building?
Because the phone had a little red dot that pointed to me that was the building.
But you were using
from
Google
Maps.
Maps.
I'm going to object, asked and answered. I think now we're on, time 4.
Well,
It's a different map.
organization leaves something to be desired. Rephrase your question.
I agree.
Let's take it from there. As to
This is
what
dodgy as hell.
what event she's talking about and what the source of her information was.
Right. She doesn't know anything. Dumb as fuck. All the way. Oh, I don't know. I don't know this. I don't know that. I'm thick. Right. But all of a sudden, she's fucking waking up now, going, "Oh no, I'm 100% in this exact spot." Was that the building? Oh, I don't know what the building. They all look the same. But I know I was exactly because the red dot. The red dot told me to go. Motherfucker, there's no way. She's thick as shit, man. How does she remember that and nothing else? Fucking hell. No, there's definitely something dodgy going on here. Definitely. That there's no way this woman remembers something exactly where she was 3 years or 2 years, whatever previously, and she doesn't remember anything else. Anything else about because they're just the buildings just look like each other. What a I know she's thick, but you can't be this thick. Come on, you can't. Please tell me you can't be this thick. I mean, maybe she is this thick. I don't know. I mean, she was meeting a guy at his house 4 days afterwards, but she's lying all the time. She goes, "We didn't have any plans," but she agreed to go in to have a beer and then water She didn't want to go into the pub because she didn't want to drink, but she's happy to go to his house to drink. What the fuck? No one's asked her what the car was that moved. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Does not add up. How about? Yeah, true. That's true, Joe. Oh, Patsy for the DA. Yeah, that changed it. It doesn't add up. You know, she's on there. I don't know anything. Then all of a sudden, she fucking so adamant about this. She must be playing dumb. She's just so if she wasn't so adamant about it, I'd be like, fair enough. And she'd be like, well, to the best of my knowledge, that's what I remember. I couldn't remember a year or two afterwards somewhere where I parked. Fuck me. If I went to, I don't know, someone's building, I'm not gonna remember exactly where I parked. No one is. So how could she be? Yeah, but the red dot told me. The red dot said here. Yeah, had water bottles. I bet I fucking did. As soon as she said she wanted water, he put them all in the bedroom, sly dog. I know. That's something I would probably do as well. This is just infuriating. Like, you can't be this thick. And I don't mean that, but no, I won't go there. I won't talk about the spectrum and stuff.
Was, and the impression that you formed as to where she physically was.
Did you look at the apartment building numbers at any point?
I did not really pay attention, only because I was only going by what the map was telling me.
Okay, so then,
I'm sorry,
And then-
Judge, nobody can hear.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's been a couple of months that the sound has been worse and worse. And it's not your fault, ma'am,
Sorry.
unless that green light isn't lit, because then
It's
it's,
lit.
press the bar in front. Yeah? No, I don't know. We were
Can you hear me now?
I'm having terrible trouble with that, hearing from that
Can you hear
microphone.
me now?
That's why I didn't want to go there, Sean. I didn't want to go on to the
To
spectrum.
me, all the buildings, they look the same. The moment you drive in, they all look the same.
So you could have been there, in front of his house.
but when you met with the DA's office, you used a different map application.
Correct. The Google.
So it's possible where you were on that day was different than where you were directed previously.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. This has been asked and answered multiple times. She indicated she went to the same place she had been directed before and was surprised that we weren't there.
You could cover it under green.
Yeah, stop. Minnie Gravely.
I'm not sure. All I can say is, for some reason, God guided me that way, and I don't know why. I arrived at that same building 2 times. I arrived at the same building two times, both building 2 times. God guided me that way, and all I can say is, for some reason, God guided me that way. All I can say is, for
That's did she just say God guided me that way? Did you just say that?
some reason, God guided me that way.
Did God guided me that way? Why are you using God for? I never see. So God guided you there. So it wasn't the Apple map. It was God. That's just weird. This is just getting weirder now.
And I don't know why. I arrived at that same building 2 times. I arrived at the same building two times. Both maps, both times I put it on there. If I put it on there right now, it'll probably guide me there again. I don't know.
Mother, I am so sorry. I just get so confused with this woman. So confused. Unread. He does a milk. What the? Is she for real? She works in a court of law, Jen. What the hell? But this doesn't make. So God guided her there. It wasn't Google Maps or Apple Maps. It's God. She doesn't know. She doesn't know her left side from her right side, but she knows exactly the bay and the building, even though the buildings are all different, and she doesn't know which building because they're all different, but she knows exactly the spot. Calm down, calm down, calm down. She might be this thick, but I don't think she is. If you go somewhere and park at an apartment block, you've never been there before, and a year later you go back there, there's no chance in hell that you remember where you parked. No chance. It's the exact bay, is what I'm saying now. The exact bay. The region, yes. The exact bay, not a chance. Not a chance. Because God guided me there, or what you should say. I mean, I've been lost before, and God never guided me home. I had to guess my way home. Do you know what I mean? Well, maybe he did guide me home, to be fair. That's why I guessed right. Okay. Sorry, I'm stopping here for a second because I'm trying to process all of this. First time watched it, is maybe a bit confusing, but now we know a lot more. It's just none of this makes sense. None of it makes sense. The red dot took her there, then God took her there. Then there's no plans to meet, but she agreed to go in, or she agreed to drink beer and water. I'm just confused. But she didn't want to drink beer because she doesn't want a DUI, but she's happy to drink a beer in his house because she wants to get laid. I get that bit. Gravely, it just sounds dodgy. But why did Gravely want to know exactly? Isn't that up to the detective to do all that work? Why was Gravely doing that work? Why was Gravely meeting with her? Doesn't she have a son in the 20s? Maybe he had a maybe. Yeah, I do. Well, obviously we haven't got a special map. Obviously, evidently, there's a map out there that you can download. Maybe if Sarah or or Josie can find God's map and put it on here, we can attach it because I've never heard of it. That took her to the exact same spot. Okay, right. I'm not trying to be a dick to her, but I mean, if she's on spectrum, then I'm sorry. Obviously, you need a bit more time, but it just doesn't add up. You cannot be so sure about something, but everything else is so vague about it. There's no way you can do that. Right. Okay. Let's see.
So, but you didn't use Apple Maps when you met with the DA's office, correct?
When I went to the DA office, did I use Apple Maps? Is that what you're asking me?
When you went to the Wood Creek Apartments, when you met the district attorneys there, you did not use Apple Maps.
No, I used Google.
So you're saying all the buildings look the same. You used a different application the second time to get there. So all I'm asking is it possible that on May 17th, 2020, you were actually in front of 3709 15th Street?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She's indicated she didn't really look at the numbers, and she said where she was on both dates. So we are asked this question multiple times. She's answered it multiple times, and we just keep going in circles trying to get a different result.
She won't answer it.
She hasn't answered the question. Her answer to the question each time is she used Google Maps and everything looks the same. So I'm trying to break that down, and we know she testified earlier that she used Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020. And she's not been able to provide an answer as to how she knows definitively that while using a different application, she arrived at the location that she was, were directed to Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020. I'm simply trying to get an answer to that.
I think the subject has been extensively covered, and it may be that the clarity that you're seeking isn't there.
Oh,
You didn't read
Jesus.
any of, on May 17th, 2020, you didn't look at the apartment building number.
On May when?
17th, 2000?
No, because it was dark and it was rainy.
You said you had your lights on?
Yes, but my vehicle is not that. It was an old Toyota that I had that's not even that bright. So I couldn't even see myself. That's why I said I wait for him to come out. I'm not gonna.
So why are you doing driving? So it's not roadworthy. What are you doing driving then? So your lights weren't powerful enough. So what's it doing on the road then?
But you said that you pulled up, right? So you said you pulled your car up, that you were back by the dumpster, correct?
Correct.
And that you pulled your car up to a closer up spot.
Correct.
Which would be approximately 10 feet from the building, correct?
Oh, interesting.
With your lights on.
Correct.
And you're saying you didn't look and read what you read today, which was 3709 apartment building number. You didn't read it.
No, I didn't. I was more worried for him to even come out. I was nervous. I wanted to get to know him. All I remember seeing is a heavy-set woman coming down the stairs. There's light in the hallway, and some young guy was going down the stairs, and then he went back up. I don't know. I didn't want to get to the door and ring the doorbell or anything because I wasn't sure if it's one of those apartments that they have to buzz you in. I'm not going to stand in the rain.
So now you just said that you observed we'll talk about what you observed now. You said you observed a heavier set woman going up and down the stairs?
Yeah.
Do you remember on May 22nd, 2020, saying that you saw a Hispanic male going up and down the stairs?
It's like a Hispanic male, yes.
And that you actually saw a heavier set black female woman with a bag enter the apartment building?
Correct.
So you didn't see are you mistaken that you saw the black female woman going up and down the steps that you had just seen her go in?
Yes.
Right. And so you said that you could see what was going on in the apartment building.
Correct.
So you were close enough to observe what was going on in the apartment building.
Yes.
Oh, now what a question that was. What a great question that was. So you're close enough, and even she paused. Yes, because she didn't want to say she could look in the buildings. What a liar, liar, pants on fire. You motherfucker. She is a lying bitch. Just on that, let's listen to her again. Listen to her again.
Her go in?
Yes.
Right. And so you said that you could see what was going on in the apartment building.
Correct.
So you were close enough to observe what was going on in the apartment building.
Yes.
The pause. Shit. She knows she's fucked up there. The pause of, oh, yeah, I can see inside. Yes, I can. Mother.
And do you remember being
Inside.
asked if you saw any vehicles around the area when you were there on May 17th, 2020?
I saw like another Toyota, like a blue Toyota, drive past me with tinted windows, but didn't really pay attention to that.
Do you remember saying you saw a white four-door vehicle as well?
There's a lot of vehicles there, so I didn't really pay attention to other vehicles around me.
You just said a vehicle pulled out and you went in their place. Which one's that?
Everybody's vehicle was parked.
One
If I was
move.
to show, you wrote a statement in this case, correct?
Yes.
If I was to show you that, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I mean, she doesn't know anything. She doesn't know anything. Too many cars. Can't see inside. Can't see the sign, but I can see inside the building. Not a problem. I can see people walking up and down. Not a problem. That's clear enough. But I can't explain anything. But the red dot, I knew exactly what bay I was in. This was the bay. I am sorry that I'm pausing, but I am infuriated with this. I don't think she's dumb, as in playing dumb. Sorry, she's dumb. She's playing dumb. She's definitely playing dumb. Uh, because you don't even work for a DA being this dumb. Can you imagine being in court with this if she's working for the DA? Nah, she's not. She's playing dumb. She's playing a game right now. So I'm making it official. She's not dumb. She's playing dumb. Oh, making me mad. Hi, Kim. I see you sneak in there. But no, she did check it. This is the thing. She lied again because she did check. She's just a lying motherfucker. Pay attention to. Check numbers in apartments building, whichever. Yeah, right. If you're meeting a guy, or for me, a woman, and you go in there for the first time, I probably get there a little bit early, but she gets there late, fashionably 40 minutes late. Then what do you do? Like, like as a man, I'm checking I'm fresh, got the gum in, fine, making sure I got spray on. I'm 100% making sure I'm at the right fucking building. I'm 100% getting out there to look. If I can't see from the car, which building is it? Right, this one. Cool. I know where it. Fine. This nosy bitch is going through his Facebook and stuff. There's no way she is not seeing which apartment. She's at the right apartment, or she thinks she is. So, oh, she's driving me mad. She's a lying motherfucker. Um, because she knows she's getting laid. There's no question in my mind. She knows she's getting a, she's getting her on. Who's in the building through small device? Exactly, Sol. Hi, Sol. And Jen. So, male or female, she saw. Why was the male going up and down the stairs? Yeah, the bitch is lying and seeing the numbers. She is. She's a liar. I mean, we were giving her the benefit of the doubt whether she's just thick. She's not. She's a lying bitch. I've made it official. At least she didn't say she saw. That is something. But I'm sure Gravely tried to sneak that in. She lied about a lot. Yes. Hi, I'm late to join. Hi, Sandra. Lovely to see you. Um, happy day, Sol. Oh, if she said she saw Zach, the DA wouldn't have told her to say she was exactly. So they had to play this game. Hi, Sol and Jen. Yeah, there's moments where you can't see straight through her act. Hi, mum and dad. True story for sure. She acted dumb, but she knew exactly. Yeah, sh that's why we say she's acting dumb. She just sees that it is. That's all that matters. You're right, but in the way that he's spinning it gravely with her now is well, she could have missed him because she's on the wrong apartment. So, I've made it official. This is the stream that wherever I say goes. So it's official. She's a lying bitch. No ifs and buts about it. I call it as I see it. Obviously, make your own minds up, but I think she's a lying bitch. The fact that she paused there about the Cole Quarter, she could see in, and this whole red dot, the God guiding us. Sorry. Yes, do I agree. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. You know what? I give everyone a benefit of the doubt. Nah, you don't sneak this one past me. Do not sneak this one past me. Yeah. Hello, Sol. Always welcome. Sol's always welcome. Jen, thanks for your contribution as well, Jen, as always. Because Sol's in the chat, just remember all the descriptions for the website, uh, Give and Go, everything is in the description box. They're all there. I tell you all the time, they're all there. I'm sure Josie's about to share some as well, some stuff. And Sylvia, have you gone on the website? I hope you've gone on the website, Sylvia, to look at the case. Thank you very much for doing that. Kimmy,
Sorry, this is like
if you're a DA, you're not employing thick
Oh, I
bints,
thought
like,
you were
so.
talking. Excuse me.
this.
What did I just say?
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so do you remember telling officers that you saw a white four-door vehicle as well?
Yes.
So I want to go back to your screenshots. Fence Exhibit 235.
Get away from this picture. We don't need this picture.
Do you remember sending this screenshot with the timestamps of when you sent your message to Detective Correa?
Do I remember when I sent this timestamp?
This
That'd be good,
is one
Sol.
of the screenshots you sent to the detective,
That would be
correct?
good, Sol.
Yes.
I remember
Okay,
with
and
subtitles.
the times that are next to your messages would have been the time that you sent those messages.
Well, which incident of sending?
When she sent the actual text messages.
But you're inquiring about transmission to Detective Correa?
No, when she sent those.
When they originally sent them to
Correct.
herself?
Yes.
Your question
No,
was
when
unclear.
when she sent the text, when you send a text message on an iPhone, you can swipe right to see the time that you personally sent that text message.
But the question inquired when, I think, what was the time at which you sent it? And I was inquiring whether you were talking about sent a copy to yourself, or whether it was the time when she transmitted it to Detective Correa, which was the subject of your sentence.
No.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. Can you explain what the timestamps next to your text messages indicate?
Are you talking about the delivered part?
Yeah.
Well, it says that I left at 10:18. Is that what you're?
No, so you see that
Oh my, you see, no way you can be this thick. Fucking no chance. Sylvia, by the way, Sylvia's new to this case. Sylvia, thanks for following it, the website stuff. Just to let you know, Solomon Anderson is the younger brother of Zachariah, the defendant. So just so you know, and his better half is Jen as well in the chat. So Sylvia's new to this case, and she's following it. She's going to look at the website. She's already looked at yesterday, today, and the opening statement as well. So she's nearly caught up. So just a bit of background for you, Sylvia, who's in chat.
There's a bunch of different times, 9:37 p.m. We'll start with that one. 9:37 p.m. You see that time?
Yes.
That was the time that you sent the text message 5 minutes away to Mr. Gutierrez's phone, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And then the same for the 9:43, the 9:44, 9:52, 10:08, 10:18.
Okay. Yes.
So you got there, according to this text message, at 9:43.
Okay.
43 minutes after you were supposed to be there.
Yes.
And you then leave at 10:18, according to this.
Yes.
So you just started talking to a guy and you waited around for over 30 minutes.
Yes.
Why?
Well, just while I was waiting for him, I was on my Facebook, so I was just kind of like waiting. I don't know if he was in the shower. I don't know if he was getting ready. But like I said, I waited for him because I thought he was a very good guy, a guy that really expresses himself a lot about his job, his mother, and his kids. To me, that really says a lot about a person.
Take notes, guys. Take notes.
He said he's
Not
been
easy.
single for a very long time, and
Woo!
I said, well, so was I. So, I mean, what much can I say? I wanted to wait for this person.
Even though you were scared and
Get it on.
nervous, you wanted to wait more than 30 minutes for someone to respond that you never met before.
Well, I've been single a very, very long time. I've been divorced since 2014. So meeting somebody was very nervous. For me, I was nervous. I was very nervous.
Got it.
You also
Got it.
called Mr. Gutierrez that night as well, correct?
I was
Job, mother, kids, laid.
what?
Happy days.
Called Mr. Gutierrez?
I did.
Multiple times.
Yes, and he did not answer. That's when I thought, well, maybe he's married. And I said, oh, it's time for me to go.
And then on direct, do you remember being asked the question by the state if at this time in your life you had anyone that would be jealous of you going to meet a man? Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do you remember being asked on direct the question that at this time on around May 17th, 2020, did you have anyone in your life that would have been jealous?
Yes.
And you remember saying no?
No.
But you did have an ex that was extremely jealous, correct?
My ex-husband? No, he already did his life. So what else can that be?
You had never, previous to this date, indicated that an individual that you had dated had, even though they were in custody, would still act jealous if you were talking to other men and would accuse you of talking to other men.
No.
Relevance of this as well as the vagueness.
The state,
yes,
opened the door.
Well, well, it needs, for certain, it needs to be clarified.
Foundation.
Rephrase your question.
Do you remember having an ex-partner who you were relatively scared of?
Yes.
And that person, you had thought at points, even if he was in custody, that he was keeping
track of you, correct?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, I don't know what you're asking me, I'm sorry.
He was a jealous ex.
Yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yeah, there's quite a few redirected. Just on that last point, we'll start there. Did that person have any idea you were coming down to Kenosha to meet Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
No.
He's keeping tabs on it.
Sure.
That person remarried, from my understanding, have more children, so I don't know, where is that question going?
How I guess I'll follow up to
None of your
that.
business.
How
Just
many
answer
years
it.
ago was this jealous ex in your life?
2017, 18?
So several years prior to 2020?
Correct.
You had indicated on
I thought she was going to say like 2003 or something. Not like 2017, 18. The way she spoke about that was ages ago. It was 2 years. Jesus, not like 18 years ago.
Cross that you had seen a Facebook post in the evening hours of May 19th regarding Mr. Gutierrez Jr. Accurate?
Yes.
About him being missing?
Yes.
And
Oh, she's like
upon
gravely.
hearing that information, what about that made you decide you needed to come down to tell what you knew about your supposed meetup with him the night of the 17th?
What made me come here?
Yes.
I'm a mother, and
Totally.
if anything happened to my son's 20 years old. If something happened to my son, I would need answers. And I feel like I put myself in his mom's shoes. That really hurt me. And I had to say something, step up and say something. If I have some clues or answers, I have to give this to the police. Why? Because it's the right thing to do.
And so you
Yeah, keep lying, girl. Keep lying. So I agree. I'm a big fan of Nicole's, but looking at the second time, I think we're seeing a lot more I think that she missed or should have been pushing um, further into it. Yeah, I think she left a lot on the table there. A lot. Hi, Sarah Schwartzberg. Oh, sorry, Sarah. I won't butcher your surname. I think she was more there to make sure Rosalie was home. There's nothing believable about her testimony. I'm more suspect of her than Michael Campbell. Yeah, yeah, 2 years. Well, but when she said it, I thought, oh, here we go, 18 years ago, not 2 years. Jesus. Sorry, Sandra. Sorry. Then why did she not share all the texts she had with? This is a good question. There's a few missing. We still don't really know yet that answer yet. Cachi, Fucure. Yeah, Cachi's the main one. Shit, Cachi. Hedin is prick. I'm a mother. Directions to the other address she had sent Rosalio. What about the directions to the other address? What's that? Have I missed something here? What about the directions to the other address she sent Rosalio? I think I missed this. Did they cover this? I missed that one. She came across as narcissist. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Yes, so convenient about the time left too. That's fine, so I thought that it was done said years. Like what? I don't remember seeing that. That's fine. Yeah, I know.
You
Phew, I
drove
thought I
down
missed
then
something there.
in the early morning hours of the 20th directly to the police station at roughly 7 a.m.
Correct.
And you met with Detective Correa.
Correct.
And when you were meeting with Detective Correa, were you trying to show him some of these messages that are on your phone?
Yes.
And so when you're with him, are you taking some of these screenshots to kind of show him what you're talking about?
Yes. I was showing him everything.
I'm going to object to leading and have that be struck from the record.
The objection does sound leading to me.
what information did you want to provide to law enforcement on the 20th regarding your interactions with Mr. Gutierrez?
Everything, messages from Facebook to the times that I talked to him, everything. I told him where I worked. I told him everything, because to me, it's like being forward and coming clean of who I am. There's nothing to really hide about.
And subsequent to meeting with Detective Correa, did he make any requests of you in terms of getting those messages to him?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, subsequent to actually meeting with a Detective Correa in person, did he request that you email those messages to him?
Yes.
And so after leaving the Kenosha Police Department, did you then take the screenshots you sent to Detective Correa?
Yes.
And did you have more email conversations where he asked you follow-up questions regarding those messages?
Yes.
And was one of those specifically about timestamps of when messages were sent?
What do you mean, like from me and Rosalio, or timestamp from?
I'll rephrase. So there was some talk on Cross about some of the screenshots being at 7:10 a.m. Do you remember that? 7:10 in the morning?
I know it was in the morning, but I don't remember exactly what time.
And then there were some that the screenshots seemingly implied they were about 8:03 a.m.
Yes.
It goes straight.
And then some later ones that came at 2:44 p.m.
Yes.
In the original email to Detective Correa, which was shown to you with the date and time of May 20th at 8:26 a.m., did that email include the messages, the screenshots that you had from 7:10 and 8:03 a.m. that day?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, were there conversations via email with Detective Correa regarding some follow-up questions he had regarding your messages?
By email, no.
Did he request further screenshots of your messages, specifically with timestamps?
Yes.
So, where are you?
Okay. It's stupid about being able to see the apartment number. She could see everything else, but not the apartment number. Yes. Yes.
Handing you what's been previously marked as Defense 235. Can you just identify that this is a screenshot from 7:10 a.m. with messages starting 5 minutes away?
Yes.
And then the following page from Defenses 235, is that a screenshot of those same exact messages, but from 2:44 p.m. with the timestamps next to them?
Yes.
And after you had sent the original messages from 7:10 or 8:03, did Detective Correa ask you for ones with the actual time and date stamp of all of the messages being sent, not just the top one?
He asked me for all the messages, so I sent him everything that I had.
So back to Defense Exhibit 235, the 7:10 screenshot doesn't have all the times next to it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have an iPhone, is that true?
Correct.
And so in your familiarity with iPhones, when messages are sent in quick succession, is usually the timestamp only at the top of the message that are sent quickly? Or in a short succession, I guess I should say?
What do you mean, like?
So if you would look at messages on your phone, normally without doing anything else, would it appear the way it does at 7:10 a.m. where it just simply starts your messages at 9:37?
Objection leading.
Yes, it is.
Is this the normal way your phone would appear if you just took a screenshot?
Yes.
What extra step, if any, do you have to take on an iPhone to get additional times for date stamps next to it?
You have to hit the screen, push back. It's like extra work, I would say. So you would grab your phone, push back, and then snap it.
So you would have to take additional steps to do that.
Correct.
And so if you had originally sent the screenshots to Detective Correa, would it have been a request from him or somebody else for you to do that extra step?
What do you mean? Like if it would be from him,
When you took out the initial ones at 7:10 and 8:03 a.m., you didn't take that extra step.
No, I didn't.
Subsequent to that, you took that extra step.
Right.
Was that a request that law enforcement made of you to get the exact times your messages were
Yes.
sent to?
He just said, make sure you get the times. And I must have like sent that one first and then just kind of start working through the other ones.
So there were multiple communications and sending of messages to Detective Correa as part of this case?
Right. Yes.
Now, you were asked when these screenshots would have then been taken and sent. And so in looking at Defense Exhibit 235,
that's what's infuriating.
this first email you have with
She said they'd never downloaded the phone, but they came over to her house and sent all the messages to her. What? That's just an absolute, you know.
Correa, which you testified to.
Or GPS a
comes through at
car,
what
yes.
time?
8:26
a.m. on the 20th. So if you had to take additional steps
Not even 9 o'clock.
to do that extra,
She got it at 9:36.
2:44 p.m. Would that message have to have come through to the detective after May 20th?
It was late.
8:26 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah, why would you take them? Or GPS the car? It's madness. All this is madness.
I'm going to show you that map again of the Wood Creek Apartments.
Hmm. And then visit her at home. That's what she testified. They came to her house. Mad,
The
isn't it?
night of May 17th, which building specifically did your whatever map program you used take you to where you thought you'd be meeting Mr. Gutierrez Jr.? Which building on there? If you'd like to get up and approach.
I'm going to object as far as it's kind of argumentative and testimonial in that this witness at length on cross was not able to definitively say which building she was at on May 17th,
Nope.
2020.
Maybe it was the way you asked the question. I don't know. I'm not suggesting that's the correct answer. I'm just saying, I don't know. The witness can speak for herself. You can ask on recross.
So on May 17th, that's the building your GPS took you to?
Yeah.
And when you testified on cross regarding meeting up with myself and District Attorney Gravely, what building did your GPS take you to on that day? So that same building? And you'd indicated that there was a little bit of surprise from the District Attorney's office in terms of the fact that that was the building you were at?
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
Your Honor, they opened the door to it and she testified to it.
Well,
I'll
I think you-
withdraw my objection. I'll withdraw my objection.
You know what, I'll withdraw the question.
Oh,
So on both May 17th and
playing
in March,
games.
when you met with the District Attorney's office, that's the same building that you were taken to?
keep using the term
Objection
taken
leading.
to. Directed to, maybe?
She's also leading judge.
Well, she's just repeating what she already said.
Then asked and answered.
I'll move on.
Bless you.
We used to do everyone's. We need everyone's statement of hers right there tells me she does know a lot more, but doesn't implicate Zach. I know. Taken to, I know. I said to everyone at the start,
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any question?
I said to everyone at the start, I don't remember this testimony. I was like, I know now why I don't remember it, because I was so confused. I was like, what the fuck is going on? In the moment, I mean, now, knowing what we know, this is so infuriating that they got away with doing this.
Yes. Back to the GPS or the map application that you were using.
Jesus.
You were using a different map application on May 17th versus the time that you met with the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with the district attorney's office, when you met with Mike
All good.
Gravely, where did he meet you? If you could point out on the map, where did he meet you when you met with him?
It's a good question. That is a good question.
Here,
If she doesn't lie
and
here.
I believe he was somewhere else, and he was asking me, where are you? And I told him I'm right at the same location where I was at from the date that I was supposed to meet Rosalio. Walking from this angle, and I was already parked here waiting for him.
So previously you told law enforcement that you were in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Yes.
And then it's only after you met with the district attorney, Michael Gravely, that you are now saying you were in a different location.
There was 3 different.
It's a yes or no answer.
No. I don't allow witnesses, lawyers to restrict witnesses like that. Go ahead, ma'am.
There was 3 different times I moved. When I arrived, in the beginning I said.
Which date?
I'm sorry?
Which date?
May 17th.
Okay, go ahead.
2020. I arrived and I parked over here and I waited for a couple of minutes and then I parked by the dumpsters.
This is non-responsive to my question.
Go ahead with your answer.
And after I waited a few minutes, I parked right in front of the building.
I'm going to ask you the same question again. You can sit down.
Jesus.
You previously said May 17th, on May 20th and May 22nd, when you talked to law enforcement, when you talked to the detectives, you told them you were in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You then, when meeting with the district attorney, Mike Gravely, said you were in front of a different building, correct?
She's now fucked, isn't she?
That's the only building that I was at when I was supposed to meet Rosalio. I don't know where does he really live. I know that's the building that both maps guided me to.
Well, when he texted you, he gave you his apartment building number, right? He gave you his apartment number, 1B, correct? And when you had that information, you then told law enforcement you were at his apartment.
I just pointed out the building that I'm thinking that's where he lived.
You're just dodging the questions. She's all answer it, guys. So hang on. Good question, Sol. She's done a lot of stuff now.
Pointed out the building that I'm thinking that's where he lived.
He definitely moves his mouth. Not sure about. Oh, hang on it.
You previously said May 17th, on May 20th and May 22nd, when you talked to law enforcement, when you talked to the detectives, you told them you were in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You then, when meeting with the district attorney, Mike Gravely, said you were in front of a different building, correct?
That's the only building that I was at when I was supposed to meet Rosario. I don't know where does he really live. I know that's the building that both maps guided me to.
Well, when he texted you, he gave you his apartment building number, right? He gave you his apartment number, 1B, correct? Yeah. And when you had that information, you then told law enforcement you were at his apartment.
I just pointed out the building that I'm thinking that's where he lived.
I couldn't get.
The meeting with the district attorney's office just
Yeah.
now. You had said that attorney Mike Gravely had called you. Were you expecting that phone call?
From the DA?
Correct.
No, I was looking around like, where is he? And I was looking for the other lady that was with him. And I was standing in that same building that I just pointed out, and I didn't see them. So I was just waiting and waiting. Finally, they called me and they said, where are you? I said, I'm right in front of the building.
So I'm sorry. The phone call you received from attorney Gravely asking you to meet him at the scene.
Yes.
Were you expecting that phone call?
What phone call? From him?
Yes.
No, I was expecting to meet him at that same building.
But,
No.
okay, you keep saying you're expecting to meet him at that building, but prior to your expectations of meeting him at that building, were you expecting the first phone call where he called you to tell you to meet him at Wood Creek Apartments?
No, I wasn't expecting that because we were here and we met up here at the DA office. We talked about it. And he says, we're going to meet you over there and I'll see you shortly. I said, okay, then I'm going to head over there right now.
So prior to you going to the scene of the crime, you had met with attorney Gravely at his office?
Yes.
And what did you talk about in that meeting?
To basically that I'm going to be subpoenaed and that I have to come in court and testify. And that's it.
And
as a witness. That's like, and I asked him questions like, well, did we hear anything about Rosario? What happened? What's going on? Nothing. He didn't say nothing. He just said, be prepared. Well, it was very briefly. We weren't here very long. He just met up here, just told me we're going to go back to the scene and you're going to explain to me, the lady who was there, and you're going to tell us what exactly, where were you parked?
So he told you that he needed you to tell him where you were?
Yes.
Because something wasn't adding up, correct?
He didn't say that, nothing. He didn't say something wasn't adding up. He just said, we're just going to go back and you can explain a little more detailed where were you parked.
But he did tell you that your timeline didn't add up to the evidence.
No, he didn't say it didn't add up. He just said, we just need to know what time, how long were you at that, where were you parked exactly.
But he told you there was an issue with your timeline.
I'm going to object to ask and answer. timeline multiple times, and she said that's not what he said to her.
This shall exhaust the line of inquiry. Go ahead. Did you understand the question?
Yes. And he didn't say something that did not add up. He just said, we just need to go there and kind of give us a little detailed information. Where were you parked?
That was my second to last question. My last question was, there was some issue that he had with the timeline, and that's why he then wanted to take you to the scene.
Oh, she said he had not said that. Now your question seems to be inquiring what was in Mr. Gravely's mind, which would be speculation for this witness.
I'll move on. So who then called you to meet? How did you know to come to the district attorney's office to meet prior to you going to the scene?
One of the ladies, she works at the DA office. I'm sorry. Is
Sorry,
she?
Judge, we can't hear.
Is she an advocate, or I'm not sure. What's her name? Heather?
Sorry, are you asking the state of question?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember one of the ladies that called me to inform me to meet with the DA.
So it wasn't, you hadn't called the district attorney's office?
No, they called me to tell me to come to the office, and we were going to discuss a little bit on what was going to happen. I was going to get subpoenaed, and I was going to, come to a court date. That's it.
Was it Attorney Gravely's idea to take you to the scene of the crime?
I don't know if it was his idea or not. I just was told to go to the scene.
But it wasn't your idea?
No.
You didn't offer to go there?
No.
And then when you were at the scene with Attorney Gravely, after
Nothing. He asked me, where were you parked? How long were you here? What time did you move your vehicle? Like those 3 times that I moved my vehicle, where was I parked? And he asked me in the beginning, like, where are you? And I said, I'm at the location at that building. He says, are you sure? And I said, yes, I'm at this building. This is where Google and Apple guided me to go. And I was told that that's not the building.
Mike, Attorney Gravely told you that's not the building, correct?
My
Yes.
understanding, that's how I took it. That's not the building.
So just, if you can answer the question directly.
What do you mean?
No,
Oh.
That's my question, sorry.
Sorry.
You're fine. The district attorney told you when you were there, that's not Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
Right, yes.
And then, did he take you to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
No.
So after you take Google Maps to that location at the request of Attorney Gravely, Attorney Gravely says, that's not it, and that was everything?
That's it.
Nothing further.
Any question?
So it could be any building.
When you gave your first statement to law enforcement back on May 20th, it was memorialized on the 22nd, and you said you were in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. Did you believe that the apartment you pointed out to us twice was Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes.
And knowing what you know today, do you have any guess which of those buildings on there is actually his real apartment?
I don't know.
I have no further questions.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you. You may step.
I mean,
Let's break, folks. And let me ask that you return at 1:30. And please don't read, watch, or listen.
I think she got off as lightly.
And don't discuss the case with anyone, even members of your household or fellow jurors.
I think she got off.
Any questions? Thank you.
Apple is Google, then Apple, then God's map. Let's just see. So this is the reason why you have to go and look at the website, because Saul's talking about stuff here that I don't even know about. So there's a lot more detail in the website. Emily mentioned it as well earlier on. So there's even more stuff to add on to this that we're not aware of. So right, looks like they're going for lunch. Fine. Pause it for a second. I need to clear my ears, and if people want to go for a slash or go for a piss or go make a coffee, I'll wait 5 minutes. We'll start back up about 1:45. Now, so essentially, she never told her what apartment it was. So, like, he could have said anything. They could have been outside the right apartment, but he just told her no. This woman, I just think she got away with it lightly. I think Nicole could have really, really. I know she's dodging every question. I know, but I'd have made her stand there, all day. All I would have made her stand on there all day with bullshit questions just to piss Gravely off in the hallway. Um, Ways Isabel. I'm streaming for the rest of this, so 4:50. So another about 3 hours, I would say, between doing the wheel at the end and stuff as well. So another 3 hours today. Um, because I'm a hero. I ju I think they excuse me, I think she got away with it lightly there. I know it was frustrating, and I know it was a pain in the ass listening to her, but I think they could have drilled into her more. Ways. Or now go to the bathroom even. Yeah, if you need to go to the slash. Um, Waze is MC's favorite. Waze? What the fuck's Waze? Oh, you girls, you wind me up. Nettie's train wreck. Others were shady too. I, Emily, I said this at the start. Um, Whenever I streamed this, I said to my chat, I was like, I must have missed something, guys, because I don't know how he's guilty for murder. I literally don't know. My pleasure, Sandra. My pleasure. What is Waze though? What's was? Where's was there? Wheezy. You're welcome, Sandra. I'm always here for it. Yeah, what Waze? What is it? What? Is that a sort of map or something? Oh, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Actually, literally never heard of it. Never heard of it. Oh, jeez, where are we now? Yeah, Marge, these Americans, they've got some, they got some maps, the apps, Marge. You and me are normal European. Do you know what I mean? No worries, Ghostly. It's always a pleasure, never a pain. Whereas a pain to listen to some of the witnesses. You can put different voices on to guide you. Arnie Schwarzenegger, oh my Jesus. Yes, you are. Gotta go boxing, but I'll be back by then. Oh, okay. I'll still be on. Oh, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Google it done. Ah, it's all good. I trust you. It's a map's a map. Ways. Ghosts aren't real. Is there a song about that? Ghosts aren't real, but people are, or something. No. I'm not sure. You see, I think like that, but then you hear stories. Ooh, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Wow, 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 wow. One more minute, we play it. Wow, 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 wow. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. So yeah. Oh, someone's slipping. I've not seen Sarah P for ages. Where's Sarah P? She's probably in a meeting or something. See you in a bit, Unicorn. No worries. See you in a bit. I hope enjoy it with Jesus. Who's boxing? Not you, I hope. I hope it's your daughter. Right. We shall get going. Emma's, please don't use speak to text, Emma. Jesus. Sarah P slipping. Josie now slipping. Who's the next witness? Jodie? Josie? Why the I always call her Rosie, Jodie, Modi, Moody, Busty. See the bit. Right, I'll just play you from here. It's literally just a minute or 30 seconds, I think. Yeah, so no point be trying to find it. Oh, you got son as well. I didn't know you had son. Ah, okay, cool. I didn't know. I didn't know. No worries, Sylvia. Yeah, you come back with your Italiano, spaghetti bolognese.
Everybody here, I guess so. Go ahead.
Judge
Pete.
Eileen Knoll has 0 prior. Eileen Knoll has 0 priors. Neridia Macias had no priors. I don't think we did that before she testified. Michael Campbell has no priors. Brandon Hendrickson has a 2010 disorderly conduct. We are suggesting that's outside the 10-year rule, which would at least be one consideration from the court, knowing it's a disorderly conduct. My understanding is defense wishes to make an argument regarding that. You want to do that before I go on?
Well, it's not a 10-year rule in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is explicitly, well, not explicitly, but has, by non-adoption, has rejected that 10-year bright line. But it's a DC more than 10 years old.
It's a DC from 13 years ago, and I did not mean to imply that we had a mandatory rule. I just indicated it perhaps was a factor.
What's up from the defense?
Judge, this witness is an individual that had accompanied Mr. Campbell to Mr. Anderson's home. I think that given his involvement in this case, that his prior conviction, that the fact that he has a prior conviction should be heard by the jury.
Do we know anything about the nature of the DC?
No, but I'm only aware that it's supposed to go to credibility. I'm not aware that the court would typically make a decision about impeachment based on a prior for any other reason other than credibility.
Well, I do agree with you there.
Okay.
And in this situation, there is some evidence that Mr. Hendrickson had a gun with him at the time that he did go to Mr. Anderson's home. It's my understanding that he will probably testify contrary to that. And I think it's important that his conviction, the fact that he has a conviction, obviously we won't go into what it is, that should be heard by the jury, especially since we don't know what he's going to say as far as why he accompanied Mr. Anderson, what he had, and what he was planning on doing had he confronted Mr. Anderson.
I'm unaware of any evidence that he had a gun. If counsel is presenting evidence he had a gun or wishes to impeach with evidence he had a gun, I'd certainly ask them to share that with the court, but I'm unaware of any evidence he had a gun and do not believe that's relevant in terms of this analysis.
Well, first off, I do agree with the point made by Mr. Gravely that this is strictly for credibility, and the role of the defendant with respect to any events would ordinarily not be a factor in the determination about credibility. And of course, this is all dependent upon whether he testifies anyway. In addition, I don't know the fact that he may or may not have had a firearm. If that is shown or suggested, I don't know whether carrying of a firearm would have been lawful. So I think that the best approach is look at it strictly from its usage for credibility purposes, and a 10-year-old DC without intervening events, criminal events since then, I would ordinarily not admit. So unless you have something else, I'm going to say that's not grounds for impeachment.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Okay, there's a woman named Erica Saylor, Saylor, who we intend to call as a witness in this case. She has a 2005 bail jumping conviction, so that would be 18 years from now, 15 years from the day.
What? Yeah, priors. Hi, Nancy. This son of a bitch. Oh, hang on. What have I just done now?
Date of this offense. And we again do not believe that should be counted, but counsel has indicated they wish to make argument on that as well. I'm aware of the circumstances of that bail jumping if the court wishes me to share those.
The defense is withdrawing their prior objection to including that.
The request that it be included is withdrawn. Okay.
Correct.
Then that settles that.
And then we have a witness, Marquand Washington, and the parties, I believe, have come to an agreement that he has 6 prior convictions.
Is he in agreement with that?
Mr. Washington, we have reviewed CCAP and are aware from CCAP of his 6 priors. We have not shared that with him specifically, but we're aware from reviewing CCAP, they're all Racine County convictions, so they're all accessible convictions for us.
Well, the critical point is you can't come up here without having advance notice of.
I will certainly consult him and let him know.
Impeachable number, and of course the question should be phrased for a purist like me. Some of my colleagues are all right with having witnesses.
Judge, is your microphone on? I have time here.
Oh, it is. Yeah, I don't. But anyway, I go to these conferences, and some of my colleagues think it's quite all right to have a person who's got 25 priors to get instructed that there's only 3, and after having taken an oath to tell the truth, testify to that. I don't believe that. So it's all in how the question gets asked, and this is where leading questions are so good. Whatever your number is, if you're both agreed on it, and it is indeed sustained by his record, just ask him, you have 6 prior convictions, no? And
I will.
yeah, and you can tell him if he answers that way, he won't have to relive the sins of his past life.
I will instruct him accordingly. So those are the priors that we wanted to cover at this point, and so I believe we're ready if the court is ready.
I'm ready.
One moment, Judge.
Used so many dodgy dealings. I mean, I know it happens, but not like this level. Not for a murder trial.
Judge, I don't know who the state's calling next, but if it is Michael Campbell, then there is something that the defense wants to be heard on.
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
But
if it's going to be soon, let's do it now before we bring the jury down and then have to send him out again. So what's going on? Is he going to be hearing, or
he'll
are we
be in
going to
the
hear
first
from him today?
3 witnesses this afternoon.
Huh?
You'll be in the first 3 witnesses this afternoon, Your Honor.
What's up with Mr. Campbell?
Sure. The court's well aware that Mr. Campbell was the target of a Denny motion filed by the defense.
Correct.
So we do anticipate asking him some questions as it relates to his involvement in this case. And we just wanted to make a preview of that. So if the state would have any objection or try to assert that we're attempting to introduce Denny evidence as it relates to Mr. Campbell, that we can be sure that the introduction of that evidence is solely for the purpose of establishing a fact of the events that occurred around May 17th to May 19th, 2020, and that anything that would be offered that could imply that any sort of involvement is just being offered for further questioning with detectives about the police investigation.
So far, I don't know what we're talking about.
So specifically what we intend on diving into with Mr. Campbell are the following. The first would be him being present at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020. That he had gone to Mr. Anderson's home with his friend, that he had interjected himself in the investigation, and that he had items in a van that he had allegedly taken to Pheasant Run Security Landfill, and also his whereabouts on May 18th, 2020.
So we object to
all of which wasn't followed up on.
So we object to anything about items in a van on the 18th,
of course you do.
But certainly proximity to the apartment appears to me to be something that would be appropriately asked. Where he was on the 18th, I guess that's fine if the court finds that a relevant question in the context of everything else that's going on. I guess so. I guess I'd ask the court to see where we're at when that comes up, but I appreciate being on notice about it. What was the last one? I apologize. 18th?
The 18th.
What was in the van?
What was in the van? Pheasant Run Hill Landfill. No, what was in the van? I don't know. I didn't say that.
Oh, what was in?
Pheasant Run Security Landfill.
Security?
Landfill. That's just the actual full name of it. Most people, yeah, I don't know why, but that's what Waste Management tells me.
Yeah, what he dumped at a landfill, unless there is some specific additional information that wasn't shared at Denny, in the Denny motion, I think is irrelevant. Again, I would suggest to the court that let's see what happens about his whereabouts on the 18th, if that would be relevant. We know that I think his being at the home on the 17th in that early morning hour time period is an acceptable question, and I think what he did on the 19th in terms of going to the scene and also going to the house of the defendant is relevant.
Okay.
He's objected because carpet and stuff like that. So obviously the rug, it's not good for his case, to say that he was with potentially Rosario, then the rug that the defense was sneaking, they'd say that Rosario was carried out in. They didn't find one with Zach, but they did find one with Michael. Oh.
So, I don't have to rule on anything right now.
No.
But we know what we're up against. All right. Anything else right now?
Not from the state.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Hello. Would you come down, please? Okay. Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, he has no evidence of anything. Kid, spot on.
Good afternoon, everyone. And let's continue with the state's case.
State calls Officer Sean Giovannoni to the stand.
And Judge, as the officer's coming out, I would just want to move into evidence defense exhibit 236. That was the printout of text strings between the last witness that was testified to.
Any objection?
None.
Received. And you tell me, sir, the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Officer, could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Officer Sean Giovannoni, Giovannoni.
And how are you currently employed?
With City of Kenosha Police Department, third shift patrol.
And were you employed in such a capacity on May 19th of 2020 at roughly 10:43 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, were you also working third shift patrol?
I was.
And would 10:43 p.m. be shortly after you got on duty that night?
Yes.
And as part of your duties, do you have any sort of special training that leads you to have a slightly different role at crime scenes than potentially other patrol officers?
Yes, I do.
And what is that title?
Evidence technician.
And back on May 19th of 2020, were you also an evidence technician?
Yes, I was.
And when you got to work that day, were you dispatched to a search warrant occurring at 6813 West Highland Road in Mequon?
Yes.
And did you respond to that location to perform evidence technician duties?
Yes, I did.
What can you tell us generally about the residence itself after you had arrived?
About the layout or anything?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yep, what do you remember?
It was a two-story house, single-family home with a basement. I remember when I walked in that the walls, the best I described, looked like it was on renovation because all studs were exposed, and there was debris and clutter throughout the lower level.
I'm going to show you some pictures from State's Exhibit 1, starting with photo number 265. If you want to direct your attention to the screen. The TV flicked on and then it Thank you, Detective. Now, obviously, you were there in the evening hours. Is that accurate?
Sorry, I missed all of that. I was on a FaceTime with my nieces. Oh, dude, it's so clever what they do these days. I didn't even know that you could do that. There's like 8 of us in a video call. Marvelous. So apologize, I missed that. I don't know what's going on here, so you have to fill me in. Thank you for sharing, Josie. Sarah P's gone.
Accurate.
That is correct.
But is this, in general, what it looked like when you were there as an evidence tech on the night of the 19th?
Yes, it was.
And what area are we looking at this residence, if you know?
This looks like the back porch area when you first walk into the residence.
I'm going to show you picture number 266. What are we looking at here?
This is the lower level of the house.
And Does this picture depict some of the exposed studs and under renovation feel of the home?
Yes, it does.
And does this appear to be an accurate representation of what it looked like the night you were there to help in the search?
Yes.
Show you number 267. What is this vantage point?
Different area of the lower level.
Towards the right side of this exhibit, is there a couch and a TV?
Yes, there is.
And is there also an ottoman there?
Correct.
Would you characterize that as the living room?
Yep.
Okay. Showing you 268. What is the general look of this picture?
That's where you come in from the back door off the porch.
And was this the general condition of it when you assisted in the search on the night of the 19th?
Yes, it is.
Picture number 270. What is this a picture of?
The area where the couch is on the lower level.
And in your role as an evidence technician, were there other officers and detectives assisting in the search?
Yes, there was.
And if they would locate something that they thought had evidentiary value, was it then your job to photograph and collect it?
Yes, it is.
And were you also participating in the search at the same time?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to ask, in this picture, you had talked about a ottoman. Would you mind getting out of your seat and just pointing out where that ottoman is in this picture?
Sure.
And you can grab a seat. And was there anything of evidentiary value that was discovered in that ottoman, if you know?
Yes, there is a, there is a bag with a large sum of money in it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph number 296. What is this a picture of?
The bag with the large amount of currency.
And when you say a large amount of currency, was one of the jobs that you assisted in counting that currency?
Yes, it was.
And what, if you recall, was the total amount of money inside that bag?
About $47,700 some odd dollars. I don't remember the exact amount, but almost $48,000.
And what kind of bag was it in, if you recall?
It was in a bank bag, I believe.
Were there other items of evidentiary value that were located by other officers on the main floor of the residence?
Yes.
And what were some of those items?
There was some drug paraphernalia and I believe a camera.
When you say drug paraphernalia, what do you mean?
Large amount of marijuana, a couple of different bags. There was a container with a grinder in it, marijuana grinder with appeared to be marijuana seeds in it.
I'm showing you it's been marked as number 295. Can you tell me what that is?
That's the
I'm
container.
going to object to the relevancy of this evidence.
So Judge, this again, the door was open to this in Christine Remsburg testimony. Previously argued about this, and this is our recitation of that evidence that we previewed for the court.
Objections overruled.
What is this? What is inside this container, if you know?
Judge, sorry, I am going to object again and make a record that their questioning on the cross-examination of Ms. Remsburg had to deal with a grow operation in the residence with plants. So I don't believe that any of this evidence is relevant or related.
Overruled.
Officer, what is this?
This is the container that had the metal marijuana grinder on it and apparent marijuana seeds.
And you indicated marijuana seeds. Is that what we're looking at
He
here?
said apparent marijuana seeds.
I couldn't hear him. I apologize.
You don't have to apologize. Should have spent more money on the system.
And there's a couple of, I think, 5 different, what looks like to be canisters in there with or jars of some kind. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And is there some sort of handwriting on each of those jars?
There's different names on each jar.
I'm going to show you. Picture number 307.
This thing is stupid. All because apparently the defense opened the door. But, like, literally, who
Can you tell me
cares?
what this is?
That's one of the bags that had marijuana in it.
And was that also located on that lower level?
Yes, it was.
Then I'm going to show you picture number 308. Can you tell me what that is?
Agree,
Looks to
so.
be a mushroom.
I'm going to object as far as relevance to mushrooms.
Same thing, Judge. If you have a marijuana grow and you are also manufacturing and putting together mushrooms, again, Ms. Christine Remsburg's ability identified on cross to be able to tell whether the defendant was perhaps hiding anything from her or concealing some of his activity is directly relevant.
To Judge, that point, the state didn't ask her about anything dealing with a mushroom grower operation, and one doesn't mean the other exists.
It's exactly the same concept, Judge.
The objections overruled.
Fucking hell.
You can answer if he hasn't already.
I'm sorry, what was this object that's in this picture depicted?
Appears to be a mushroom.
Now, were you specifically yourself responsible for helping to search the stairway leading up to the second floor of the residence and the second floor itself?
Yes, I was.
And on that stairway, do you recall, on the second floor, do you recall finding a bedroom that you were able to attribute to someone?
Yes, I did.
And how were you able to attribute that bedroom to a specific person?
I found a Wisconsin driver's license in there.
Was there anything else located in that bedroom that you thought had evidentiary value?
Yes.
And what were those items, the best you can recall?
Bingo.
There was a laptop computer, a couple hard drives for a computer, and I think 3 computer towers.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture number 303. Is that some of the things that you found in that bedroom?
That is correct.
And there's a box that's sitting on top of the yellow legal pad. Can you tell us what was in that box?
Mini GPS system.
And you had indicated that you had recovered a laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 114. Based on the packaging alone, can you indicate to us what this is and if this was a laptop that you recovered that night?
Yes.
And how do you know that that's a laptop you recovered in the bedroom of Mr. Anderson?
Well, feels like a laptop in here without looking.
Are there information on the tags itself that are put on the front of things that illustrate what is contained inside of an evidence package?
Yes.
And what does this one say?
MSI laptop with charger.
And is that something you recovered from Mr. Anderson's room that night?
That is correct.
Let me just grab that from you.
Objection?
No objection.
Received.
Point. Overrule.
And I'm directing your attention back down to the first floor of the residence. I'm going to show you picture number 297. Tell me if you recognize what is in this picture.
Yes, those look like seats out of a vehicle.
And were those located in the residence on the night you helped search?
They were.
I got paranoid there. I was like, I thought I paused it or something. This is just like we're in another trial now. This is a marijuana drug trial. I don't understand half the things that are in chat at the minute. I don't know what Menards is either. What we do with I don't even know what to say. I'm gobsmacked by all this. I don't remember it being this bad. I don't.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examine.
Yes, if I can just have a brief moment, I have to confer with Detective Correa.
Jeez. Oh, gloves. Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 154.
Oh no, we don't have Menards.
So,
Home
you were
Depot, no
responsible
Lowe's.
for collecting evidence from Mr.
Home
Anderson's
Depot,
property.
yeah.
Correct.
And so, this grouping of photos here, you collected these papers, correct?
Well,
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how you logged them all together?
Not particularly.
Kayla.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 241. Before you open it, if you could just read the description on that exhibit.
It says court paperwork, other miscellaneous paper.
You go Home Depot as
You'd be
well.
so kind to open it.
Take your time, officer. We go all day. That's right.
Okay. And could you briefly just go through those papers and tell me if you find a receipt?
You're talking like a shopping receipt?
I'm sorry, did you answer him, counsel?
There's,
Can-
are there any receipts in there?
No, not like a shopping receipt.
Judge, may I approach you like that?
Yeah, I know what it is. Thanks, Sean.
meantime, can we take a look at this receipt, this exhibit? It wasn't shown to us, so could we inspect that?
Jesus. I don't think people could organize a piss up at a brewery. No gloves on. Oh, she's putting the gloves on. Fair play. Fine. Oh. What's such a big deal about the receipt? You got your drugs in, so what's he so worried about? There should be anything he's worried about, surely. Unless he has a prepped a witness, he needs to go out and prep another witness, maybe, to lie for him. And this detective, how can he even be proud? Yeah, I know. This is the thing, Kayla. It's just a mockery, isn't it, really? It's just a mockery. He's probably just looking at it going, oh shit, did I cover this? Or do I need to object for this?
So there was, sorry, Matt. There was no receipt in that exhibit for tax returns, correct?
Not that I saw, no.
So in this picture, and if you need to take it off the Elmo to look at it closer up, do you see a receipt for an item?
Objection. How do we know this is the same as the exhibit we just saw?
Well,
Or are you
the exhibit did not, I asked him if the exhibit had any receipts and he said no.
right? So will this picture be relevant to you? Objection, relevance. Why whether this picture has a receipt?
We could have a discussion of this outside of the presence of the jury. This
Where
says,
what is that photograph? What is that depict? As a general, the entirety of it.
sure, as the officer already testified to, that these are items that he got together from Mr. Anderson's home. Those were logged as
Yeah.
evidence as miscellaneous paperwork, which was supposed to be item 19. These papers are not in exhibit 19
What the
or
fuck?
item 19. So now I only have the picture to rely off of.
Now, what is your objection?
My objection is that we just opened this and it doesn't have those items. So why this picture purports to be the miscellaneous paperwork? That paperwork is not in this item. So they're not one and the same.
Where is it then?
Well,
I'm not asking about that exhibit anymore.
you can cover it on your redirect.
Where is it?
What is this photograph depict again, Austin?
Seemed like paperwork that was photographed at the residence.
And
It's all, what the fuck?
where did the paperwork then go?
So all the paperwork that I collected, I plugged in evidence. There might have been some paperwork that wasn't actually collected as evidence, but just photographed. So,
Yeah, this is why I asked for a sidebar, because I had viewed those. Yeah,
You can get in here.
thank you.
I couldn't hear the court. I apologize.
I said you could continue.
Thank you.
This is what the. Yeah, this is. The actual sports. It does, but this is just like, what are they doing? Just helps that quick shove it. It's just ridiculous. But but I'm just raging because it's like, yeah, it helps, but it's like it doesn't help because they need to make more of a Nicole, kick the fuck off about it. Kick off about it.
And I can hand this to you so you can more clearly see it perhaps. But was there a receipt? Do you want me to?
Yes,
give it to you?
Kayla.
Do you see
Well,
any
yeah.
sort of receipts in that photograph?
No.
Either, you don't see a,
Oh, I'm sorry, in the photograph, yes.
okay. And could you point those out and perhaps if you could put this back on here so you can show the jury? If you could just get the pointer that the judge has and go up to the TV.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who would you like me to
Hi,
point out?
Sylvia.
The receipts that you
Your
have
seats.
viewed.
It's as if he doesn't want to point
Okay,
it
that's a
out.
Walmart receipt. Okay, do you see another receipt that's in the upper right-hand corner of the photograph? Okay, and did you log that receipt that we see on the top right photograph separately?
So this is a table in our evidence room. So
Table where?
Officer. Oh, sorry. Thank you. This is a table in our evidence room. And when I log evidence, I put paper down so there's no cross-examination. So if this is in the evidence room, I did log it.
Okay.
Counsel, could we just have a moment of your time? Just have a moment of your time.
Counsel, can we? Oh, we might have found it. Yes. Valentine. So he just admitted that that is in the evidence room. And now they're saying, oh, yeah, but we lost it. What's Gravely playing up now? Given to Anschutz. I'd love to know what they're talking about now, discussing. You, as a lead investigator, should be ashamed of yourself. He's sitting there through the trial. He should have his head hung in shame.
Judge, may I continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the receipt on the upper hand corner, you can come back and sit down, officer. Thank you. Obviously, you'd agree that the picture up on the Elmo looks a little blurry.
Yes.
So it's hard to make out what exactly that receipt says or the paper underneath the receipt says.
That is correct.
And if you wanted to look at the exhibit itself, is it any clearer?
Judge, again, I'm going
And
to
this
object. I apologize, counsel. It is, I don't believe that counsel is actually purporting that the officer actually processed the evidence in the picture that she is showing this witness.
Well, you're using the word processed.
That he would be the custodian or the person who in some way dealt with this evidence. So I believe this is not a witness who is specifically familiar with this evidence.
I think
We
his
did
prior
briefly.
testimony was that he did log this evidence.
Well, you're using terms from the legal system like process and log. Have you ever seen this before? Right here.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Enter. So because it was a long day, I did have assistance with logging the evidence. I don't remember every document that I put in there, but like I said, if it's on this table, we logged it. I did have other officers helping me just because of the currency. We have to have multiple officers as policy to verify count. So.
Okay. And this has already been moved into, this has already been accepted into evidence. So when you looked at the document, and this receipt that and paperwork that was on the upper right-hand side, when you had looked at it, were you able to make out what the writing says?
On that paper, no.
Even when you looked at it closer up?
I couldn't.
Okay.
Ah.
The state had shown you.
I'm mad. I'm sorry. I've got to stop it. I'm mad. Hopping mad. This is corruption 101. It's all, everything's on the table, but now it's all gone missing. How can how can a jury not see what's going on here? This is maddening. I'm about to snap this, Mike. It is horrible to watch this. I don't know how most of you watch this. Oh, I gotta stop it because this is people's lives, and this is no joke, guys. Do you know what I mean? This is disgusting. This is not just happening here. I bet you it's happening in a lot of places that we don't even know about. This is live on camera, and they're doing this. This is just horrible. Hi, Holly. Hi, Holly. Sorry, you come in and just as I'm preaching. But this is a murder trial, and they've lost evidence that could prove that Zach was in other places, and they conveniently lost it. Sylvia, I agree. How do they sleep? I understand they gotta sometimes stretch the truth, whatever, but this is like any piece of evidence that helps Zach, it gets lost. And anything that, could help him, the DA meets the people, gets to train the people, gets to give them scripts, gets to do. If this is not corruption, then I don't know what it is, guys. I mean, I'm sorry, but I hate saying that, but it's what world are we living in? And the fact that we could get testimony that's not even relevant to the trial, all these drugs and stuff, not even relevant. And sorry, right, we'll get back into it, but and you could all disagree with me, or people can disagree, that's fine. But that's how I feel. I just think this is, I don't even know what I think about it. It's just, it saddens me.
An exhibit that was a photo taken from a desk in Mr. Anderson's home. On those were some items. Do you remember?
Yes, with the driver's license.
Yeah, the
Yes.
box. Showing you what's.
Mind showing us the picture? I think this is a new picture you've not shown us previously. You could do that before you put it up there.
I know, Holly, I know. That's why I'm streaming it, but it's heartbreaking to see it again. Can you imagine what Zach feels like? That's why we need more eyes on this.
Okay, showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 239. Is this a more close-up, or I guess strike that. This was a picture of that box that you had taken from the desk, and this is a picture taken back at the police department, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you took the picture of this device, the device was in the packaging?
So I personally, as said in my report, I didn't do the photographing on this scene. Officer McKee did. I was the one collecting and documenting while he was photographing. So these photographs at the PD, these were all done by a different officer.
Okay, but this is the same item that you viewed on the desk?
Yes,
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 240. Is this a side profile of that same box?
it could be.
Right, you just don't know.
Not, it's been a while since I looked at it, yes.
Okay, you'd have to see the entire box.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Ollie. Yes. It is upsetting, or genuinely upsetting.
So you arrived at Mr. Anderson's house
for
on
me,
May
but
19th, 2020?
Zach,
That is
family.
correct.
And that was just as the state had noted to collect evidence that other officers had pointed out.
That's correct.
And when you do that, it's oftentimes that the evidence
question.
that you take photos of or take and process from the scene are not in the original location that they were when the first responding officers would have arrived.
It does happen.
It's just convenient. The first two people that the police interviewed or met were Michael, whatever his name is, and Sadie, and they both pointed the finger at Zach, and that's how they went. And basically, they didn't take their eyes off him. They just went with him then. Saw a fire pit and thought, well, yeah, that'll do us. Thank you very much. And obviously, the rest is history.
Judge, Detective Correa has kindly gone to the police department to
Yep.
get one of the physical exhibits that I do intend on crossing this witness on. So I don't have any further questions opposed to the questions that will be asked when we have that exhibit here in the courtroom.
So I think we have a few questions. Do you have a few redirect?
Oh, Vinny's here.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, it's why we're showing it. You know, Sylvia, it's sickening.
Before you open it, if you could just.
Counsel, we can get it on this. Before you show the exhibit, I just want to be on this.
Don't patronize her, Gravely. Don't patronize. Piece of shit. Yeah, and I do want people to come in, like, you know, that are new to have an open mind themselves, but
Ready? Yep. All right. Defense Exhibit 242. Before you open it, and I will ask that you open it. And did you want a new pair of gloves?
Yeah, I don't like to cross-contaminate.
Yeah. If you could just, I'll get you new gloves, and then if you could just read what this is.
Sure.
Thank you.
give them the box, don't pull them out.
Miscellaneous paperwork.
Okay, and if you'd be so kind to open that.
Well, now it's contaminated, yeah. You just touch one glove, and now you touch another glove. I mean, sure, okay. Yeah, Zach's YouTube channel. And then when Saul starts his channel, we support Saul as well. Saul's got a voice for YouTube. He should be, he needs to start his own channel first.
Okay, and officer, as you're opening it, if you could just, you can look through the documents, and if you could determine whether the items that we can see in Defense Exhibit 154 on the upper right-hand side are in that exhibit.
petition?
Yeah, of course. Okay. Did you find something?
I found a couple things.
Okay. So first thing, did you find the receipt that was in the upper right-hand quadrant?
Not yet. I
Oh, okay.
found a small white one.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just, once you get to these documents, let me know.
You could tell, and they did everything anyway.
Okay.
Perfect. So I'm going to put it up on here.
Okay.
Okay, so you'd agree that this document appears to be the same document that is in Defense Exhibit 154 in the upper right-hand quadrant?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be, and you can take it and look through it, but it appears to be some sort of tax return?
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay. And this receipt, can you read the date on that receipt?
It's 5/18/2020.
Okay, and that it's a receipt in the amount of $243 for this tax return?
Correct.
Okay, is there a reason this wasn't processed separately from the group of other paper that you received?
No rhyme or reason, no.
Okay. Put this here. Now, in this picture, do you see a yellow piece of paper that says memo anywhere?
I see a corner of a yellow page.
Okay, and did you see any yellow pages in that pile of documents?
Yep.
Okay,
Right in front
can
of me.
you hand it to me, please? Okay. You know, as far as I can zoom out. So this memo says we will hold your tax return for 24 hours to give you a chance to review it, correct?
Yes.
And then on the bottom it says DMA accounting.
Correct.
All right. With this other document, which was the tax return, it was completed by DNM accounting. According to what's on the paper.
Objection, I don't know how he would know whether.
Sure, I'll rephrase it. I'll rephrase the question. What does this piece of paper state at the bottom?
DNM accounting services.
Okay. And then is there a note, a little sticky note on the top of the memo?
Yes.
And could you read what it says?
We'll stop in today, 5/18/3/24 p.m. call.
This call or collect? Do you need to look at it closer?
Oh. Collect, yes. With the call from this system.
I'm sorry, did it say 2:24 p.m.? Is that what you had? Is that what you had?
He read 3:24.
Thank you, 3:24, thanks.
Can I see that back? That was a big. And So all of these, the two paperworks that I just went through with you, this yellow mustardy memo and this receipt with a tax return, and all these other papers were all included in item number 21, which was Defense Exhibit 242.
Correct.
And that was processed?
Yeah, it's all packaged together. That's right.
Okay. So I want to go through the other things that were in there.
Got him too.
Yeah, sorry, officer, thank you. It's a lot here.
Chelsea, do you mind if we have the picture exhibits all along while you do that?
Sure. Did you want to look at these?
Well, I don't have gloves on, but
Do you want to put gloves on?
I'll look at them with you.
Put fucking gloves on.
Once with, so that I don't have to put gloves on. Just keep page through quickly.
Put gloves on, you lazy prick.
This is.
He wants to see everything, but he doesn't want to do anything. Oh, Zach, I'm so sorry, my friend. I cannot wait for Zach to be exonerated and everybody to go out to Wisconsin and have a party. I'd come out to meet him. I'm sure he'd love to meet a lot of you guys as well for all the work that you put into this. I agree that you know what all this is, or you should know what it all is. So what are we doing? Heck yeah, Chelsea's there. Yeah, baby. I'd fly out too. I definitely would. You'd have to. You know, you'd have to. I certainly would. I fucking get the burn pit going, barbecue, massive barbecue. I know, Sol. Yeah, I bet you can't wait, my friend. I bet you can't wait. Skippy, yes. It's the waiting, it's not the not knowing, it's the, you know, wish you could push things a lot harder in some ways. With his gloves, yeah, touching everything. Nancy, he's been touching everything. I think he's been touching his own balls and stuff. Do you know what I mean? He said he didn't want to cross-contaminate, but he was touching his other gloves on the outside and then touched these gloves. So it's contaminated already. I'll drive from Texas. Hey, I think it'll be probably quicker for me to fly in from the UK to Wisconsin than it'll be for you, Emily, to drive from Texas. I heard Texas is like one day just to get out of the bloody state. 24 hours.
This goes back 40 years.
What are we doing? Judge is smiling, witness is smiling. Yeah, you smile. I don't like flying as well, Emily. Our faces and stomachs would be hurt.
Piece of paper.
Yes.
But I do want to establish everything that was in item number 21, Defense Exhibit 242, okay?
Okay.
So.
Can I hand this back to you?
We're willing to stipulate that the document purposes of admission of this exhibit, that the documents in that pile were all processed by this officer. So they are true and accurate items that were processed by him, if that assists.
That would.
If that saves time, rather than having him list documents that obviously he didn't specifically, explore.
Like you do all the time.
To the minutes of it as well.
To the what?
To the minutes?
Yes.
That's fine.
Josie, how true. How true,
I
Josie.
don't need you to go through all of them.
Okay.
But I do want to go through just one more thing about this item. You had read what it said on the bottom as far as the name. Could you read the address as well?
North 96 West 18221 County Line Road, Mountain Falls, Wisconsin.
Officer, I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing you. This mic is a problem for us. Did you read the address, including Menominee Falls? Is that what you just did?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's fine. Would you have that bag again?
Yeah.
Okay. And so all this in this bag, the state's stipulating to it. Judge, I'd ask that Defense Exhibit 242 be moved into evidence.
Well, they're stipulating that what is contained in that evidence container paper bag within the document. Within the bag.
Correct. They're stipulating that everything that was pulled out was included in item 21, which is Defense Exhibit 242, and that these items were processed by this officer.
We agree with both those things.
All right.
Thank you. You just put everything that was in the bag back in, and then Detective Correa will, and there's that little receipt there. Thank you.
Redirect.
No question. Thank you.
Jen, yes. I mean, Jen, you're spot on. As you always are spot on, Jen, to be fair. Motherfucker, I just jammed my finger in this bloody thing. Ah! But I wonder, like, how long does it take to appeal? It's probably years, right? That's what's wrong with this. Any normal person watching this, like a judge, should be able to go, all right, okay, there's needs to be another trial. Would you go? Fucking hell! Oh, this prick. Right, okay. 10 to 14 years. Think about that. He's been in that for, over 3 years. Another 10 to 14 years. He'd be in his 50s. He'd be like 50. Thank you, thank you. Put that up there. Look at Jody. You're on it. Sarah P, where are you? I'm worried about Sarah P now. What's up? She's gone quiet. Don't know what Sarah's doing. I just hope she's okay. Yeah, everyone's so flippant about it. 10 to 50, question. This isn't aimed at Jen or Sol at all, but like I do question whether, well, not in this one, but if he got an appeal, would he just want to do a bench trial? I know it's not usual, but i- is is it not better to do a bench trial? I don't know the answer to that. I'm just asking, would it be better to do a bench trial rather than a jury trial? With a good judge, not this guy, but
Do you solemnly swear the
fingers
testimony
crossed,
you are about to give
Nancy,
in this matter
for
will be the
you.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hendrickson, state
No,
your
I
first and your
put
last name, spell both your names for the
I put a caveat on that, not with Judge Schroeder, but it won't be Judge Schroeder. He won't be around it. I think he's retiring. He has to retire, I think, so it wouldn't be him anyway. But that's why I put a caveat. You wouldn't do it this time, but
Brandon Hendrickson, BrandonHendrickson.
How old are you?
42.
And what do you do for a living?
I work at a medical facility.
And in general, what city or area do you live in now?
Waukegan.
And where were you raised?
Kenosha.
And did you, at some point in your life, know a person who you knew to be named Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
In very general terms, how did you know him?
I met him in high school.
And how would you describe your relationship with him back in the time period of May of 2020?
Same it's been the whole time I met him. Great friendship.
Friends?
Yeah, absolutely. Brothers,
High school friends?
Absolutely.
Okay. Continued on through 2020?
Yes.
If you would estimate how many times in the time period of January 2020 through May of 2020, what would be your rough estimate at how many times you either saw Rosalio Gutierrez in person or heard from him in some fashion?
Well, I'd only come down to Kenosha once in a while, so I'd probably see him at least once or twice a month.
Okay. And what about hearing from him?
About the same.
All right. And since May 17th, 2020, how many times have you seen Rosalio Gutierrez in person?
0.
And since May 17th of 2020, how many times have you heard from him in any of the ways he used to be in touch with you?
0.
Now, on May 19th, 2020, were you located in the Kenosha area?
Yes.
And did you at some point come to hear something that caused you some concern?
Yes.
And where were you located when you first heard it?
I was getting a tattoo.
Do you remember in general where?
Sheridan Road in 46th Street, I believe.
Okay. And did you just happen to be in Kenosha to do that, or was that it
was planned.
Okay. And if you know, again, only if you know, when was the last time you had seen Rosalio Gutierrez prior to the moment you're in Kenosha getting that tattoo in general?
May 7th.
Okay. And so on May 19th, about what time do you hear from someone approximately causing you concern?
I'd say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And if you recall, who did you hear from that caused you concern?
I was scrolling Facebook and I seen Michael Campbell post the post. If anyone's seen or heard of from, we call him Junior, get a hold of me or get a hold of police, Kenosha Police Department.
So if you refer to someone as Junior during this testimony, you're speaking about Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
So when you saw that Facebook post, what did you do next?
Text Mike, or I believe I called him, one of the two,
Okay.
and was like, what's going on? And Basically, from what I remember, he told me that, you know, he was just
I
at
don't
juniors.
object that the answer is calling for hearsay.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me what he said specifically, just tell me what you did next.
I finished getting my tattoo and I went to Mike's house.
And you already knew where Mike lived?
Yes.
So when you, did you go right there as best you remember?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to Mike's house, that's Michael Campbell?
Yes.
And how do you know Michael Campbell?
Since elementary school.
And do you know him to have some relationship with Rosalio Gutierrez back in May of 2020?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge of them, who were they to each other?
Well, friends first, but they were working together.
Okay. And so when you arrived at Michael Campbell's home, about what time, again, I'm not asking you exactly, but about what time would you expect it was?
Around 4:30 in the afternoon, maybe.
Okay. And who was at Michael Campbell's home when you got there that you remember?
It was Michael Campbell and Erica Saylor.
Now, this was a couple years ago, right? And was it sort of shocking, the circumstances, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely.
Judge.
Well, yeah, based upon what's already come in the judge's rule.
And at the time you arrived there, what was happening there at Michael Campbell's home?
I walked in, I asked Michael what was going on, and then what I recall next was Erica stating, I have his address.
Objection, hearsay.
And Judge, I'm going to indicate that it is for purposes of what happens next. Ms. Erica Saylor is going to testify in this case, and this is not specifically for the truth of it. It's so that the jury can follow with a coherent narrative about why people did what when.
And I, as you know, I'm hostile to that explanation because it holds a lot of hearsay in with it, and so the objection is sustained.
After you heard information, whatever that information, so I'm not asking what was said to you, but after you heard individuals talk about information, what was the next thing that happened?
We looked at each other, got up and left.
Who's we?
Michael Campbell.
Okay. And when you said got up and left, where did the two of you go next? Was it to a vehicle or walking somewhere? Where'd you go?
We walked to Michael's mother's car.
Okay. Who drove?
Mike.
And where did you believe you were headed at that moment?
To the address in question.
Okay. And who did you believe was the address that you were going to, in terms of what role in the world was this person? Why did you believe you were headed out in a car at that moment?
To be honest, I just went.
Okay. Did you go because you believed that that you would be accomplishing something in particular?
Objection leading.
No.
Not at all. Did you go because you believed you would be that you might be accomplishing something in particular?
Possibly more as doing as what we all would do for each other.
What were you hoping to accomplish?
Maybe get some answers, or maybe even see Junior. I don't know.
Okay. And so other than yourself, who else was in the car?
Just me and Mike.
And about what time, approximately, again, not knowing exact when did you head out?
Before 5.
Okay. And did you go straight to whatever location you went to?
Yes.
When you got to that address, had there been any change in who the driver was?
No.
So where did Michael park in relation to arriving at this location?
In the gravel driveway.
Okay. And when Michael parked in the gravel driveway, describe what you remember as the vantage point from the road. So if you turn in, what did you see ahead of you?
The house on the right, and then further back I seen like dumpsters and like a big green industrial dumpster.
Okay. So in the context of the driveway, did you go any distance into the driveway? I don't need an exact estimate.
Yes.
Okay. And And when the vehicle came to a stop, was that because something was blocking it, or because Michael simply stopped it?
Objection leading. He's been doing this consistently, giving the.
Well, no, you don't have, no, you made your objection, and the objection is overruled.
You can answer, go ahead.
What was the question again, sorry?
Was there something that caused Michael Campbell to come to a stop? In other words, an impediment, a block, or did he simply come to a stop without an impediment?
He stopped on his own.
And when Michael stopped, what, if anything, could you observe occurring towards the house?
Nothing.
Okay, so what happened next? What did you do and what did Michael do?
We got out and we approached the front of the house, but it was kind of hard to get to. So from my recollection, it was like a lot of bushes and the grass was kind of high. I believe there was no staircase.
Okay, so when you approached the house, did you observe at some point some vehicles located on the property?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so at the point you're at now, where are you located in relation to the house? Are you right up near the house at this point?
Yes.
Okay, then what happens?
We go to our left and back onto the gravel driveway.
Okay.
And then we proceeded to walk forward into the back.
Okay, and is that sort of around the house slightly?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
As we approached, we saw somebody with their back to us, is wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt.
Okay, stop for a second. And could you see vehicles at this point?
Yes.
Up until now, could you see vehicles?
No.
And was the individual you saw between you and the vehicles, or was he on, or were you closer to the vehicles? How were you and he related to the vehicles?
He was directly in front of us.
And between you and the vehicles?
No, the vehicles were off to my right.
Okay. And when you first saw this individual, were they indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
And what happened next?
I believe Mike asked him, like, are you...
Objection, hearsay.
It doesn't seem to be an assertion. Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
I believe he turned around because he heard us. And
Well,
Mike,
let me think. It is an assertion.
It was a statement of another witness. It was a statement of another individual, out-of-court statement.
It's a, no, it's not, it actually is an assertion, which to me is a claim that some fact exists. This instead is repeating a question which was asked, which is not an assertion. So the objection is
yeah.
So again, what do you believe Michael said? What were the first words out of Michael's mouth that you recall?
are you Zach or Zachariah?
Okay. And did the individual answer?
Yes.
Okay. Is the person who you came in contact with that day, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, could you indicate where the person you came in contact with on May 19th is located, and say what they're wearing today?
He's to my right, and he's wearing, looks like a green tie, light blue shirt, and a dark blue jacket.
I'd ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
He's indicating the accused.
When the defendant was asked if he was Zach or Zachariah, what did the defendant answer, if anything?
He said, no, that's my brother.
And then what did either you or Michael say next in relation to the defendant?
I believe
The objection potentially calls for hearsay.
Well, what because
Said, what did you or Michael say?
what the witness said, he's has personal knowledge.
True.
So it's not hearsay.
No, but the question was.
He asked.
I don't think it matters, Ollie, in this case. I think the judge was allowing everything in. I think the judge has switched off at this point. I think his response time, I think everything he's looking at the streams at this point, probably. I think he switched off. I think he lets everything in.
What did you or?
Right.
So it's half hearsay.
Well.
But I'm not even sure it's that.
We didn't get to it yet, but depending on, the question needs to be, what did you say? And if the question is, what did Michael say? Well, that's hearsay.
Judge, two individuals.
No. Why argue? Ask him if either he or Michael said anything.
Did either you or Michael say anything?
Yes.
What was said next?
Objection, same
Well,
objection.
now, but ask which one said something.
Fucking hell.
Did you say anything at this time?
No.
What did Michael say then at that time?
All right.
That's hearsay.
Well, I don't know yet. I have an overwhelming suspicion that it's non-hearsay.
Well, the last time we thought that a few minutes ago, the answer was, oh, are you Zach? Was the question. And that is clearly offered for the truth of the matter. So it's an out of court statement.
No, we're not going to agree, and I'm not going to rehash it.
Okay.
I'm actually going to chance it and take the answer.
So
go ahead.
You don't need argument from me then? Is
No.
that okay? So what did Michael say next?
Actually, Zach said something before Mike said something.
What did the defendant say next?
He said, "Why? What do you want with my brother?"
Okay, then what was the response that was made by, well, let me just ask, did you do the talking in terms of any discourse or discussion specifically with the defendant?
Me and Mike both did. We
Okay.
conversated with him.
Okay, so what was said next by the two of you?
After he said, "No, that's my brother. What do you want with him?" Mike said, "Well, our friend Junior's missing."
Same objection, Judge. I don't know how this is not hearsay. I'm really struggling
Because
here.
I'll tell you why.
Because this witness is going to testify. But now they want to
I'll
double
tell
up
you
on
why
it.
it's not hearsay.
Okay.
It's because, first of all, he's on the stand, subject to cross, and he is testifying to what he heard with his own ears. To the extent he's repeating what the other gentleman said, I don't see it as being, it is not being offered.
Judge doesn't have a
to prove the
clue
truth of the
what he's on
matter,
about.
which is asserted.
Well, then perhaps we can get an offer of proof of what it is offered for, because
No, because we're going to move along.
okay.
The objection's overruled.
Can there just be a standing objection in this?
No, there can't.
Okay, thank you. I tried.
Well, no, you did,
yeah.
but in 1978, the revisers of the evidence code says, oh, no, you can't have standing objections.
What year was that?
78.
Okay, thank you.
I was,
Don't worry, Judge.
All right, Mr. Hendrickson, again, after the two of you were asked, what do you want with him? What was said?
Mike asked him, well, we want to talk to her. Like, we just want to know because our friend Junior's stuff happened at his apartment, and Mike said to him, I know that, your brother and your brother's ex have been, and Junior were dating or seeing each other. And after that, I really don't recall what Mike was saying to him. I don't remember if he said anything back, but Mike basically explained to him why we're there, because we know that your brother and our friend had problems.
Okay, so do you remember the defendant reacting to hearing the news that our friend Junior is missing? And we know that your ex and Junior were seeing each other, dating, something like that?
Yes.
Okay, so having heard those two pieces of information, what, if anything, did the defendant do in reaction?
He said he can call his brother and ask him.
Then what happened?
He started kind of making his way to the house, which was to his left.
Okay, then what happened?
He got into the house, and me and Mike walked back to where we parked.
He, meaning the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and when he went in the house, and you and Mike walked back to the vehicle, how did you go back to the vehicle? What route did you take?
We took the same route we took going up to the driveway.
All right. How many vehicles were in the driveway, if you remember, that were not the vehicle you guys came in?
2.
Okay. If you remember, what were the vehicles? Only if you remember.
It was a black car and a dark colored minivan.
Okay. And did you at any time approach either of those two vehicles?
No.
What's the closest that you got to those two vehicles in your estimate?
20, 30 feet maybe.
Okay. And then, and what about Michael? Did he ever approach either of those two vehicles?
No.
And was Michael ever out of your sight during the entire time you were at the property that you described?
No.
After you got back to your vehicles, at your vehicle, obviously I mean Michael's mom's vehicle, what happened next?
We kind of leaned on the hood of the car, I guess expecting him to maybe say, hey, my brother's coming. We just walked back and sat on the hood of the car and basically just waited to hear some news.
What's the next thing that happened?
We heard his voice. And
his meaning the defendant?
The defendant. We heard the defendant's voice. Mike spotted him through, I think, a screen door window from inside the residence.
Then what happened?
He asked, what do you guys want with my brother? Or like started having like an aggressive tone.
Then what happened?
Mike was like, we're just here to figure out what's going on with our friend. It's cool. Have a good day.
And then what happened next?
We turned around, got in another vehicle, and backed out and left.
Okay, who drove, if you remember?
Mike.
Then at some point, did at some point were law enforcement contacted by Michael and yourself?
By Michael, yes.
Okay. And were you, I don't want to know the details, but were you present when that occurred?
Yes.
Oh. He can't even look anyway. He's looking down everywhere. He's loving it. She's not looking at him because they're in cahoots together. I just think they're in cahoots.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henderson. I want to walk through a little bit what occurred on May 19th, 2020. When you arrived, you said you walked to kind of behind the residence.
After we went to the front, yes.
And you saw two vehicles. You said a dark colored van and a black car.
Yes.
Did you see anyone in the van?
No.
Did you see anyone cutting out a carpet in the van?
No.
Did you see anyone burning any items?
No.
You said you saw Mr. Anderson?
At the time, I didn't know it was him, but yes.
And you saw what he was wearing?
Yes.
You said it was blue jeans, white shirt?
Yes.
Did anything about his appearance seem odd to you?
No.
Now, you said that you were there to just have a conversation with Mr. Anderson.
Like, what do you mean?
You'd agree that it was more confrontational than conversational?
No.
No. Were you there to sell cookies?
Objection, that's
Obviously
argumentative.
not.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Objection, argumentative.
Well, in the lesser sense, yes.
Were you there to speak to Mr. Anderson about nothing important?
Same objection, it's argumentative.
Fuck off.
I think the jury's been very patient with us. I think we need to move this along and not ask questions that don't go directly to what's being sought after.
Sure, Judge, but when the witness
Do
says
what I said.
you were there on serious matters, according to you, right?
Yeah.
And you had never met Mr. Anderson before.
No,
And this was not your property, right?
no,
This was private property.
yeah,
If you have a home, Mr. Hendrickson,
I do.
if two random people showed up to your home and were asking some pretty serious questions, would you feel that it was a friendly encounter?
Objection. Again, it's argumentative, Judge. This is argument.
You
Oh,
understand you're under oath?
literally, there's a pattern here. So literally, any objections from the defence overruled. Any objections from the state sustained.
I do.
That's not a proper
Oh.
question.
When you went to Mr. Anderson's home on May 19th, 2020, did you have a firearm with you?
Absolutely not.
When you left Mr. Anderson's home, did you get pulled over by law enforcement?
No, we did not.
Did you have any sort of contact with law enforcement when you left Mr. Anderson's home?
At the time, no.
After this had occurred, had anyone from the district attorney's office talked to you?
It was a while afterward, I believe. First,
Who spoke to you?
I can't remember.
Okay. And you said Mike had called 911
No, he called the Mequon Police Department
directly.
directly.
When you were there, you had testified that you didn't see anyone burning anything. Did you observe a fire?
No,
Nothing further.
Is the time period that you got there, can you estimate what time of day you got there?
no, it was getting dark though. So whatever time it was during that period, I don't know.
So May 19th, at whatever time period it starts to get dark on May 19th of the
Yes.
year? Okay. Nothing else?
Any question?
To that point, it was dark. Was it raining
No.
On the 19th of May, is your question?
when he was there? Was it raining?
At the defendant's house?
Correct.
No, it wasn't.
Nothing further.
You may step down, sir.
I was supposed to be pissing down.
Time for a break, Judge, so we can break up our witnesses rather than start one. And
All right, 10 to 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case, read, watch, or listen on any count of the time.
Right. There's about an hour left. This is more appalling than I remember. I'm not just saying that because Saul and Jenny. If you don't watch this and think this is appalling, I'm not sure what we're watching, guys. I'm losing my voice. I'm disheartened by it all. This is why we fight. This is why we need to fight. This is why we need to push this out. Get more eyes on this. Gravely, guys. Yeah, Gravely and Schroeder. Right, I'll play it from here. I'm gonna just dash off. Quick piss, quick coffee, back. But I'll play it from here. Treacicle. That was disgusting. What the judge just. If the judge is that to Gravely, you will never see it done to Gravely. Hi, Unicorn. Who won? You or your son? Right. So I'll play it from here. It might be a little bit of this for like 30 seconds or a minute, but we'll be back. Right. I'm just going to make a quick piss, quick coffee, back. But it will come on.
Jurors told one of the bailiffs that she thought that the officer who was here, the evidence man, Say his name?
Giovannini.
Giovannini. She thinks he might be related to her husband, but not closely. And I think, did she say she hadn't even ever met him?
I think that was part of the conversation,
So she's aware of a relative she's perhaps never met.
Oh, lots of people have those,
Okay.
and some I wish I hadn't. But, and in fact, the Thomas case that was just affirmed by the Supreme Court a week and a half ago was involved a juror who said she thought she might be related to one of the witnesses, but she wasn't sure. And I kept her on the jury, and the Supreme Court said, "Don't worry." But you're aware now, and if you want to question the jury, you're welcome to do so.
We do not wish to.
Is this all the information we know?
Well, do you know that juror's name? Could you identify?
If I understand it, she thinks that he's related to her husband in some distant fashion or semi-distant fashion?
That she thinks she.
I thought you said that.
Okay. Was there any discussion about like how close her husband was to him? Okay.
Well, it isn't something we need to deal with at this hour, but I think before the day is done, we need to address it if you want to take it any further.
Okay. All right. We'll discuss it. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else?
I do need to get a couple of exhibits marked. I'm fine grabbing the stickers, but I know that Paul is keeping the stickers.
Sure. I believe I know had 0.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Designed to modulate your voice. Oh, did you find it? Oh, and it's still intact. Usually they tear apart. Oh, sorry about that. Yep.
Okay, yeah, good spot that is. You did mention Law Kong earlier on. I didn't pick up on it, sorry. Well, I got my coffee, right? What are we doing? Right, let me skip ahead a little bit then. I'll just do this to see.
Multiple occasions introduced evidence. So the state.
Here we go.
So the state has on multiple occasions introduced evidence through testimony about Mr. Gutierrez being a loving father, a loving son, someone who's concerned about, being there for his kids, painting this picture of his character. The defense believes that opens the door and allows us to introduce evidence contrary to that assertion that's been made by the state. Ms. Knoll was a victim of abuse of Mr. Gutierrez, and I would plan on asking if whether she was aware of Mr. Gutierrez ever being violent towards women he was dating.
Now, I have to say, I think I made a little instruction to the jury that I wasn't going to let the district attorney go too far into Mr. Gutierrez because we treat the taking of human life the same regardless of the character of the victim.
Fucking bullshit.
Or at least that's what we tried to do. And the district attorney did go on a little bit, and the Ms. Karaskevich made the, sorry.
Zarek, Judge. Just like
Yes, made the totally unsupported assertion that a single mother is more devoted to her children than others. And I think, what are you talking about? There's no data on that. But so there were some things said that really don't bear on this case at all. I'm not saying they're not as loving with their children, but a lot of women and men have very intense love for their children, regardless of whether they're married or unmarried. So, but that was just in a series of statements that you made and evidence that was produced about Mr. Gutierrez. But it was at that point that I spoke to the jury and told them that I was going to limit that evidence because it
let it in the first place.
Totally irrelevant. Whether this man was a man with 27 prior convictions or
no worries, Holly.
Was lived his life like Mother Teresa is totally irrelevant to whether the state demands that anyone responsible for his death be brought to justice. So I don't see why we're going to add anything to show that he was a bad person either.
So another point of this is that the defense anticipates on inquiring in line with law enforcement not investigating other potential leads. The fact that law enforcement knew or should have known of Mr. Gutierrez's past conduct with several of his romantic partners, that being this violent history, and that they did not investigate any women that were potentially involved to question them about a possible altercation. And so I guess the inquiry from the defense would be then, if the court doesn't want us to ask this particular witness who would have the foundationary knowledge to establish that, I'm comfortable then just asking the state, the detective at a later time. But what I don't want then is an objection for lack of foundation.
Well, if it's extrinsic evidence, that's the key factor. It is distracting the jury from what they're here to determine. It also places the district attorney in the position of being the only means by which Mr. Gutierrez's reputation could be defended, and the district attorney may have been the prosecutor in those instances. I don't think that it has a sufficient probative value to reach the surface.
If I
Should
could,
not.
Judge,
Hold on, let me respond before we get the double trouble here.
I'm comfortable with that, what I've
Trouble.
already said. Comfortable.
I don't think the names are
I am
needed.
comfortable with what I have already said.
No, that's fine. I was just commenting that I don't think the names from the
You don't need to
state
comment.
are
You don't need to
necessary.
comment. If you have a comment, if there's an outcome that you feel is unacceptable, you can comment then to the Court of Appeals.
So
Okay.
the court's made a ruling and we should bring.
Motherfucker. Yeah, Court of Appeals. Let's wait another 10 to 15 years when you won't be around, Judge. Yeah. Let's pass the buck again. You let them. It's so infuriating, and I know it's infuriating for you guys as well. It's just you let everything in for the state. Don't let them go in about his character then. And then don't cut Nicole off every bloody second. It's just infuriating. It's like it's as if it's a tag team here now. They just want to, you know, and pass it on. Right, the jury can make the decision, or the Court of Appeals can now make that decision.
I have
Witness?
indeed.
Okay, thank you.
We have to get the jury here first.
I know.
I didn't hear what the comment was.
I'm willing to repeat it at some point when it's appropriate, if the court wishes.
I don't need to.
Okay.
Would you come down, please?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. It's disgusting, Sol. I'm so sorry, Sol. Just disgusting.
Come on.
No other words for it. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. That. I got no words, guys. I mean, I'm not normally one that is quiet. I got plenty to say normally. Or, if I got a guest on, I'm normally, let them do the talking because they're more informative. But I generally don't have the words. Don't have the words to it. How dare a judge say, well, if you don't like my prejudice, take it up with the Court of Appeals. Like it's a joke. Judge, it's not a joke. With what he says, because, yeah, he's the one who understands it. To push this through and tread all over the defender. He also knows he won't be around in 10, 15 years. No, neither can I, Emily. Yeah. Whoever led to this, yes. Yes. Legal clusterfuck, absolutely.
Hold 1 second,
I
please.
think you can say clusterfuck anyway in chat. It's so gross. How does he these sort of things, and then tell the story to bore the fuck out of people? Yeah. Or just one waiting years for an appeal is sitting in jail for even more years waiting for a new trial to begin. He's just been there for 3 years for, in my opinion, strong opinion, for a crime he never committed, and potentially he's there for another 15, if not more. 18 years potentially, if not more, of someone's life. Can you imagine that? I can't, I can't imagine it because I'm not there, but I just went for a piss and I just made a coffee for myself, so I can't do that. And this bumbling piece of shit, you look at him now on his phone again. Right, he said, right, and Sal said this. Well, his wife's got a medical thing, and then look after your wife. By all means, go and look after her. But you can't let your wife's medical issue distract you from this. Yes. They just steered everyone. I didn't think he was this bad. I genuinely didn't remember him being this bad. I genuinely didn't. But he's awful. Yeah. But also, I just mix of what Holly said there. How does he know it's going to Court of Appeals? Does he know the jury could find him guilty? Just let's get a fair trial the first time. It doesn't need to go anywhere. And the way it's all conducted and the way it's all shouted about, the way the Gravy puts everything in there anyway, just makes the jury remember what they want.
The whole truth and nothing but the
Oh
truth.
shit,
So help
who's
you
this?
God.
Josie?
Please be seated.
Josie, who's this?
Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name, please?
Eileen Knoll, Ailennoll.
And are you currently employed?
Yes,
And what do you do for work in general?
I work in the pharmaceutical industry.
And where do you currently reside city-wise?
In Racine.
Do you know someone by the name of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And back in May of 2020, how often would you estimate you saw Mr. Gutierrez Jr. on a weekly basis?
A couple times a week.
And what was, at that point in time, your relationship with Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
He was a friend and then also working for me.
And when you say working for you, what was he doing for you?
He was a contractor, so helping fix some of my units.
Do you flip properties or do something of that nature?
I have rentals, and I did flip at that time, did flip houses.
And Rosalio would assist with that?
Yes.
And was that a consistent thing he would do with you multiple times a week?
Yes.
And approximately how long had he been working for you in this role as a contractor for flipping properties?
It had been a few years.
And for your jobs, did you know him to be punctual?
For me, yes.
Now, you also indicated you and Mr. Gutierrez were friends at that point?
Yes.
And saw him on a very regular basis?
Yes.
If you were going to estimate for us, as someone who knew him, what would you estimate?
The problem is, Josie, you've been so freaking good that whenever you're not here now, I miss it. I'm like, I can't do it without you. But we got there in the end. I'm only, I don't expect you to always be here to do it, but I'm so used to you doing it now. I'm just like, I got lazy. But I did it in the end. So don't worry. Don't apologize, for fuck's sakes.
Estimate his height and his weight to be at the time of May of 2020.
You set the bar too high.
Maybe 6'1", 2.
Oh shit. Oh no, what have I done now? You absolute dickhead. Oh, here we go.
And what was the nature of the conversation he was having with you regarding his new relationship with this Sadie? What was, do you recall him working for you in this role as a contractor for flipping properties?
It had been a few years.
And for your jobs, did you know him to be punctual?
For me, yes.
Now, you also indicated you and Mr. Gutierrez were friends at that point?
Yes.
And saw him on a very regular basis?
Yes.
If you were going to estimate for us, as someone who knew him, what would you estimate his height and his weight to be at the time of May of 2020?
Maybe 6'1", 220.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to April of 2020. Do you recall Mr. Gutierrez ever coming to you as a friend regarding a relationship he was in?
Yes.
And what was the name of the person he was in a relationship with, if you know?
Sadie.
And when he came to talk to you, do you recall when this was?
When he was in the relationship?
when you had this conversation with him regarding Sadie?
Yeah, the first time it was a Saturday.
And in what month, if you recall?
I believe it was April.
And what was the nature of the conversation he was having with you regarding his new relationship with this Sadie?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it ultimately is going to be not for the truth of the matter asserted, but it leads to a name she's able to provide later on to Michael Campbell.
It's a conversation that allows her to know how she gets the info.
Yeah, it was 2:40 yesterday, 2:20 today.
What
Overruled.
information did Mr. Gutierrez tell you about this relationship in context with this case?
No. That last part.
What information did he tell you in regards to Sadie the Saturday you spoke to him in April?
Again, the same objection. This is clearly for the matter asserted.
It's Doctor. She said it for this case.
I don't know that it's as clear as you suspect.
Well,
You have the advantage that you have all the discovery in that, so I don't have that, but to me, it's not so clear.
Well, if it's not,
And it's non-testimonial, so it can be approached a little more,
either way, how is it relevant?
I don't know yet. It actually, that may be the weakest feature of it, but you can answer.
What was the nature of your conversation with Mr. Gutierrez that April Saturday?
He had let me know that he was in a relationship with Sadie, and he had spent the night with her that evening before he came to my house. He had talked about an altercation or something that had happened where someone had broken into his truck or got into his truck. And
Judge, again, this is. Can we briefly let the court know where it leads?
It's time. Give us a minute.
You read. Hearsay. It's the only way to get it in. No, he never said a relationship. No, this is all about say that Zach broke into his van and went through his documents.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so the relevance.
Could we do this outside the presence of the witness? Because otherwise,
Yeah.
he's just coaching her.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that. Go ahead.
So this witness hears from.
Even if he's not coaching her. Just let her go out. She doesn't need to be there to hear all this. It's all set in her mind now. What the bullshit!
The
bullshit.
Individual from Rosalio Gutierrez, that someone, Sadie's ex-boyfriend has broken into his truck and been monitoring him and been filming him. So he hears those things. So when Miss Knoll, who is the original person who begins to alert the friend group, hey, where is Rosalio? When she does that, and when she provides the both law enforcement and when she provides Michael Campbell and his associates the name of the person, she is providing a name of a person because she has heard who Sadie is. She's had recent information about this incident, and so that's why this name comes up. That's why these people go visit, It explains exactly why all these people do these things. So it is the centerpiece of why Eileen Knoll is not picking a random person in this situation. So remember, the defense in this case is that you should have focused on X, Y, and Z persons. Well, there's a reason why law enforcement and people close to Rosalio Gutierrez, et cetera, continue to focus.
That would have been true. In fact, it was true in the case of the state against Jensen, the letter from the grave. This is very close, really, to that. And
this is not testimonial. That was a letter.
That was a testimonial statement. I agree with you.
This is.
But we're working with hearsay here, even though the hearsay rule is in a steep decline. It's still the law.
Sure.
And
but it was found to be.
This is other than the testimonial aspect. This is I think remarkably similar to the letter from the grave in the Jensen case.
Well, he wasn't alleging that he was about to be killed or any of those things. He wasn't alleging, hey, look for this suspect.
Providing the motive.
He is indicating, well, you're going to hear that motive from Sadie, who's going to say she's an eyewitness to some of those things. You're going to hear it from the daughter, who's going to say I was a participant in some of those things. So you're going to hear direct witnesses who talk about experiencing that going through. But it doesn't help the jury understand why Michael Campbell and his associates know where to head.
Yeah.
Remember, there's been an accusation these people have interfered with the investigation. Remember, there was an offer of proof made. Well, the counter to that is that Eileen Knoll has heard a conversation from this individual, not meant to be told to law enforcement. You don't report this to Eileen Knoll to get the cops to intervene. That you tell Eileen Knoll because she's a friend of yours, and when it's reported to Eileen Knoll, she simply stores that away until a moment where now he's missing, and so she has one particular person who she's going to look up and maybe provide information to others about.
So based on that, we get to get into everything this dead person says, or the supposedly dead person we don't even know. I mean, I agree about the Jensen analogy. It's dead on point, and it's clearly testimonial. It's also, if we have Sadie and Olivia.
It's not testimonial.
Well, if we have all these other witnesses, they're going to talk about all this other stuff to counter the defense's theory about law enforcement. Then that makes this even less relevant.
Yeah, that's not true, because Sadie doesn't speak to Michael Campbell and those people. Eileen Knoll is in contact with those people. The daughter is not in contact with Michael Campbell, etc. The only person is Eileen Knoll in that regard. And so, they hear this information,
Try again.
and they are directed that direction partly because Eileen Knoll here's enough information, Sadie, ex-boyfriend of Sadie, to be able to put two and two together and direct them in a particular direction. And so, again, Judge, this is, right now, what the jury is left with in the alternative is, well, how, unless these people are directly in on this, do they have a way to go and find this random guy? They've never spoken to Sadie. They don't know any of these people. And so how are they randomly going to find this guy on the planet?
I don't know, but that doesn't change the rules, and the fact that we're not allowed to. Now, I'm not speaking of this particular testimony or this witness, but you could get a lot of common gossip in with that kind of an explanation. Gee, the jury isn't going to understand this unless you let in this gossip. That's not the rule.
So then, by his theory, then I guess she directed Campbell and his friend to go over and threaten Zach. Is that somehow helpful to the state's theory? I don't get it. I don't understand the purpose or the relevance of this.
Did I purport that?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. But to me, it's the non-testimonial letter from the grave, and it's banned under the hearsay rules. As they stand, the proposal, the practice in England for many years has been to let the jury have it and let them work with what it is. That's the proposal for the federal rules, but it's not in the federal rules yet, even though it's widely practiced, and it's not in our rules.
I do feel this court has, in practice, been fairly has thought about the hearsay rules and had you and I have had personal discussions about hearsay on many records. I think this moment certainly feels familiar to you as it does to me, and I have often
bring his friend
had an expression on my face similar to the one I have right now because of my thought process that the hearsay rule should be much stricter. And the court on those days has talked to me about how you have an expansive view of hearsay and believe that a jury should hear it. Now, again, every case is different, so I simply don't in any way mean that the court is changing its mind in sort of philosophy. But I would suggest to the court.
No, it's not that at all. It's that in the Jensen case, I said the evidence couldn't come in. And your office appealed, and the Supreme Court reversed. So I had to try the case the whole time knowing that it was going to go down in flames, which it did, until the DA's office was finally compelled to keep out that part of the case. That was the letter from the grave. And now you are back with the same type of evidence, except it's non-testimonial.
Well, luckily, we're under much wiser leadership now than what the court is portraying in terms of prior. Judge,
well, I think what you're saying, Judge, is that it's not going to come in, so we should move on.
He was talking, and the jury's sitting in the back, and he's right. We have feuded over hearsay, and I think he has misunderstood what I've said on it, but he does understand that we don't agree. Ask the jury to come in, please.
So he can't get into this?
The objection will be sustained.
Thank you.
Hey.
So she'll indicate.
He does. Solstice. Yeah, let's butter up the judge. Friends, they're drinking together. Try and manipulate every point. Yes. Sounds pissed about the Jensen case. Salty much. I know. Just pissed me. Yeah. So he made mistakes in the. Hi, Billy. I'm not sure. I said hello to you earlier on, but hello, Billy, because I haven't. This is a joke. We've got half an hour left of these bloody dummy people. Also, having Sadie in there is like coaching because she's just making notes in her head of everything she needs to hit on when she takes a stand.
Ms. Knoll, moving forward to May 15th of 2020, do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Gutierrez regarding an upcoming scheduled install at one of your properties?
Yes, was that Saturday?
May 15th, I believe, was a Friday.
Friday, yes.
I'm going to approach with what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 4
No,
and 3.
don't think so. Depends when he left. I don't think so, Sean. Was it? How long did it last for, Tuddy Pip? Hey, Billy. Yeah, how long's the first Mark Jensen trial? I'm never ever watching that trial again, that's for sure.
With the green messages here on the right side, would those be from Mr. Gutierrez to you? Yes. So he says to you downstairs.
Sorry, you have to answer out loud.
Yes. Say yes.
Yes.
So he says to you on May 15th at 4:53 p.m. downstairs tenant is scheduled for Monday for lights install. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicate back, great. What about the hall light?
Correct.
And he indicates back to you, I'll do it on Monday when I do the other ones.
Yes.
And you indicate back, okay.
Yes.
And May 15th would have been a Friday, so Monday would have been May 18th. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And so the plan here is he's going to be doing work on one of your properties that day.
Yes.
Was that work ever completed by Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Now, page 2 of this document is a message from you.
5.5 weeks.
From May 17th at 1:52 p.m. It reads, I don't think this setup works right. The water drains too slow and backs up, and the water is
Like
sitting in
Murdoch
the
then.
disposer. Do you recall this conversation with him?
Yes.
And is this regarding something at your personal home?
Yes.
And does Mr. Gutierrez then respond with a couple of messages on May 17th all the way up till 2 p.m.?
Yes.
After May 17th at 2 p.m., do you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
No.
Now, subsequent to him not showing up on May 18th to do the install at your properties, do you attempt to reach out to Mr. Gutierrez?
Several times.
And how do you attempt to do that?
That Monday morning, I had texted him to see if he was getting over there, and the iMessage went through as a text message, which usually meant his phone was off. I got busy and didn't follow up until the next day. I texted him and the same thing. The iMessage went through as a text. So I tried to call him and it went straight to voicemail. So then I called Michael Campbell.
And was that unusual for Mr. Gutierrez's phone to go right to voicemail for 2 solid days?
For any day, yes.
So then you just indicated to us that you then reached out to Michael Campbell. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 244. So is this blue message from you to Mike Campbell? It says, hey Mike, hi Mike, sorry to bother you. Have you heard from Rosalio the last couple of days? I tried to call, but it goes straight to voicemail.
Yes.
And was that from May 19th at about 2:08 p.m.?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay,
These are
as to what Michael Campbell was going to say.
The objection's overruled.
And then do you actually identify yourself to Mr. Campbell so he knows who's communicating with him?
Yes.
And then Mr. Campbell says back to you, I seen him Saturday. Is everything okay? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicate back, I was checking to see if he was.
May I see it?
Now he thinks about checking it. Thanks to the Pip.
The objection's overruled.
Of course it is.
So you indicate I was checking to see if he was able to get the lights installed in the other unit and hall.
That's correct.
And then you indicate just making sure he is okay, not like him to have his phone off.
Fuck.
Yes.
And Mr. Campbell indicates, okay, I'm due some detective work for you.
Yes.
And you indicate, okay, thanks, just making sure he's okay.
Yes.
After having these interactions with Mr. Campbell, who had also didn't know where Mr. Gutierrez was, what did you do next?
I was working that day, so I'm sure I continued working. And then Michael called me to let me know that he was at the apartment.
And when Michael called you to let you know he was at the apartment, whose apartment was he at?
Rosalia's.
And what did you do after hearing that information?
I went there as well.
And what, if anything, did you see when you arrived at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Just the police tape around the apartment.
And Did you attempt to speak with police regarding any information you had?
I tried to at that time, but they were busy.
And ultimately, did you have further discussions with Mr. Campbell away from the scene a little bit later on that night at roughly 6:15 p.m., 6:18 p.m.?
Yes.
Everything's overruled. Oh, that's lovely, Unicorn. That's nice to get the kids involved like that. I'm sure Sol and Jen and Zach and the family would all appreciate to hear that. I always just think, what's going through Zach's head right now? Sitting there.
Department to Mr. Campbell have further discussions regarding your concerns about Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance.
Yes.
And did you both know of someone that Mr. Gutierrez was somewhat concerned about in the weeks before he went missing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you page 2 of Exhibit 245. At 5:19 p.m. I'm sorry, on 5:19 at 6:18 p.m. Did you send a name of a person that you knew Mr. Gutierrez had talked about previously to Mr. Campbell regarding your suspicions in this case?
Yes.
And is that name Zachariah Anderson?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit exhibits 243, 244, and page 2 of 245 into evidence.
Objection?
No objection except for the last one and the subject to the redaction of the first text, which parties agreed on.
That's accurate.
All right, received.
Oh, come on.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Josie. I didn't see that. Thank you, Josie. Luckily, someone said, thank you, Josie. I was like, what's that about? Why are they thanking Josie for? I looked at the chat then. That's so kind of you, Josie. As always, way too generous for me. Thank you so much. Why do they always go to the people that don't support me anymore?
So I'm giving you both pages.
Everyone, make sure that your gift memberships are open. Press the. Oh, Josie, stop it! Stop it, Josie. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Gabby Salsa. I don't know who you are, Gabby, but welcome, Gabby. I've never seen you here before, but welcome. Make sure you're, because I'll do one now. How do you do it? You press the money thing, go into membership, and then press the 3 buttons to make sure that you can accept gifted things. So I don't mind Jamie getting it. Just so some of the others are avoiding me, so that's another story. That's another story. But I like Jamie, so I think she's not boycotting me.
My pay grade.
Josie's way too
Judge,
generous.
the defense has no questions for this witness.
Let me step down.
Just lashes, yes. Oh, nothing. Well, yeah, congratulations, Gabby Salazar. That's a nice name. We go on YouTube and I'll give some memberships out. Switch accounts. Let's say press join, 3 dots, allow gifts. Please do that, guys. Because I know Unicorn, because I gave out 10 the other day, and I think 7 of them were to people that absolutely hate me. So they're never going to use it. So that was a bit of a
Somebody swear
waste.
the testimony you're about to give in this matter
Yes.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Right, make sure you press that because I'm going to send it now as well.
Mr. Campbell, we need you to speak into that microphone. The acoustics are a little rough in here. Okay, if you could just speak right in there. Mr. Campbell, can you state your first and last name, spell your last name for the record?
Michael Campbell, Campbell.
How old are you today?
42.
And in general, what profession do you have?
I own my own business.
And in what basic community or city do you live in?
Kenosha, Wisconsin.
And where were you raised?
Kenosha.
In the in your life, did you come at some point to know a person who you knew as Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
And what name did you call that individual?
Junior.
So I'm going to refer to him as Junior for purposes of our discussion. Is that
right? No.
Yes.
How did you know Junior?
From Bradford High School.
That's where you met him?
Yeah.
And what can you say about, in general, what can you say about the friendship since Bradford? You said you're 42? Been a few years since Bradford,
wrong one.
correct?
Yes.
So
Michael Campbell.
let's talk about the time period of May of 2020. How would you describe your relationship with Junior during that period?
Hate's the wrong, but okay, boycotting the channel, unsubscribing and stuff like that, fine. Hate might be too strong, just more of a people who are disappointed.
I was working with him, so it's pretty good.
I don't give a shit. Anyway,
and
it's all
other
good.
than the work relationship, were you guys in any other way companions, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, we hung out all the time.
Okay. And at that time, did you have a girlfriend who also was in your life?
Yes.
What was her name?
Erica.
And and what, if anything, can you say about whether she was a person who would see Junior as well during that time period of May of 2020?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention to the time period of, again, May of 2020. What kind of work were the two of you doing?
Painting, flooring, whatever would pay the bills. I mean, general contract work.
And what was the relationship between the two of you? Were you partners? Did one of you work for the other? Can you describe that relationship?
He had his own business. I had mine, and we just kind of worked together. He was better at finding jobs, so it's kind of why I teamed up with him, because he was really good at that, and obviously had
names,
connections with investors and stuff like that. So.
And have you at some point? Was there a time on May 19th, 2020, that you became concerned about Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so on the 19th, so that's a Monday,
Mm-hmm.
What was the first contact that somebody had with you? Sorry, it was a Tuesday. What was the first contact somebody had with you that Tuesday that led you to start thinking or wondering about Rosalio Gutierrez?
I got a message from Eileen, and she asked if I heard from him, and I said no, but it wasn't unlikely for us to go a few days without,
And who was Eileen so that she would get in touch with you?
She was an investor that we both worked for.
And so when she contacted you and asked you if you knew where he was or if you'd heard from him, what did you do in response to that?
I told her that I haven't heard from him, and I could find out.
He's not there.
And what'd you do? What'd you do next? What's the first thing you did to try to find out?
I went and paid my truck payment, I believe, and then I drove past his house, and then.
Let me ask you first. Did you call him?
I don't recall. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. So when you drove past his home, had you been to his home before?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you see there, if you recall?
Crime scene, a bunch of police tape or whatever, caution tape.
If you had a general estimate, do you know about what time you would have arrived there?
I don't know. It was afternoonish, I would say.
Okay. And when you got there, did you make yourself known to law enforcement in some way?
Yeah.
Let them know. And what'd you say to them?
I said, well, they approached me and they asked, what are you doing here? I was like, I'm looking for my friend Junior. And then that's when they just started asking me questions.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether you provided them information at that time?
What was that?
What, if anything, can you say about whether you provided information to the police at that time? Did you tell them some things?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I told them everything that I, knew and whatever.
So did you give them, for instance, some names of people they might want to reach?
Right. Yeah. Other friends. And.
Do you remember who you told them?
I know one of them was Jeremy Kipp. I wasn't sure with the new boss that he was working with down in Waukegan or wherever it was. I didn't know his name exactly. I don't recall any other ones, but.
Do you know if you gave the police Eileen Knowles' name, or do you know?
I probably did, yeah. I mean, because obviously that was the reason why I went over there. So
after you were at the scene and saw the police tape and asked your question, what did you do next?
I just went home and was just trying to gather my thoughts. It was very, scary to me.
Okay, so let me stop you. Who was home when you got there, if you remember?
At my house?
Yep.
My girlfriend at the time.
Okay, is that Erica?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do next that you remember?
I just was talking to her about the whole situation, and then just, I guess, doing our own investigations.
Did anybody else arrive at your house at some point?
Yes.
And who was that?
My friend Brandon.
And in general, how did he come to arrive at your house, if you know?
What do you mean?
Well, did somebody call him?
Oh, no, he was in town getting, I believe, a tattoo done or something, and he might have called me, or I might have called him or something. Maybe he called me because I think he seen my post on Facebook asking if anybody has seen Rosalio.
Okay, so you posted something on Facebook?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Let me finish my question before you answer.
Sorry.
Okay, so my question was, did you post something on Facebook because of what you saw at Rosalio's home?
Well, because I was told that he was missing.
Okay.
So.
And so at some point you were in touch with this other individuals, and his name again?
Brandon.
Okay. And so Brandon, where did you meet Brandon or see Brandon next?
He came to my house.
Okay. When Brandon got to your house, what happened next?
We just got the information, found his address, and went to his house.
So in general, do you recall how you got anybody's information?
Facebook, and I want to say maybe CCAP. I'm not sure.
And if you can you tell me who you remember getting information? So like, who was it who was finding this information, if you know?
Erica was getting the information.
All right. And did you then at some point believe you had the name of a person that you were focused on?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, how did you come to have a particular person in mind that you felt you guys should be looking into?
Well, I mean,
Calls for speculation and hearsay.
I don't think this question does. The objection is overruled.
So again, how did you come to be focused on a particular individual worth looking up?
Well, it has some risk of getting some hearsay. Be ready to be interrupted.
Do what you got to do, buddy.
Start.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Do what you got to do, buddy.
Yeah. You go ahead and start.
So I was working with him, obviously, and he had
With we don't know who him is.
Junior, sorry. And he had mentioned to me.
All right, there we are.
Okay. So based on some discussion or conversation you had with Junior, without telling us what that conversation was, did you have a name or some reason to look up a particular human being on the planet?
The question still calls, the basis of it is.
It does. It is. Yeah.
The exact same thing.
It doesn't ask what.
Lawyers will argue about this.
Okay.
But I have to agree that it's pregnant with hearsay.
Okay. After any discussion you had, when you discovered that Rosalio Gutierrez was missing, who did you then focus on? Was there a particular person who you focused on?
Yes.
And who was that?
Well,
same objection.
Not exact. Well, it's the same objection. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, but
He revealed no content. He's simply saying,
yeah,
I now went to look at a particular person.
Yeah, we could argue about this till we're blue in the face, and it won't do any good. I mean, the lawyers see it differently. It has huge potential for hearsay, and I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you focus on a particular individual? Without telling us why, did you focus on a particular individual?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Zach.
Okay.
Zachariah.
And did you know that person's last name?
Not at the moment, I don't think.
Okay. How did you?
Judge, I'm going to interpose my same objection because just by skipping over the part that the court wouldn't allow him to get into, he now is in an area that has no connection, no evidentiary connection, so he can't get to where he just went to.
That's not true.
Well,
you don't have to have any basis.
Okay.
Yeah. As I say, I'm not going to make the jury endure listening to us haggle about it. It is, we'll call it hearsay seepage is what we'll call it.
Just making words up.
We'll break for the day. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any count. And let me ask that you return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes. Zoom out.
Let's see if there's any discussion. I think there's a bit. Yeah, there is a more discussion. Only gets worse. Dee, 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 dee. Oh yeah. Oh, on his phone again.
lawyers are not going to agree on this on both sides, but it's a vehicle to get the composite result of the hearsay into the minds of the jurors to prove the basic confines of the hearsay. And they think that because they didn't get the exact words out that they've complied with the hearsay rule. But in the end, what the jury ends up with is, well, of course, he acted as he did because of what was told to him. Even if we don't know exactly what it is, we know that it triggered a response of fear in this case. So I think it's hearsay.
Yeah.
What was the last thing you said? I missed the very last thing. Your
It
voice
triggered
dropped.
a response of fear in this case. And so that's why it's hearsay.
Because of the response, because it caused him to do something next, drives it into the category of hearsay. Because it
Something
caused
so alarmed him about what was said to him that he took that next step.
So these are statements that were made days or weeks prior. So these are not statements that prompted him to take any action until his friend was missing. When his friend is missing, he has a prior conversation. It's weeks old, or at least several days old. I guess I don't want to say multiple weeks, but several days old. And it causes him to take specific action, which is to look up one particular individual. At this point, the court has indicated that we cannot say what the content of that conversation was, right? That was a prior ruling. So I did not ask that. I said, without telling me anything about what the content of the ruling is, what a conversation, when he went missing, did you focus on a particular individual? And his answer is yes, and he will now say who that individual is. That isn't hearsay. There's no specifics that have been presented. Simply what we're talking about is simply that based on whatever was said to him, whatever nebulous items were said, here's what he did next. This is his motivation. It isn't, I didn't ask him based on any conversation.
But it's clear from the historical events which have already been discussed, the source of his fear.
So, Judge, let me, if I could just briefly respond, counsel, I apologize. How else would we have a jury understand that they didn't just drive randomly and stop at house to house on the way to Mequon? I guess what I'm trying to say to the court is this is they went to a particular address which they looked up, and I don't imagine the court is saying that I can have no witness say that we looked up an address and that we then proceeded there. I don't imagine that you're saying that, but I'm at a loss, and maybe I just don't understand.
Let me explain.
Okay.
Supposing what had happened is Ms. Gutierrez had given a sealed letter.
Yep.
To the witness and said, if anything happens to me, I can tell you this is what happened to me with Zachariah Anderson. And it's a poison pen letter. It's the one that Walter Raleigh lost his head over a statement like that. God, I love it.
Who said, oh, I love it?
Said it's the darkest blot on English jurisprudence. It's a poison pen letter. That's what it is. It doesn't make any difference. You don't have to prove to the jury why he went there. He did go there. What you are doing here is the defendant has
we know what you meant.
Thrown the bait into the water in opening statement, and you've been continuously responding to it. And I'm not criticizing you. Don't misunderstand. But that's why I've talked to the jury. You're getting a lot of stuff that would ordinarily be classified as hearsay, but isn't, because the defense opened the door to all this. And this is just more, but in this case, it's just too much. Because it's actually, well, maybe because of my experience with the poison pen letter.
You do seem a little wounded.
Little what?
You do seem a little wounded because of the prior district attorney. Sounds like. Okay, so I think the guidance from the court right now is that he can indicate where he went next, but he can't say anything about what his basis is on which arriving at that.
I'm not going to advise you.
Well, okay.
But
All right.
I would
That
think
is my
that would
current
keep
plan.
you, might keep you out of trouble.
My current plan is that I will ask, was research done, and did you then proceed someplace? And then that's all I'm going to do.
As I say, I'm not going to comment.
Understood. Okay.
There may
All
still
right,
be objections, but
Pardon me?
there may still be objections, but
Oh, I don't doubt. I don't doubt that.
I'm very shy.
And I apologize for very abruptly ending things, but there's the same issue I talked about earlier. It may be, actually, we won't need the break tomorrow because it may.
I judge, it's not about you.
It may not be necessary to take a break tomorrow for that situation with the medical visit because I may do it today. So that's why I'm going to leave here.
Oh, you're okay. Instead of Thursday. Now I understand. Thank you.
But I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, with Thursday was the original. Anyway, we're done for the day.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, for fuck all. If you're new to this trial, then please do more research because it's an absolute diabolical trial. Yes, like a bad game of telephone. Totally proper comment, yes. Oh, Nicole will be shot down straight away. I know. Take these off now. Oh, it's just appalling. I don't like it at all. Do not like it at all. Gets away with it every fucking time. And it does get worse, guys, for people that were wondering. What a shit show. So it gets worse. So be careful. There's lots of old boys clubs, yeah. Suggest death, no timeline supported. They were 30 yards away from the car and the van. But like Sol said, oh, not quite, Sol, not quite. But you were on the right. Right. So a shit show would be this. Just shit. Shit is cachi, Cachi. Some people spell it Cachu as well. Don't know which one's right, but both are the same relevance. So it's a shoy cachi, absolute cachi. They all are fucking full of cachi. But it's diabolical. But yeah, I honestly, those that have not seen it, Sylvia, it does get worse. Welsh is a funny that Scorpio and Happy Days. How is it? Chachi. Welsh is a funny language. It's very similar. Some words are very similar to English, as well, and Gaelic and stuff like that. But yeah, Welsh has got more accents and stuff like that. So yeah, onto your hats, especially you, Sylvia. It will get rough. But talking about rough, let's the wheel. So for those that don't know, I spin the wheel at the end of every stream. Whatever it lands on, I need to do so. I've updated it. So we got 49ers jersey next stream, end stream, which is what we always want. Vikings jersey next stream, 12-hour stream. Wear Cowboys jersey, end stream, free membership to one of you. Jets jersey next stream. Eagles jersey next stream. Drink a pint of milk now. End stream, wear a crown. Topless next stream. Drink a beer now. Bengals jersey next stream. Number one haircut. Fuck, I'll be looking like Sol if I do that. Reset. Dress up stream. Mod stream. Reset. End stream. Free membership. Colts jersey next stream. Free membership. Eat cold beans. Free membership. Shot of whiskey. Hot pepper. 24-hour stream. So those are the options essentially. About the lost Welsh nation of. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I think what I know you mean. I'm not up to date on that. Solomon Anderson when I was. How was it? Wonder what that was. No, Kachi. They said that now. Yeah. Shit. Kachi. So here we go. Let's spin this wheel to see what we gotta do today. Today. I'm not sure about that. To the pip. Oh, Colts jersey. So I remove that one. So tomorrow I'll be wearing a Colts jersey. Remove. Fine. But I'm also feeling generous. And he was in between both. So I will also give some memberships out as well. Might as well. Hopefully some people will stick around then. So hang on, I need to go to my other account now. Let me buy membership gifting. Let's put that in there then. And because people are supporting me, I like to support back. I mean, I do this, and YouTube takes most of the money anyway. Right, it's gone in. Sylvia, no, tomorrow, Sylvia. Pixie 78, Parabellum, Emily Gale. Yes, Emily got one. Erin, and Rita Castillo. Welcome, you've all been gifted a membership. So welcome to the family. Well, for the next month anyway. Some of these names I don't know I don't know why Jen hasn't got one. I mean, you're always around, Jen. Have you not got your gifts open or something? Because some of the Parabellum, who the hell's that? Erin, don't know who Erin is. Oh, I do know Erin, but Rita Castillo, don't know who Rita is. Pixie has been here before, I believe. Yes, she has. But yeah, I don't know why you haven't been given one, Jen. 4 o'clock, Sylvia. 4 o'clock. Yes. And if I just go here, if you are a member, then Josie's going to do some work when she calms down a little bit and pulls her finger out, create invite, copy. You can paste. This is Discord for those that have got been gifted a membership or have paid for memberships. That's our Discord. So yeah, so that's it really. That's the end of the stream. There's not much to say. I mean, as we go along, it seems to be going longer and longer because it's getting more and more frustrating. Do you know what I mean? So, but what can we do? What we can do is just get this out there, get the word out there as much as we can, isn't it? So, uh, where's this gone now? Get my pretty face in there. Ooh. If you want to see a bit of Welsh history, I think Saul probably knows more about Welsh history than I do. My sister's really big into the Welsh history. My sister's very Um, I'd say she's shit hot, cachu twym. She's cachu twym when it comes to Welsh history, language. She's very she's gone to jail um because of the Welsh language and protesting against English language and stuff. So um yeah, yeah, if you unicorn, just say what you are, what your YouTube name is on there, and then will accept you. Just say what your like Unicorn 11. I'll know you remember then. Northumbria and Wales were not friends. Yeah, back in the day, there's a lot of non-friends, but we're obviously friends with them now, ish. Um, no, there was a lot of split. Wales was a lot bigger. Um, yes, and we'll post the links, a bit more links in the Discord. So Josie's in charge now, so we're gonna have loads of stuff about Zach in there as well. So because I'm a shit show. And give credit, Spider Girl, when she's fit and ready to come back, she'll be on there as well. And Discord, she's amazing. Just she's super busy at the minute, so I'm I've demodded her so she can get back on track, and then she'll come back as a mod. Um, Unicorn, yes, very diplomatic. The fighting, the Irish and the Welsh did not get on. Now they get on. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of Welsh history. I say I'm not into it as much as my sister. My sister, I put up against anybody. Um, I say she's been to jail because of it. Like my parents were nuts, but each of their own. I'm not that passionate about the Welsh language, that I go to jail for it. She went to jail, so my eldest niece, 16, she's exactly the same as her mother. She's definitely ended up in jail, because of the Welsh language. I've got no questions about it. She will be. It just means how long will she be in there for? Do you know what I mean? When I say in jail, like, she was there for, I'm sure she'll have a couple of days or something, not like for life or anything like that. Um, because of how passionate they are. At the minute, we got lots of marches in Wales, all around the country, where we have thousands of people a march for the Welsh language because everyone wants to be independent. Scotland are driving to become independent, and Wales want to be as well. I think the older generations don't want to be independent because they're worried about the lack of money from the government, UK government, and stuff. But the younger generation, 100%, want the want to be independent because Wales basically control all the waters and stuff. So there's a lot of money in water, and back in the day, coal. That's obviously gone now, but yeah, water. Um, um, how can people testing? Billy, no worries, Billy. No, fuck 'em, Billy. Tell them to fuck off. No worries, Billy. Thanks for being here. Hopefully, see you tomorrow. Um, so because some people go over the top, riot and stuff like that, not riot in a bad way, but as protesters do. Um, you know, my my sister, I don't remember what she did, but it was more like I think she was part of a group that smashed a window in or something on the shop because it was all English. So treason, yeah, you got to be careful what you say, but yeah, treason's not so bad now with what it was. No, so yeah, it's just protesting. I think it's self-protesting. Yes, that's what I mean. Yes, disturbing the peace. Yes, yeah. Tell me you're in court. Disturbing the peace. In jail, as in, you know, I think she was there overnight. She was there for like 24 hours or something. So she wasn't that like. There's also this. I don't joke. There's a guy now. Oh, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not even joking. There's a guy who lives probably 2 miles away from me. I know his son very well. His son's a couple of years older than me, and his father started the movement by the Welsh language about, we want the Welsh language, we need bilingualism, stuff like this. Um, and he got put in jail. He was in jail for years. He, but he took it to the level that whenever he was taken to court, he he wanted everything in Welsh. He's like, he saw everything was basically in English, and he wanted everything in Welsh. And he was like, nope, give it to me in Welsh. And they refused. And then he would kick off and not turn up. And he'd be like, well, I can't turn up because I haven't got a Welsh letter. So I read in Welsh, not English. So that's what on. So he got a few years in prison. All the books in prison was English, no Welsh ones. So he protested. He went and didn't eat. On a hunger strike. So he was in there for ages. I'm not sure how long he actually was in the end, but yeah, he did a hunger strike. He did lots of stuff. He tied himself up. Oh, they back in the day in the 70s, 60s, 70s, they caused a lot. Like, it's not so bad now. There's more peaceful protesting and stuff like that. My sister's one was a bit over the top. I don't know what she was thinking, um, but yeah, they talk cocky about the Queen or the King. Everyone. So here, I'm impartial. I'm just like, I lean against them, but they've done nothing wrong to me. But the hatred towards them, especially in my part of the woods. This is why. So the new Prince and Princess of Wales, William and Kate, they're not having a ceremony in Wales because they were so worried that they would just get booed, so, and egged, basically. So that's why they're not. So they should have had a. So Carnarvon, town in North Wales. I lived there for 3 years. Very passionate. That's where Prince Charles got inaugurated, or whatever you call it, got the crown. And there's a lot of problems then. But if they came in now to do it, I think there'd be a lot, lot of issues. So William very sensibly said, "I don't need it." So, um, well, you are in Wales, so hang on. Nighty night. See you, Marge. Thank you very much for being here as always. Love having you here, Marge. Sorry I didn't go topless for you, but you had an eyeful yesterday. Yeah, but you'd be surprised though when you go on that. We have to beg for it, basically. you know, um, even now, not everything's bilingual. About the Queen, definitely not. No, she she hates she hated the Queen. She hates the King. Um, so she writes on every card. Ah, not yet, Marge. I normally do it. No, I don't do. It's on this thing now, so I don't. I'm going to do a top of the stream when it lands on it. Um, so she's not that passionate about that Princess Diana because she was still young with Princess Diana, so she doesn't remember that much about it. Um, so she's not in the conspiracy camp of that. A lot of people are, but she's not. Princess Diana, well loved. At the time, she wasn't though. That's a stupid thing. She wasn't at the time, but now she's very well loved, obviously. Um, yeah, what was that? You were small, Tully Pip. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was well, it was a while back, wasn't it? Um, but my sister, she writes. So we obviously had the Queen. Now we're gonna have the King on our stamps. She never used to write underneath it, basically, um, Tustine. So fuck you, the Queen. Basically, she'd write that in Welsh under the stamp. um, or if she's sending it local, she just put basically go fuck yourself, the Queen. Like I'm not at that stage. I don't do stuff like that. Jesus. So that's how passionate she is. Damn, I was wait. Sorry, Marge. Sorry, sorry, sorry. You're so lovely as well, but I can't. Watched it on telly. Jesus, that was black and white then back then. Do you know what I mean? It was a big ceremony, but there was a lot of issues with it. Oh, I'm sorry, Unicorn. I'm sorry. You and Marge. You and Marge. We'll have to have a private show, girls. Um, yeah, she's calmed down now. She's a lot better now. Your sister's spice. Yeah, I'm the calm one. I'm definitely the calm one. She's the match. My father's like a match. She's like a match as well. My mother's quite calm, but I'm probably the calmest, and I'm not that calm. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, if I spoke about my sister and the Queen and stuff, she refused to watch the King ceremony. Um, as an I would be careful. No, you'll be fine. Look, she's fine about English people. It's more the she doesn't like the royal family. She does not like the royal family. And also, she got the thing against English people. It's more the fact that in Wales we don't have bilingualism. We don't have the Welsh language being used. So for a very long time, every store was just fully English, and by that I mean all the writing were English. And in her mind, no, it needs to be bilingual. It needs to be Welsh and English because you know we're a nation. Welsh is our language, and yeah, English is also there because you know we're bilingual. Um, um, you know, so it is. But my eldest niece, she's been protesting since she was 3 years old. She's staying with me this week now. I have to be. I'm expecting that phone call to be like, do you know who so and so is? Do you want to come and pick her up? Um, did you tell your sister to throw a bunch of teens and have? I have a good old report. That was a good way to piss off the crowd. The Crown love the tea, and I'm sure there's a lot more details in that I don't even know. I don't. So I'm telling you, you know more than I do. I think because my sister's so into it, I went the other way. I just went the other way. I was like, but some of my best friends are the same with my sister. Not as wild, but my sister's calmed down a lot, by the way. Um, the Boston Tea Party. No, no Welsh. I think about the only me and Em are the only Welsh ones here, I think. Boston Tea Party, fine, 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 fine. Right. Because I was like, well, I'm sure there's a story there. I just don't personally know what it is. But they do like the tea though. Um, I'm gonna do an episode of the royal family though, at some point. Because there's a lot of interest in it. And I think I'm quite good because I'm impartial about it. I don't have I don't hate Meghan and Harry. Do you know what I mean? I let them live their life. Why would I hate them? A lot of people hate them. I don't. I don't love them either. I'm very blur. I'm very blur about all of them. Do you know what I mean? So they have their uses. They're good. They're bad. So we'll do a stream about it all. Um, Swati Pip is English. She's from London. From London, Lou. And Unicorn is also Welsh, English. She's from Sheffield. And Lou is down south as well. And Emma, who sometimes, well, I think she's not here now, but she's from Newport, so she's on the verge, on the border of England. Most people, yeah, most people don't. Yeah, I don't care for them, but I don't hate them. Do you know what I mean? I'm not impressed by them. Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. This is where everyone comes out. This is where I control now. M1H. That's what we're gonna do. We'll do a separate stream about it, right? Um, but yeah, I look at them and go, "Fuck, Megan's hot as fuck." That's how I look at it. Why would I hate her? Um, do you? That's a good one. They're not royalty anymore. So I need to do a bit more research in that. technically they're not. You're right, but technically they've still got some of the royal names, and also they want to come back. Sorry, Charles wants to discuss stuff with him. So he had a job for life, obviously, but he said no to that. So he hasn't got the same rights. He doesn't have any security anymore when he comes back. So he doesn't have the same rights as royals. But this, I think he's still got something because in the day he's, you know, uh, they no longer work. If that's the word, they no longer work in royals. They're still royals because they come from Charles Sack. Do you know what I mean? Charlie Boy, his big sack, created him, so he's still part of the line. You know, if they all wiped out, he would, be the next king. Um, oh, for fuck's sakes, Tuddy Pip. Dorset, Jurassic Coast was great. Harry's crying about losing it. Lots of money he's lost. Lots of money. Yeah, no longer working Royals. Oh, I thought you were actually the fucking wedding. They always cried about something. Yes. You still got a bit there, yeah. You still got a bit there. Look, well, I'm saying that I don't know. He paid what a couple of million for a house in LA. Do you know what I mean? LA is not cheap, is it? So, and he's got to pay for his own security now. Um, whether that's in the US or in the UK, they don't pay for anything. I personally think that's, but yeah, I think Megan Thor's a lot grander than what it is. Um, I have. I never watched her, but I've been told about her, and I know she's from north of England, and she does not like the Royals, I believe. So, and I don't know enough about the Royals. I make stuff up. I do so. And she didn't realize that she'd have to. True story. True story. I think they thought they were just going to be going around not parties, but oh look at us, we can do whatever we want. No, if you're working, well, they do work hard. They they're everywhere. I don't care what people say. They work hard. To the pip, 40 million. Yeah, there we are. Oh, why do I want this? I don't need this anymore. So 40 million, $40 million, and also in LA, the tax there, you know, and everything they have to pay, wherever they got from Netflix. I mean, you can take 60% off it nearly based on tax. Watch her, she's funny. Yeah, I'd never watched it, so I don't know. I mean, yeah, Lou would. I don't get things wrong as well, to be fair. Princess Anne she's a workhorse. She's a workhorse. She's the number one workhorse. Do you know what I mean? And she got shot on because she should have been the next in line after Charles, obviously, but she was skipped over by, Edward and Andrew in the line, so I feel sorry for that. Obviously, William's next, and then it would have been Harry, but they work hard, spend. Yeah, they do. They do. They overpay. I agree. But I tell you one thing: those working royals, they do work hard. But I do agree they have way too much money and spend too much money. No, she's not. I don't believe she is. Camilla, no. Not sure where she's from actually, but don't think she's Welsh. No. Pray for more income because they spend. Honest, they do. They get a lot and they got a lot of inheritance and stuff like that. But we're talking about stuff now. We'll do a separate stream on it. Oops, a lot. What's she say? A lot through tourism because of the royals. Yes, she's so the royals bring a hell of a lot of people to the UK. And whenever you go past Buckingham Palace, if I get in a taxi and I'm going past Buckingham Palace, it's always full of people taking photos outside. Rain, sunshine, whatever. You go past there, you can guarantee lines of people out there taking photos. So And they cut down the number of working royals now, so Lou, yes, I wish there was an yeah, well, if I cover Meghan and Harry, it's not gonna be negative because I don't think they deserve the negativity, so, but that's I don't believe that they deserve praise either, they're just normal people now. But then would you like to live your life in the prospect of being assassinated at any time? Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, I wouldn't want their life, to be quite honest. Apparently promotes her vids on Twitter, stop watching because it's the same old sensationalism stuff off, often wrong. How to piss Lou off, get stuff wrong. Right, I'm glad there's still people here, there's about 16 people left, and I thank you for that, but it's 11 o'clock at night here, guys. I was in London a couple of weeks ago, and every time I go, it's packed everywhere. To two of the royals. It is. It is. It's madness, isn't it? She's not Welsh. So she was Princess of Wales. When Charles was the prince, she was the princess, but no, she wasn't Welsh. Unless she had some, do you know what I mean? No. So she was known as the Princess of Wales because of her title. That's what her title was until she left the royal family, essentially. Um, but unless she's got like close family from Wales, which I don't know, but her parents weren't Welsh, as far as I'm aware. Without researching that is, I'm pretty sure she was born in England. Hmm. Appointed, yeah. So Charles was appointed when Charles was appointed Prince of Wales and they got married, she then automatically became Princess of Wales. In the same way, now obviously William is the Prince of Wales and Kate's the Princess of Wales. They weren't born here or anything like that. So Northampton, yeah, there we are. She's from Northern England then. But the Welsh love Diana. Do you know what I mean? Welsh loved her. She did a lot in um in Wales. You know, Charles has had to give up his farm in Wales. His farm is about 45, 50 minutes away from me. And he loves the farm. He spent a lot of time there, but I think he's got to give that up now, which he would hate. I think William inherits it. So, right. As much as I love speaking to you all, and I love being here, I think we need to end this stream. Hang on. Josie's popped up now. I love the Royals. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Again, I'm going to do it. I'm going to piss you all off. You could fucking tell me to calm down again, Josie. I'm joking. Always feel I have to say I'm joking because people don't always know my sense of humor. But yeah, no, I get it. I think she's hot as fuck. I still remember in Suits in that scene, when she's in the back room. Well, I know we don't see anything, but still. Oof. Um, yeah, that's true as well, Lokong. So here, Baron. Yes, there we are. It's good. Yeah. So once William becomes it, George would more than likely then become the Prince of Wales. No worries to the Pip. See you tomorrow. Shit. Yes, you could do it. I wouldn't have a clue. Spider Girl shouts me all the time, and you love Spider Girl when she comes back. She loves Discord. I'm just useless at it. Um, I think. Oh, okay, I get it. I was going to say she deleted my Discord. What? You're cruising with me while I work. Happy days, Holly. Happy days. Well, I'm not cruising anymore, Holly. I'm going to end the stream. I love you all. It's been a good stream. it's just I like this at the end just to chill out a little bit as well. You all are everyone, lol. It's it's nice to chill out because the trial makes me so angry that it gets depressing. So that's why it's nice to chill out for a little bit. Hope you all like the wheel. And yeah, no, thank you as well. Bar just says, that just says, shit. Yeah, Kaki. See you all tomorrow. Josie, thank you as always for everything that you do. Sarah P, we're missing. I'm not sure where Sarah P is. Might send a little message. Thank you as well, Saul. Whenever you can drop in, you're always you and Jen are fantastic. So thank you, Lou. You didn't give me any bollocking today, so I did well today. And see you tomorrow, Kayla. Yes, and please, everyone, like the video if you haven't done so. And yeah, catch you all on the other side tomorrow. Um, yeah, I gotta go to bed because I got to gym first thing tomorrow anyway. So with that, thanks, Dylan. Thanks, Unicorn. Have a fine evening, everyone. It's lovely. Bollocks. We'll end it on that. See you later, guys. Take care.